So let me welcome you to the second day of our anniversary conference together of Central European University and the Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies, celebrating 30 and 50 years of existence respectively. So very happy that we managed to organize that. Thanks to, again, Michael Landesmann and Bella for making it possible, having such a nice 2 days conference. Today, we have a rather heterogeneous set of topics in the first session, from issues of industrial integration, functional specialization, to some regional development policies, migration, energy issues, and 2 sessions on the very detailed individual level of how transformations end up at individual lives, which is of course very important because this is where all of us are living and everyone has to take its hold. Given this heterogeneity of topics, I think it's a better strategy to have the presentations and immediately after each presentation with a sort of round of a few questions on specific topics. If there is some room of time at the end of the individual sessions, we can have a joint discussion, but also coffee break is waiting behind the door here. So let's see how we manage this time. So I suggest we have about 20 minutes presentation, then 5 to 10 minutes general discussion on the specific topics here. First presentation, we start with a colleague of mine at WIIW, Susanna Zawalska. She joined Institute 2 years ago, 1 year ago, and we are happy that she is here. She had a very alive with a very international experience, having lived in Japan, Canada, UK, Singapore, and Slovakia. Has a particular interest in Central and Eastern Europe. Studied in Cambridge, so a very wide international experience. We are very happy that she hopefully finally landed at our institute, and looking forward to your discussion on the functional division of labor in the European Union value chains, particularly the role of the Central and Eastern European economies. So please.
Thank you, Robert, for the introduction, and good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be able to contribute my humble share to the very interesting discussions that already started yesterday. Let me just get the slides up. I'm not sure how we can switch over to
presentation. I think it will.
Okay, there we go. And I'll just, okay, yes, that works too. So, okay, so I shall get started. Anyways, so yesterday in the first session, it was already alluded to that integration essentially holds a flavor of inequality and also a little bit of a hierarchy in itself. And I would like to build on this point by focusing on global value chains and how the labor seems to be divided across EU member states. And I will also like to touch upon what this means in this new normal, which is increasingly volatile and has brought about some changes in the way that global value chains might also be organized in the future. So here's an outline of my talk. Firstly, I would like to introduce what I mean by functional specializations in the first place, as this is the core of what I'm talking about, and explore these divisions that I already mentioned that exist in the EU context. Then I will suggest that there might be actually some sort of a functional trap going on in the EU CEE context especially, which builds on to this increasing notion of middle income trap that we hear of in the Central Europe European context. And finally, I will make use of the data set that we have, which already includes the pandemic years, and sort of use it as an early evidence for what we are already seeing in this new normal. So what's quite well known is that the early millennial transformations, which is the theme of the conference, have brought about significant integration of the EU CEE countries into global but also EU value chains, particularly in the manufacturing sector. And so here you see the value added, which is contributed by foreign affiliates in the given country, and Ireland, which is of course a special case. If we take that aside, it is the Visegrad countries and the other EU CEE which really lead the way, meaning that they have contributed, they have integrated through significant foreign direct investment, so capital coming into the countries, and as a result, they became quite active in cross-border manufacturing value chains. And as a result of this foreign direct investment, which was very significant in the development trajectories of the early 2000s for the CEE countries, they became known for sort of being the Central European manufacturing core, which is a term that the chair Robert Steyer, together with my co-author Roman Stillinger, have coined. And here we are looking at the revealed comparative advantages, which are essentially the products that the individual countries export and how they are specialized in various parts of the exports. And we see that the circle, the red circle, is essentially countries which are very much specialized in the manufacturers and particularly in the machinery and transport equipment. So they would be essentially these Central European manufacturing core economies, and they are countries such as Austria and Germany on the one hand, so Western European industrial powerhouses, but also the EU CEE economies. And so this is essentially the well-known story of a successful industrial integration that we have witnessed over the early 2000s. But that does not tell the full story of what it means to integrate into global value chains. And that's where this perspective of functional specialization comes in. So you see that on the one hand, an economy can be specialized at the product level. So they might choose to, for example, produce manufacturers such as automobiles, which is the case in the EU-CE context. But on the other hand, the global value chains, the way they are set, have given rise to sort of a trade in different tasks along the value chain. So it is not only products that are being traded, but it is also the individual steps along the value chain. And this is essentially what we mean by functional specializations, because a country can, on the one hand, be specialized in the automotive equally as, for example, Germany and Slovakia. But on the other hand, it is a difference whether they are doing the R&D or whether they are simply fabricating in the means of assembly activities. So our objective here is to capture these differences that exist in the functional aspect of these value chains. And we have implicit assumptions regarding the differences in the potential to capture value added along these different tasks. And we build on literature based on this. So the well-known smile curve concept, which says that the fabrication or the production aspect is the least attractive in this sense, but also this notion of functional upgrading, which can also lead to economic development. And so we build on my co-author Roman Stillinger's methodology, which he already proposed in his earlier work, and we quantify the extent of specialization using greenfield FDI projects, which are coming into individual countries in the different functions. And we have the advantage that we have to our disposal the FDI markets cross-border investment monitor database, which includes not only information regarding the number of jobs which are created by each investment, but also the purpose of that established subsidiary. So this is very much translating directly to what I'm talking about here by the different functions. And so we combine these different purposes to create 5 functions, which I have shown in the slide previous. So headquarters, R&D, is it fabrication, or is it some support services such as sales or technical support? And we simply just modified this revealed comparative advantage, which I have shown in the previous slides, but using this job data taken from Greenfield FDI. And basically, it's, as you can see from the formula, it's a play on the revealed comparative advantage notion by taking the share of the number of jobs created in that function over the number of total jobs compared to the analogous ratio in the EU context. And then we also normalize these values to range between -1 and 1, because this is also proposed in literature as the superior option. And what we find is that here, in contrast to the product level, the picture is a little bit different. So the countries highlighted in the green are the ones that are relatively specialized in the sort of the bottom of the smile curve or these fabrication activities. And they are exclusively the EU CEE member states. And rather, the other EU member countries are actually doing tasks which are despecialized in fabrication and are specialized in the other activities, including R&D, including marketing. And so this already hints at sort of division in the EU context that we are seeing. But to be sure, we also run some further exercises, and we do a number of clustering tests, and find that in different specifications that we test, it still comes out that there are two distinct clusters in the in the EU context in terms of these functional specializations, with the green circle being exactly the ones that I have highlighted in the previous slide. So exclusively the EU CEE member states as a distinct cluster, and then the remaining economies as a second cluster. And so this has the tendency to really show that there is a, borrowing the terminology from Baldwin, a dichotomy between factory economies and headquarter economies in the EU context. And that, of course, took the full time frame. So we're also interested in changes over time, and to kind of see how stable these patterns are and whether there are some signs of change. We also run what are called the beta convergence tests, which have been proposed by other authors to test the revealed comparative advantages, and we directly translate those to the functional specializations. And basically what this means is simply regressing the previous revealed functional specialization values or on the functional specialization values in the current period. And we do that for each of the functions, but combining the different countries together in each of the models. So essentially the coefficient of interest here is the beta. And if the beta would be equal to or would be smaller than 1, it would suggest that the countries are becoming more similar in their functional specialization patterns over time. Whereas if they were larger than 1, it would suggest divergence. So they are becoming even more distinct in the way they are specialized. And we see that there is some convergence because all of the betas, as you see, are less than 1. But on the other hand, you see that the fabrication highlighted in red is the one that proves the most stable over time. So it is the most difficult to change patterns in the fabrication function, essentially. And then we do a similar exercise, but by running the model for each of the countries separately. And here we utilize industry level data for the different functional specializations over time. And what we see is analogous to the conclusions reached by the previous exercise, which is that these functionally specialized countries in the fabrication function tend to be the most stable in their patterns over time. So as you can see, the Visegrad countries and Romania have much higher betas than the Western European countries and the Southern European countries, suggesting that they have the greatest difficulty in sort of shedding this fabrication status. And now, with the sort of crisis setting that we are finding ourselves in, they face this additional challenge that as a fabrication economy, the job generating potential of FDI is the most volatile. So it's a little difficult to see, but there are the gray bars which highlight the crisis years, especially in the financial crisis and also the COVID crisis. And you see that the downfall that we witness in the number of new jobs generated by the FDI is most volatile in the fabrication But on top of this, you see this declining trend of the fabrication, which never really recovered from the global financial crisis. And what's also relatively interesting to see is that rather than the fabrication, it is the sales which is now leading the way in terms of job generating potential of FDI activities. So this sort of builds also to the point of increasing, the global value chain theories, which are saying that globalization or globalization is only at the fabrication level, but rather services tend to be possibly the new future of globalization, possibly providing some alleyways for the previously fabrication-oriented economies, but that remains to be seen, of course. And we also see this uptick relatively in the fabrication after 2020, but still the fact remains that when times are uncertain and volatile, it's usually these capacity expanding projects which are categorized under the fabrication, which tend to fall the most sharply. And as a result, what is going on is that the fabrication oriented Central European economies are the ones that are seeing the greatest declines over time in the number of new jobs that are being generated through the FDI. So this chart shows only the fabrication function for both of the regions. But we see that in the Western European economies, it has been relatively stable over time. And so also the argument that that these less developed economies are taking away jobs from the West doesn't necessarily seem to be the case on the one hand. But what we see is that the previous model which the Visegrad countries and also the EUC countries at large have relied on is sort of drying out because since the financial crisis, it never has recovered this sort of dynamism of the early 2000s. Still, what we find is that if we just take the 2020 and 21, so only the pandemic years, and take the functional specializations only for those two periods, there isn't much change in the way that they are specialized. So this is, despite having such a downfall in the fabrication, still the limited amount of the other functions that they have attracted hasn't offset the relative specialization still, meaning that it remains to be seen whether they will be able to shed their specializations in this sense and explore some new alleyways. We see a little bit of the technical services in the case of Slovakia, which is notable, but still, because you have to keep in mind that this is on the one hand preliminary evidence and only includes 2 years of time, it has to be taken with a grain of salt as well. And so that would be essentially the main things that I wanted to show you today. And mainly, I would say that to conclude, it is this persistence of the dichotomy or this division of labor, which is the main conclusion of our study. And on top of this, we have this added challenge of not only to functionally upgrade, but this notion of resilience, which is coming into play. Because as I wanted to show you, the fabrication-oriented economies face increased resilience challenges, so to speak. So in that sense, functional upgrading can also translate to sort of an upgrading in the ability to have the sustained capacity to generate new jobs via greenfield FDI. And so, as a discussion point, I think it's also interesting to consider whether these technology-enabled support services really do offer a promising diversification route for these economies, because at least from where I'm coming from in Slovakia, there is quite a bit of optimism regarding these offshore service support centers, but there are, of course, many challenges related to that as well. So I'll leave it there, and thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you for these insights. Any questions? One, two, three. One question, you said you showed that the jobs created gone down. Could this not also be an effect of rising labor costs and scarcity of labor?
So for this one, yeah, I mean, of course there is various things that come into play, and of course, I mean, with these countries, as the wages go up, it becomes somewhat less attractive possibly to invest in the fabrication as well. But what you see is that it tends to mirror global trends. So it's not only in the Visegrad context, but if you look at it globally, there is a slowdown in the fabrication related FDI, so sort of a drying out of offshoring in the traditional sense as well.
No, I just wondered when you were characterizing upgrading, moving across function, specialization types, but there could of course be upgrading within a function. I'm thinking about fabrication, for example. So that depends whether the smile curve has changed its shape, no, in terms of value added. And could very well be that within fabrication, Central and Eastern European countries are moving upstream in terms of what they fabricate.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, so I guess the point is that the functional specialization is, of course, the only one dimension of means upgrading, and that's why I think this paper by Humphrey and Schmidt, which talks about functional upgrading as one channel of upgrading, is the way to look at it. And of course, product upgrading and also other process upgrading remains to be just as crucial. But it's sort of just bringing in an additional layer. So I fully agree with you. Yeah.
So I have two questions. One about upgrading and one about the general context of it. So the question about upgrading, I'm not really surprised by the findings. And if you look at the global scheme of things and the way the value chains are organized, why would there be upgrading if we don't have lead firms in this region, right? So this is sort of the way it works everywhere. But I just wanted to ask, because your upgrading data is very sort of oriented towards the product and the process. I was wondering if it's possible to do also from the labor side, so to look at the types of jobs or the skills involved or something like that, whether that would give you or perhaps the same, but a complementary picture. And the second question was more about the policy aspect of this. I was curious because you said that in Slovakia there's quite a bit of optimism about business support services. How does that translate into government policy in terms of FDI attraction?
Right. Well, so related to your first question, I think the first thing to note is that, of course, it is not surprising, possibly from what we know already about the region, that there might be sort of this dichotomy. But that being said, this is all FDI data, meaning it's also that not only the lead firms are keeping the R&D and these activities in-house, but it is that the Western countries are able to attract additional FDI. So essentially, it's not from where they are coming from. So that provides sort of an additional layer. And with respect to the labor aspect, I'm glad you asked this. This is actually a part of a bigger project. In the second paper, we're exactly examining how this translates into different aspects of working conditions, wages, etc. So hopefully I will be able to tell you a little bit more when that project is finished. And with respect to the policies, so I would say these countries, I mean, tend to place their core emphasis on FDI attraction policies, so FDI incentives. And at least it is the case in Slovakia, although also in the case of Czechia, from what I know in other regions, that in the FDI promotion policies, they have explicitly included additional attractive support for these business process outsourcing companies. So they're able to enjoy additional tax incentives, cash grants, etc.
A very simple parochial question. Did I read the statistics correctly in the sense that among these old member countries, Austria is actually closest to the new member countries in its structure?
Yes, so I think in the case of Austria, it was quite surprising that if you do these cluster analyses over time, in the early years, they would actually come to the sort of side of more the fabrication economy. So in that sense, they actually are one of the examples which have over time became more despecialized in fabrication, moved towards sort of an upgrading from a functional perspective.
There was a general downturn in engineering globally after the global financial crisis, both globally and in Europe. So doesn't the shape of your curve in a way reflect this general downturn in the volume and value of FDI? And related to that, would it be possible as an expert to relativize your findings in terms of what is the effect of per unit of the
I'm not sure I understood it correctly, but if not, please correct me. So yes, absolutely, the volume has declined, but this is exactly why I also wanted to show you this final aspect, which is sort of, relative in the sense that we are already taking cover for the volume, because the way that the, revealed comparative advantages are set, it's relative. So even a decline in volume doesn't really affect the sort of the calculations. So in that sense, I would say maybe that might answer your question. I'm not sure. If not, I'll be happy to discuss further also over the coffee break.
I will. Just also two questions. I think maybe also already touched a bit. But I think one of the big issues, and this was discussed in the future of the automobile industry in these countries and so on, that basically the decisions with what is actually done in these countries is not in the hand of the countries, but basically it's in the hand of the foreign owners like Volkswagen and all these big companies. So it's very difficult for the countries itself to define what they want to specialize in, given the sort of ownership structures. Second related question, isn't it too bad that countries are still specialized in, say, these technical professions in a way? Because this is, at least if we look at Western Europe and Austria, these kind of technicians are becoming a scarce factor. So in a sense, it might be not too bad that these countries are still specialized in this sort of hands-on production processes, because this is becoming scarcer in the European context. Of course, this goes in the wrong way, this kind of specialization patterns, but this might be an aspect which should be considered here as well.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point. And I guess it also relates to what Michael said regarding the smile curve sort of changing its shape. I agree. I think the analysis that we're doing now regarding how it affects wages and how it affects the working conditions might shed some light on this, whether it's really so bad to be really this fabrication economy. And sorry, what was your first point? Oh yes, regarding the automotive.
Decision structures in the automotive industry,
yes,
for example.
Sure. Yeah.
Who's taking the decisions of how countries could escape if they really want to change this pattern?
Yeah, I mean, for the Central Eastern Europe, this is definitely one of the cynicisms that they face regarding this, that because they are so exposed certainly to the demand of the lead firms, they don't really have much say in what to do, and then they tend to be quite also desperate regarding the green transition and other aspects. But yeah, for sure, I agree.
Okay, then no other questions? Then thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much.
We move on to the second presentation, which is on a different topic, but of course related to also industrial specialization patterns. It's on the role of regional development policies and of regional developments in specifically. Of course, this is highly debated now, given the decision of the European institutions whether to pay still money to Hungary or not. I think this is very much related and very recent topics as well. I think there are two speakers. Is this right? Well, we have first speaker, or one of the speakers is Vera Stepanovic. I hope I pronounce right. She's lecturer in international relations and European studies at Leiden University. She used to be also at the Central European University of Budapest and also at the Institute in Florence. And she's working on institutional applications and development policies in the European Union and also in the politics of works, which is not the topic I think of today. Second presenter is Gergő Medved-Balint. I hope he's a senior research fellow at the Central for Social Sciences, Center of Excellence of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. and associate professor at the Corvinus University in Budapest. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. We are delighted to be here. Both institutions are very dear to our hearts, so it's great that we can celebrate the anniversaries. We are both former CEU graduates, and during our doctoral research, we relied a lot on the reports, analysis, and data sets produced by the Vienna Institute. So that's why we were especially really delighted to be here. What we present here today is actually a work in progress, and I'm very glad that this topic comes after your presentation, because the cohesion policy and the EU funding has become one of the major sources of external finance for East Central European countries, similar to foreign direct investment. Obviously, the difference is that FDI is a private transnational investment, whereas EU funding is a public transnational source of finance. And because of the Eastern enlargement and because of the growing heterogeneity of the EU, we are really interested in how this occasion, the Eastern enlargement, has changed the EU's regional development policy. Because actually it should have. More than 10 new member states with rather backward status in terms of level of development. This is something that the EU should address through its cohesion policy. And some scholars, so there's actually a debate in the literature whether the cohesion policy really is a manifestation of solidarity and the principle of solidarity in the EU to redistribute some of the resources from the more developed to the more backward member states, or is it just a side payment for the less developed member states that is basically a price or a reward for them to open their markets and comply with the regulations of the internal market. So this is the background, and basically the motivation for our paper are these questions. So did the cohesion policy change after enlargement? And if it did, in what sense? And why did it become so vulnerable to the abuses by central government authorities? Which we have just heard, and probably most of you follow the news as really a highly politicized debate about EU funds, whether Hungary should receive them at all or not. But we are mostly interested in the changes in the principles of the cohesion policy, whether the declared objectives, which initially were declared, are met. Are there any changes in the principles? And overall, how did Eastern enlargement change the EU? So these are the main questions we are interested in. And it seems that I opened the wrong slide. Sorry. Okay. Aha, it's here. So it was already open. I don't know why. Yeah, sorry about this. So, what is at stake? Why is it important? Why is this an important question? Here's a chart which shows a remarkable clustering of EU member states, but clustering on what? So on the horizontal axis, you see spending on research and development, education, and healthcare per capita in 2004, so at the year of EU enlargement to the Eastern members. On the vertical axis, the same figures are shown, and the spending on R&D, spending on education, spending on healthcare per capita, basically this is spending or actually investment into future growth, investment into human capital, investment in upgrading technological capabilities. And what we see here is a remarkable clustering of the more developed countries on the top right corner of the chart, and the southern and the eastern periphery on the bottom left corner of the chart. So this is what the EU cohesion policy should partially address. The cohesion policy is meant to support investments and help narrowing the developmental gap between less developed and more developed EU member states. And the cohesion policy should have basically contributed to a shift in this pattern. So if cohesion policy really works, then the eastern and the southern member states should have moved a bit towards the core. This is not happening, and of course, it's not the blame of the cohesion policy itself, but as we will show, the changes in the principles and the declared original objectives actually have partially contributed to this outcome. And now I give the floor to Vera. Continue with the presentation.
Thank you. Being former CEU students, we are very, very thorough. So we wanted to look at the development of cohesion policy in several ways. So what we do is, and this is, as Gergo said, still work in progress, we looked at the way in which the documents show a discursive change in the EU cohesion policy. How do we think about it? What is cohesion policy for? And then we also look at the details of the policy and the way it has changed, so where the money is going to what kinds of programs. And finally, we are also looking at the political process, so how the Eastern member states were involved, what they wanted from this policy, how they contributed to its evolution over time. If you like, in the discussion, we can talk a bit more about that. It's part of a larger project, how the Eastern enlargement changed the EU. What do we find? Gergo will show you in a minute some of the details. This is a very stylized overview of what we find. We find that the way that cohesion policy is understood, or the purpose of the cohesion policy, has changed over time. And it's changed in two ways. So early on, when it came about in the 1970s and 80s, it was meant to be a policy that was thought of more or less as a European level social policy. It was supposed to be akin to agricultural policy in that it transferred funding and supported essentially declining industrial regions in Western Europe. With time, with the Southern accession, it evolved into a policy that was indeed supposed to support development of less developed regions so that they would not be lagging behind in this very sort of competitive new European market. It's a vision of cohesion which is very much about redistribution, which understands that market integration will have costs and that these costs have to be compensated in a certain way and that these regions need to be helped in a certain way. This is very, as I said, very stylized. These two, there are actually sort of three themes that we find in the discussion. One that talks about cohesion as solidarity and redistribution. Because these are parts of Europe, we owe them something and we need to transfer something to them, and it's important that they are kept on board. There is another one that talks about cohesion as investment. These regions are lagging, but it's not our job to support them. We are not a state, it's not about redistribution. We will transfer some funds now so that they will catch up. And then there is a discourse that talks about cohesion as compensation for market or market building. That says, well, these countries have agreed to open up their public procurement markets. These are anyway, tenders are mostly won by the Western companies. So basically, we don't owe you anything, right? This is for market building. And these come in, it's a bit hard to disentangle. I don't have a beautiful graph to show you because these are used strategically by both sides. So the Eastern members also prefer to talk about, so the Western members increasingly prefer to talk about cohesion as investment and as transaction because it's to stall long-term demands. It's to say, okay, we invest now something. If you don't use it well, if you can't absorb the funds, then we will not transfer them anymore. The Eastern members also prefer to talk about cohesion as investment and as transaction because it helps these governments keep the funds for their most developed regions This is where they are most effective. This is where the investment produces the most. And also to essentially, it doesn't appear as charity, right? You give us cohesion because we open our markets. It's a fair deal. You know, there's nothing, there's no community buildings, there's nothing we owe you in terms of solidarity. So these are sort of the overarching frames that we find. And we find reflections of these then also in policy changes. So Gerd will talk about it more a bit in detail, but what we find is essentially the policy changes slightly, but in three ways. The concentration of the funds changes over time. The funds are supposed to be concentrated, were supposed to be concentrated on the poorest regions. We are helping those catch up. Increasingly over time, we see them being diluted, the concentration being diluted so that other regions too can use this. This is part of the political battle between the East and the South, because the Southern members were going to lose out, right? Statistically, Eastern members join, they're no longer the poorest. So the logic of the cohesion policy had to change a little bit so that all of these regions remain eligible. Also, the concentration is diluted because the logic of the policy changes from redistribution to investment. And if investment, then why only in developing the most lagging regions? So cohesion policy, as this is what we call Lisbonization, integrated into the Lisbon strategy for growth and employment so that it can also serve the purposes of greening, it can also serve the purposes of digitalization, of the knowledge economy, and then the scope of beneficiaries therefore also is expanded. And finally, politically, and this is very important to what Robert told you at the beginning, the logic behind the regional policy, the original big push to create a cohesion policy was linked to the narratives about decentralization in governance in Europe. So they were supposed to, the cohesion policy was supposed to go hand in hand with and reinforce in Eastern Europe, especially creation of local democracy. Local governments, their capacities for government, for investment, not necessarily bypassing the central government, but sort of creating this, multi-level Europe, as we used to call it. We see that after the Eastern accession, in nearly all countries, with the exception of Poland, there is centralization. So from a certain, what used to be called the partnership principle involving local governments and also non-governmental organizations in the management of and programming of funds, we end up with the central governments essentially being the ones to decide on the programs and then giving the money to the local governments, which is how they become vulnerable to abuses by central government, which is why it makes sense to say, let's punish the Hungarian government by taking money away from its lagging region. That should not make sense, right? What we should be saying is, let's try to give funding to the local and regional governments to create some kind of political basis for opposition, right? Instead, we know that this is not how it works, and therefore taking money away from the central government is a logical thing to do. So that link to local democracy through cohesion policy was broken very early on after the accession. And so we try to also find out why and to what extent the East European member states contributed to this. And this is hard to track because there is a coincidence of interest, right? The interest of East European central governments who want to control the funds, and the interest of the European Commission that tries to keep them sleek and efficient so that we spend as little money as possible, comes together in creating this new type of cohesion. As I said, we can talk a little bit more about the larger project behind this, about how the EU member states change the cohesion policy. What we find is that in nuanced ways they did so meaningfully, but it wasn't a very big change, and that is potentially a problem given the vast developmental disparities that the enlargement has brought in. So Gergo can show you maybe in bit more detail some of these findings.
Yes, some empirical illustration of what Vero has already summarized. First of all, the budget, the share of cohesion policy budget from total EU budget has been declining since the 2007-2013 budgetary cycle. At the same time, the EU budget is growing, and the cohesion policy budget is also growing, but its share and its significance in the budget is declining. Probably this is even more important, the concentration principle, which was an original objective of the policy, has been rather diluted since the 2007-2013 programming period. What you see here are the three main categories of eligible regions. So the Commission basically, based on GDP, mostly based on GDP per capita, classifies every EU NUTS2 region into a fund eligibility criteria. And there are less developed regions, which are the poorest ones, below 75% of EU average GDP per capita. There are transition regions and more developed regions, about 90% of EU GDP per capita. In the current programming period, this has shifted a bit. Now the more developed regions are about 100% of GDP per capita of the average EU level. So since the 2007-2013 period, every single EU region is eligible for some kind of EU funding from the cohesion policy. Even the richest countries in the richest regions, such as Luxembourg. And in the previous programming period, there was a slight increase of funding targeted to the more developed regions and to the transition and to the lowering of total allocated funding to the less developed regions. So this is an example for overall the concentration principle being diluted. This is an example for how the Commission tries to emphasize efficiency and investment into regions where there is higher absorption capacity of the EU funds, where the less developed regions, obviously they have lower absorption capacity, and therefore the return on investments in those cases is lower. And this has continued in the current programming period as well. As for the shifting focus from cohesion and from territorial objectives to more horizontal objectives, on the left-hand side, in the left-hand column, we listed the main objectives of the cohesion policy in the 1988-1992 programming period. Most of the objectives were formulated according to how the cohesion policy should contribute to cohesion, how the cohesion policy should contribute to narrowing the developmental disparities. In the previous programming period, there were many horizontal objectives that apply to each and every region of the EU. And in the current programming period, basically the emphasis is much more on boosting investments, on increasing competitiveness, and a further decrease in the territorial focus of the policy. As for how cohesion policy is supposed to strengthen local and regional authorities, this was not necessarily a declared objective, but it was an intended side effect or an intended consequence of the cohesion policy. For instance, Jacques Delors, who was the main creator of the reform of the cohesion policy, initially he wanted to approve projects which were planned and designed by the regions. So he really wanted to bypass the governments, the central governments. Obviously, the central governments were not very happy with this proposal. But with the Eastern enlargement, there was an idea that since funding would be directed to the regions and regional administrations, they would gain strength, and the funding would basically help strengthening local autonomy and regional self-government. This is not happening in the Eastern European countries. There is a high level of concentration of control, central government control over funding, and the regional operational programs, which were directly managed by regional authorities, have disappeared, with the exception of Poland. But also in Poland, about 25%, about 1/4 of the EU funding is managed by the regional administrations. But still the central government exercises control over their spending. So actually the central government has to approve what the regional administrations spend on. So there is a high level of concentration and centralization of funding in the name of efficiency, in the name of quick spending, and basically the objective of strengthening regional and local authorities is no longer observed. And now I switch to you again.
We're a bit over time, so I just wanted to briefly say something about the sort of the larger context of this. So this project comes to me, at least, as part of a sort of larger question that it keeps coming up again and again whenever I teach in Leiden, in the Netherlands, Western Europe, the mostly West European students, and every time enlargement comes up, the question is, why has the EU failed so miserably to civilize these countries? Why are they still rebelling? Why are they still so undeveloped? And there is this, it's been 20 years and there's still this strange externalizing perspective. We are the EU and they are the accession states. And so I wanted to turn this around and say, okay, so now they've been the EU for 20 years. What have they done to change the EU? And I've been looking at different sort of policy areas, but this one seemed very pertinent. This is where the member states were, the so-called new member states were closely integrated. This is where the EU should have made the difference. This is also where they have a lot at stake. So, have they changed the policy somehow? And it seemed to me that given the historical significance and magnitude of the Eastern enlargement, the whole thing was accompanied by rather a grand failure of imagination on the part of both sides, because the Western European member states tried to make sure that things changed as little as possible. There was certain defensive changes, less changes, so that they can't change it when they come in, the qualified majority votes and so on. The Eastern member states essentially approached this as also as a form of, I wouldn't like to say charity, but yes, they were granted the access and then they were supposed to be part of it, and they didn't think that they could change very much. What they did change was, as we discussed, relatively on the margins, and some very often in coalition. So what you see here, for instance, is sort of as a sum up the settlement of the coalition between the old and the new beneficiaries. And before the accession, southern member states opposed the enlargement, were worried that the funding that they were receiving, the transfers they were receiving, will be taken away because they will no longer be the poorest. And some of them were willing to block the enlargement unless this was arranged. This has been arranged. Ever since the accession, the Eastern accession, this conflict has disappeared. They have settled very well between themselves. The East Europeans get a bit more, the Southern Europeans get the same that they used to get, and they are sort of together jointly now defending the cohesion policy, so the cohesion policy can never change. And this sort of, in that sense, I suppose in this policy area, the impact of enlargement has been to very much solidify what was there before, instead of, given the magnitude of change, provoke new ways of thinking about inequality in the EU. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for interesting insights on the evolution of the regional policies, particularly with respect to the new member states, which we call still after 18 years new member states, right? Okay, I will pass on to the floor to the audience. There are 1, 2 questions, 3.
Thank you very much, first of all, for the presentation, both to Susanna and to you too. I really enjoyed it. My name is Nina. I'm from WIIW, and my question is the following. So newer member states, which, as you said, are quite new for a long time, are basically producing and are innovative in a production-based way, meaning they don't really invest in R&D, as you show at the beginning of the presentation, then innovate in a more primitive way by copying innovation from the West and technological frontier. And that puts them in a trap of a convergence, which is making this cohesion policy a bit more challenging. So what do you think should be done in terms of that to help these lagging behind regions of the EU catch up in terms of the R&D? And the second question, in context of that, I mean, in the east of the EU, there is a lagging human capital also because of the migration, as we saw yesterday in the presentation. So, but human capital is declining, thus absorption capacity is declining to absorb all of these funds that you mentioned. So how to address that issue, that much of the knowledge is declining in these economies. And the third question, monitoring of these funds, I think is crucial. And you address that quite well, that in my understanding, once these funds are received in these, like in regions, that they're very centralized and you don't really control how they are distributed. I mean, what can be done in terms of that? Because it's similar problem to subsidies in a way. When you give a subsidy to someone, then you don't really monitor how the subsidy is used. Is it used in a knowledge enhancing way or fulfilling some other gaps? So what can be done in terms of that? Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, these are very, very good questions. I think what Gergo and I would like to avoid is to be put in the position when we have to explain how to we should make the cohesion policy work better, since that is a very thorny question. But let me just take in one by one. So I disagree that East European member states are innovating by copying. I think what is happening here is not copying, but integration. So they are not, imitating Western Europe. They are directly incorporated into the governance structures and the production structures. That leads to innovation, actually, to experimentation on the part of certain actors, but they are not fully in control of this. And it is possibly true, as I raised it with Jurana, that they cannot converge through this process, which is fair. And in that case, we maybe should not think of cohesion as investment, but then maybe we should think of the EU as a unified polity. In that case, if we have regions which are going to be permanently lagging or permanently having different economic structure, because we can't all be Germany or Austria, what do we owe them? So I think in that sense, the political aspect is very important to me, because I don't think that, even through market integration, all parts will end up similar. Through market integration, parts will end up specializing. And some will end up with better specializations than others. So in that sense, your second question about human capital, there are probably better ways to organize spending, but I don't know that this can actually lead to the type of convergence that, and absorption that we would like to see permanently. Maybe we need to settle for redistribution. In terms of monitoring, so again, there's a fine line to tread, right? Between saying, like Vladimir was saying yesterday, oh, we need the commission with the whip to make these countries behave, and saying, yes, of course, we need monitoring because otherwise these corrupt governments are going to steal everything. What I would like to argue for is that we probably should have, or the European Union should have probably, and Eastern European probably should have fought more to keep the decentralization component of these funds. You can see, from what Wojciech was saying yesterday, when there's a local buy-in, where there is decentralization and the population is aware of what these funds do and how they contribute to their well-being, they defend them. That's an important thing the government has to worry about, whether or not the population is concerned about the European Union taking away funds. In Hungary, the population is not concerned about the European Union taking away funds. They don't think of it as a failure of their government. They either think they should take them away so they don't fund even more useless stadiums, or they think, oh, it's the Brussels punishing the Hungarians because that's how the government organizes it. So that's what I would say. Monitoring, yes, but a bit more participatory, probably.
If I may add to this about the spending. So the spending strategy of the Eastern European members is mostly they spend the funds on brick and mortar, so infrastructure investments, which are of course important. So it's important to build highways and it's important to build railways, but the proportion is questionable. Still, most of the funds go to these infrastructure investments, which are not really good for long-term growth prospects. Much more should be invested in human capital and in R&D. And of course, the Commission and in green technology, digital technology, the Commission tries to set thresholds and tries to incentivize these member states to spend more on those growth triggering investments. So this is the way to go. But just one more thing. We don't want to make any arguments on or blaming the cohesion policy for those outcomes that we have shown at the beginning. We just say that the original objectives are not met because of certain structural problems with the design of the policy and the incentives embedded into it.
We've still 3 more questions, so please keep them short as possible.
Thank you. Wonderful papers, both of them fascinating. And it makes me think that there are overlaps and tensions perhaps between the words that we use, between integration, convergence, cohesion. They actually mean slightly different things. And sometimes actually contradictory things, that sometimes integration produces lack of cohesion. So my question is about cohesion, what is understood by cohesion, and there's a slide further back in your wonderful presentation about the declining share of funds going into cohesion. So the follow-up somewhere in there, if I were to root around with I would slow us all down, but the question of legitimacy of the program, and because it's a redistribution mechanism bundled within cohesion, or that's what it sounds like to me, and whether the challenge to redistribution is what's at stake here. So I'm thinking of your students, why can't we civilize those people, which is of course an old rhetoric, and whether that is in the long run a challenge to the program itself. So one is just about what does cohesion mean, and then the other is about the, in a sense, the self-strangulation of the legitimacy of the program as a whole.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to repeat there's a struggle over the meaning of cohesion. It's not clear that it means redistribution because it's not clear that this is the most legitimate way of approaching it. Therefore, it's being converted into an investment program. Therefore, it is being spoken about as a transaction. And you will hear this in many different ways from different actors. So you will hear the Polish commissioner for the interior market saying, all seriously arguing that yes, of course, cohesion is there in exchange for opening up public procurement markets. You will hear the Romanian commissioner for regional development saying that cohesion funds are there to buy democracy. No, they're there to buy goodwill. From the citizens, they like the EU more, and if you see the opinion poll sliding, you have to sort of pay attention to keep it together. So these are all ways of convincing each other, of course. And as you say, possibly the notion of redistribution as such is within the current EU as we have it, the least legitimate one, even though perhaps it is the most necessary one for the future of the cohesion policy. But it is, probably other things have to be sorted in the way that the polity is constructed to make that a legitimate objective.
Yeah, a brief question and a very brief comment. The question is on the other per capita distribution. No, the other one, the last one you showed. Do you have also the other countries? You have here South and you have East, but the rest of the European countries. It should be that there was even a rise in the per capita, but maybe you can inform us. And the second question or remark you answered partly already is what's the alternative to the cohesion funds policy as a cohesion policy? And you said quite rightly about the investment, but on the other hand, the investment we have in Portugal, I think it was even Barroso who said we have 3 highways parallel built. So that's not very useful, but it would be useful more centralization, even more Europeanization of the policies, as the study of the Vienna Institute showed about the answer to the Chinese Road and Belt Initiative, and combining with more decentralization on local projects. So I think the worst choice has been to give it to the countries and the government. We need a European, it's the same with the recovery fund. We have a recovery fund, and we did not use it to have a European recovery policy. We have different national recovery policy, whatever will come out of it. We spoke yesterday about Poland, and we will see what's in Italy. So I think, but this is more perhaps a comment, but I would agree with you what you said. We need a different kind of cohesion policy in order to get real Europeanization of our different peripheral regions?
Very briefly, yes, the core member states also get funding, and we should calculate how much they get. Roughly half of the total cohesion policy funds go to the old, let's say, the old member states. As for the changing of the institutional design of the policy, well, the net beneficiary countries try to keep the control in their hands, and the net payers, it's a very simplified argument, but most this is the case. So the net payers try to argue for a stricter transnational control, and in this battle, basically the outcome is that there's more pressure on the beneficiaries, net beneficiaries, to spend efficiently, but they can actually keep the centralized control over the funds. There's political will, and there's need to be a political will to change the situation, but this is what we argue, that basically this current structure doesn't allow for that.
Two very short questions, hopefully, Michael and the person. So please be short because we're already running over time.
Well, I'm less worried about the shift from transfer to investment, but I agree with you that what comprise investment, human capital versus infrastructure is an issue. I'm more worried about this shift towards centralization. And because obviously it's very important to build up local authority capacity and quality of local authority capacity to monitor. So I'm from a political science point of view, I was wanted to ask you how to change that, and I think it must be linked to the bargaining structures, yeah, because basically the central governments negotiate in Brussels, yeah. So I think one basically would have to have a much strong input in the design and negotiations of local authorities, yeah, which then say it's our interest to capture control of these funds and how to organize it and so on. Yeah? Have you looked at that, and has that receded, the sort of local authority input in the bargaining processes? I think that is what we should advocate in a sense.
So what you can see around the accession is that there was never really a lot of input from the local governments in Brussels, but there was a structure in place in which the European, so this was rather supranationalized, the cohesion policy, in the sense that the countries would, yes, bargain for the overall funds and the distribution, but the European Commission administered funds. It's really detailed and quite intrusive through then back and forth between the local governments who would develop these regional operational programs, and they would advise on the programs, and this is how they used to be implemented. The East European member states around the accession argued against this, fearing that this would lead to a lower absorption capacity, because the local governments are not very skilled and they don't have a lot of people, and they're not basically that they will not be able to spend the money effectively. It's better to give it to the central government that has the capacity, and they will distribute it better. On the Commission side, instead of fighting against this, because that was the whole idea to have a decentralized one, the Commission essentially said, yes, that's a good idea, because that will allow us to keep it more efficient. In a sense, you've got a very classical trade-off between efficiency and equity, if you like, and that is the problem, right? We know they don't have administrative capacity. The whole program was supposed to be there to build it up, but that was sort of taken out of the equation.
Just one very small addition to that. The pre-accession funding, so those local governments that received pre-accession funds, and they were actually trained into how to use EU funding, they have actually increased their absorption capacity. There's a very nice research by Laszlo Brust and Balázs Vedres, who actually show that this is just a pretext for the central governments to say that all the local governments and the regional administration don't really have the absorption capacity. They would, if they had received more authority and had more time to gain some experience.
Or maybe they wouldn't. Democracy is expensive.
One very short question is from the back here.
Thank you very much.
I want to raise some doubts about this what was said by Mr. Medvedvalinte, that right now maybe the emphasis should be less on the infrastructure projects, more on some other capacity building in education, in social organizations. You have to be careful with this because if you will count of in the public procurement, which is main source of the infrastructure projects, the majority of the income or revenue generated by the construction companies coming from West. Let's say Paul here in Austria, Strabag, Astaldi, Mota, just came from, in the recent years, from the infrastructure projects done in the Eastern European countries. So if you will lower the amount of the cohesion funds devoted to the infrastructure projects, you will hit immediately the revenue sources of the companies, which has to be somehow mildly softened for them because they won't be very happy. It's kind of point of the discussion.
Sure. It will have some effect on some fronts, but benefit to the benefit of others. Of course, this will have some critical effect we may take into account. Okay, thanks a lot for.
Thank you so much. Sorry for taking.
Thank you very much. Great paper, great. I'm sorry to have always interrupted this interesting discussion. So our next speaker is Martin Gehanet. Well, I think well known here at the Central European University. He's here professor and head of department of public policy, and used to be a dean of public policy school for several periods last years, and also scientific director of an institute in Bratislava, Celsi, where he is still living. So the presentation will be on migration and labor markets, a topic which is very much on the agenda, of course, since years and still will be likely in the agenda for the coming years. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert. And I have to say, I'm very pleased and honored to have the opportunity to speak at an anniversary conference of two institutions which are so dear to my heart. I want to thank Michael and Bella for giving me that opportunity. There is also something I want to mention in addition to that it was the Vienna Institute that in 2019 hosted the School of Public Policy at the welcome event. This came as an idea in November 2019 as an event which was the 30th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. So it's all now connects, and I'm very grateful for that to Michael and Mario Holzner who hosted us back then. Let me now get to my talk on migration. You have to bear with me because the last slide will be very important because there I will need your input because and that's the part about from vicious to virtuous circle. That's the difficult question there. And I appreciate that I'm standing between you and a coffee break, so I'll try to be as efficient and effective as possible here. Let me start putting this in the context. Migration, big topic since many years, since ever. The context is demographic transitions, aging population, scarcity of skilled labor that has consequences for the economy, for the sustainability, stability of the financial sector and social security systems. Then there were crises, a number of migration events which contributed to the sensitivity of the topic, let's put it this way. Enlargements, massive migration flows, then the refugee crisis, and that fueled the kind of fortress Europe feelings, negative sentiments about migration, politicization of the migration issue. We could see this in Brexit, we could see this in Hungary, but also many other contexts. That may be not so directly related, but still grown for migration and affecting mobility in Europe with the COVID-19 pandemic. adjustment at the micro level, and most recently, influx of refugees from Ukraine. So I'm an economist, so from the economic perspective, when we think about migration, we see efficiency, yes, that's the perspective. So we see allocation of labor, human capital, skills, qualified labor, and there we see need to replace people who are leaving the labor market. We see technological adjustment, which then creates demand for all kinds of new skills, and then migration mobility of labor is a vehicle of adjustment, whereby migrants go to those sectors and industries, occupations where they can be filling in those shortages, at least in theory. I'll come back to this in a second. At some point, we asked experts, so labor market experts, what they thought about migration. Does Europe need more migrants, less, fewer migrants, skilled, highly skilled, lower skilled? The overwhelming majority was there was a consensus that, well, we need migration and more mobility. You can look at it from a different perspective. We see many technological demand, supply shocks, crises in Europe. You take COVID pandemic, climate change. All of those create. They contribute to the business cycle. They create all kinds of disbalances in the economy, and of course, then the role of the state could be, well, fiscal, stabilization, yes, fiscal policy, monetary policy, the traditional instruments, but factory mobility is sometimes overlooked. But migration, mobility of labor is one of those instruments, which is actually enabling adjustment, and it's a vehicle of adjustment too. So that's the stage. So we have migration, mobility from the economic perspective as something that may help economies to adjust, and that may serve the purpose of increasing allocative efficiency of labor markets and the economy as such. But what kind of migration do we have? And there you see the tension between the popular perceptions and what we find in the data. And I come to that again in a second. European mobility, or mobility in the European Union, intra-EU mobility, is actually not very high. Europe, that is a significant receiving region for international migration, but as for mobility within Europe, what you see is that it's relatively low. Annual interest in mobility, that is the share of population that crosses national borders, moves across national borders per year, it's 1% in the EU. In the US, 3%, Canada, 2%, Russian Federation, 1.7%. It was some time ago, but those are the numbers. When you look at inflows or the variation of migration flows across EU member states, you don't need to look at a small strip. What you see is variation. Yes, what you see is variation. These are European countries, also some non-European countries. You see the US, New Zealand, etc. But there is variation, and it's growing. On average, it's also growing. If I would aggregate these, you would see growing time series generally, but reflecting those events of mass migrations or economic developments. Now, of course, aggregate numbers is one thing, but then you may want to look into, okay, what kind of migration we get, and then the narrative typically is that when I was in Germany or in other countries, the Netherlands, I wasn't seen very much as a migrant. You're not a migrant. We are thinking about this. We think about this low-skilled person. That's the general perception of an immigrant. But when you look at the data, I apologize, those don't have letters, so countries are not denoted. These are European Union countries. Yes, these are European Union countries. The letters somehow disappeared in the process. What you have there is, if I can use the pointer a little bit here, like that, I guess you see this. So in the left panel, you have immigration within the EU. So these are immigrants within the EU. In the right panel, this is immigration from outside the EU to the EU. And the diagram may look a bit confusing, but they're actually very simple to read. This is about education, formal education level, and you see the share of tertiary educated among natives on the horizontal axis in the respective country, and tertiary education among immigrants from the respective regions, non-EU on EU in the respective countries. The line has a special meaning because that's the 45-degree line. If the dot is above that line, that means that immigrants, actually, the share of highly educated among immigrants is higher than among natives. Okay, That's all what you need to know. If the dots are above the line, then the share of highly educated among immigrants is actually higher than among natives, yes? And so you see there's quite some variation, but the simple narrative of immigrants being those low educated doesn't hold, yes? Maybe in some countries, but there is quite some variation, and the cloud is around the 45-degree line in general. Now, so that's well-educated, some variation. This is correspondingly about activity rates among immigrants and natives. And what you see is that within EU migration, activity rates, I would say in slightly more countries than not, actually their activity rates are higher. For non-EU migration, there are some countries where this is a problem. But this is a problem. But again, there are many countries where activity rates are actually higher among immigrants than natives. And also note, this is, I don't like to do this normally, but here I needed to fit the data in. It started at 70-70. It's not zero in the left, yes. And so even if the countries are slightly lower, the discrepancy is not very high between natives and immigrants. Unemployment rates. Here's where some troubles may be starting for EU mobility, EU migrants. You see that unemployment rates for immigrants and for migrants and natives, that's around the 45-degree, maybe slightly higher, but the problem is bigger for non-EU immigration, somewhat higher unemployment rates. So and this is also reflected in the last diagram, which I will burden you with, and that's about skill measured by the actual occupation that you hold, not education, but occupation, the job that you hold, that is, and you see a degree of downskilling. That means, okay, there are some countries where immigrants do have jobs which are rather skilled, but on overall, the cloud is slightly below the 45-degree line, and there is a degree of downskilling. So long story short, what we see is that migrants in European Union are relatively well educated, that is formally, in principle, that they're rather attached to the labor market, but then they have difficulties getting a job and getting a good quality job. Now, that's not quite in line with what the general perception is. And the prevalent narrative there is of low-skilled immigrants who are abusing the welfare system, but even worse, they're taking our jobs and lowering our wages. And then we look at the evidence again, whether this is justified. So that's the second part of my presentation quickly. What are the effects on wages, taking our jobs? And there is an overwhelming evidence since Carr's paper 1990, Maria Boatliff, and then looking at the enlargement experiences across countries in general. Amelie Constant summarizes this evidence, and she concludes there is no evidence of immigrants taking jobs. Rather, to the contrary, in the medium long run, they actually help to create jobs. Giovanni Perry has produced this really nice diagram which summarizes evidence on the impact of wages. And what you see, if you start at 12 o'clock, okay, 12 o'clock, sorry, here, right? So he looked at 270 estimates of the impact of immigration on wages. And this here, no, sorry, this is moving a bit too much, but okay, from here, these ones, the estimates were negative, statistically significant, negative -1 and -0.2, a few -0.2, -0.1. There is quite a number around 0, and then there is a larger number, nearly a half, where the impact was significant, positive, less or more positive. So the overwhelming evidence, yes, in social sciences we know this. Yes, we look at social phenomena and then we find a range of results. Yes, it's not like this is 0, 1. Yes, it can be in between. And here you have the reflection of that. Of course, if you define the market very narrowly, we look at influx of Puerto Ricans in New York and a taxi industry, then you see some negative effects. Yeah, so that's possible. Certainly, there's adjustment. Yes, no one is no one is arguing against that, there is immigration, there is adjustment. The market seems to be rather flexible and eventually actually creating jobs and even creating positive effects on wages, as you can see also in this diagram. Short, just a little bit on the impact on the quality of jobs, because that's also is important here. Dan Hammermesh, 1997, in an MBR paper, he looked at the impact of immigration on workplace amenities, and actually he found that there is positive impact on natives' workplace amenities. Alan Barrett, 2010, he documented that the influx of immigrants from new member states actually enabled natives in Ireland to upgrade into higher skill jobs and supervisory jobs. Giordella, 2012, argues that immigrants enable natives to work on better work schedules, less work on weekends, night shifts, etc. So more of a 9 to 5 rather than some more unpleasant working times. And Diaz Serrano, 2013, if you read this paper, the implicit argument there is that immigrants accept lower quality jobs and thereby enable natives to work in better quality jobs. And I could go more on this on immigrants. There is downskilling, but I already showed you, so I just move on for the sake of time. At the macro level, with Mario Lapitlikua, we looked at the impact of immigration from new member states. So now it's widening Europe, I believe. That's the newspeak. It's not new member states, but widening Europe. Okay, so from the widening Europe to the old member states, and also immigration from Eastern Partnership countries. And we found, positive effect on GDP. I mean, that's not surprising. More brains, more hands, more experience, but also GDP per capita and employment rate. There was some negative effect of output per worker. So we did find on the macro level some positive effects of immigration. Now, the big question is, and I'm trying to link this to policy, the big question, where do these effects come from? Of course, you can talk about substitutability of labor, complementarity, but our question that we asked in a study with Martin Guzzi and Lucia Kurekova, who's also a CEU graduate, we look at the question whether immigrants actually do go to, because in theory, in the labor theory, you would say that, well, migrants are really great, they are the more flexible labor force, and they actually go to those sectors of occupation where there are skill shortages, and so then they enable economies to function more efficiently, they improve allocated efficiency, but the end question, is this really true? And so this is a very, very crude diagram, but I'm showing it to you because I was actually shocked when I saw it, because I didn't expect the result to be so nice in a way. Yes? Now, the question here is, do migrants go to those occupations, industries, sectors, countries where there are skill shortages? And I asked my co-author, Martin Guzzi, Martin, can you please just produce this very crude diagram? You just put countries, don't go into sectors, and just look at countries where there is correlation between countries which experience increasing skill shortages compared to the European benchmark and increasing immigration compared to the European benchmark. And what you see is that all these countries actually align in these two quadrants. So yes, there is quite some correlation there. Now, of course, this was just a kind of very crude, but then we looked into sectors, occupations, we had cells and we followed those sectors, occupations over time, and we found about 150 estimates, 150 different models, and in all but one, the effect was either immigrants as flexible as natives or more, yes, significantly more flexible responding to skill shortages. Now you may be wondering which was the one. I come back to that because that links to policy. Policies do matter for us, yes. We looked at the overall figure, okay, fine, there was this different models, but then we said, okay, does it depend on something? Are there some underlying factors that actually affect how flexible immigrants are relative to natives? And we found that that's a lot of policies and contexts that we tested. I just highlight 2 or 3 of them. Those countries which had more immigration from outside the EU are more likely to have actually immigrants being more flexible than natives responding to skill shortages. And not so surprisingly, those with more open immigration and integration policies as well. Now, citizenship and family reunification looked like factors which were not very conducive to the flexibility, maybe for obvious reasons, but that was one factor that was negative. And then there was this one estimate that we found 150 zeros or positive was one negative, and that was countries with very generous welfare. And that looked like a welfare trap, reducing, relatively speaking, immigrants' flexibility. But then when you look at different, but that was very crude. Then we looked at different welfare types of welfare state, and we couldn't find it anymore. Yeah, so you could see institutional complementarities compensating for that simple. Thank you, for that simple welfare effect. When you looked at the more nuanced way and looked at the variation of different welfare systems, it disappeared. So just to say that summary, looking at the migration experience of Europe, generally immigrants are relatively well educated. There is variation, but they're active. They want to work. But then there is varying ways. Either they don't find a job even if they want to, or more often than natives, or they downgrade into lower skilled occupations. The overwhelming evidence, with some variation, is that they do not take jobs or lower wages of the natives. To the contrary, there is some evidence of job creation in the long run, and there is also evidence that natives benefit in terms of job quality. There are some positive macro effects, but there is also some variation, and there is, I would say, overwhelming evidence that they grease the economic wheels in destinations and provide for more efficient labor markets, allocative efficiency. Institutions and policy contexts do matter. I guess this is my two last slides. What we see, and this is the bottom line here. So what we see is a vicious circle, though, because we do observe immigrant-native gaps in terms of socioeconomic outcomes, and then these contribute to negative attitudes, which seem to not quite match what we find in the data. And this has negative effects, directly affecting selection to migration, frustrating immigrants' integration efforts and investment in social, ethnic, other capital in hosting country, and also through the feedback through voters and then political system. This often results in ill-chosen policies, which further deepens the gap, and then there's a vicious circle. Key challenges from vicious to vicious, and here just to highlight the thing, I don't have an answer, but what I would be thinking about is the water center role, but there are also other stakeholders, and some of them are natural allies in this, business, social partners, civil society, or they could be allies at least. But we need to mobilize them more and more effectively. The key nexus that we need to reconstruct is reconnect the selectively perceived realities, lived realities, and ordinary virtues with actually attitudes and voting. If that's possible in this post-truth era, that's a big question. Do the homework right, evidence-based and rights over migration, integration, economic policy, and communication education. I stop here, and thank you very much for your attention.
For pointing out that migrants are part of increasing the labor markets and economies, but as we have seen in the previous slide, that this is reflected differently in the public. So we have time for a few questions and remarks. Maybe 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then we'll please keep short because we're already running into coffee now.
Yeah, thank you. Andreas Goethe with the Willy Brandt School of Public Policy. Great presentation, thank you. Quick question on policies. If you look at participation rates and unemployment rates, I was wondering whether you see any difference amongst countries that in fact do have different policies. For the sake of the argument, the Germans kept, which was a major mistake, I think, kept the immigrants out of the labor market in 2015 and onwards. Other countries did not. So I was wondering whether there's any difference among countries. And now we have actually a different policy when it comes to Ukrainian immigrants, so migrants, refugees, who are allowed into the labor market right away and might not be absorbed. Maybe there's a difference there in data as well. I was wondering whether you're in a position to comment on this.
Absolutely, we do have studies on this quite recently, actually, looking at various policy. We try to connect the VOC literature with migration literature and the labor literature, and we look at sort of how institutional contexts matter, how policy context matter, and there is a significant role of that. Of course, one of the key variables is the source country and the type of migration selection. All of that matters, sure. But then another very important layer of variables which actually do affect how migrants do and how they, their outputs, their outcomes in receiving countries relative to natives is migration policy, integration policy, but also more general VOC variables. Yes, how the way of these economies are coordinated, what are the institutions that, so all that matters. It would be for another presentation, and I don't even kind of quick answer. This matters, these are matter. I cannot give you, but certainly that those variables matter. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So I have two questions for clarification. What kind of migration is this? Does it include?
Oh, this is an overview of. So this wasn't like a specific. This is several papers behind this, and so there are different kinds of migration here hidden. Mostly, so immigrants in general. Yes, this would be foreign-born populations. Can you specify the question?
I'm thinking of the fact that now all intra-EU migrant work in the Netherlands is recruited to temporary agency work, so whether that would show up in the data.
Possibly yes, but it would be hidden in the statistics, so to say. So this is included, yes, and if you ask about can you distinguish refugees in some of those studies, yes, but I wasn't particularly distinguishing, so I can't give you an overview of general findings, but.
I just have one conceptual question, because it seems to me that many of the positive impacts that you show, especially in terms of allocative efficiency, flexibility of migration and so on, are a bit dependent on the injustice and the waste that you, these are linked, right? So the fact that on the injustice and the waste that you described in relation to migrants, right? The fact that these people are so flexible is because they are desperate. So, your description of the background kind of shows that. So do you think that changing that through this alliance with social partners and so on would still keep the positive?
That's a very good question. Yes. So indeed, the big one of the big questions there is okay, yes, flexible because maybe more desperate, maybe more unhappy, and certainly these are important variables and important. Not only variables, these are important. This is important from the every perspective. We don't look at that in here. Yes, there are other studies to look at happiness and other measures of how they perform, of their well-being. And then the second part of the question was.
I was just wondering whether it will change the positive effects.
I guess it could. Yes, it could. Yes, inclusion to social and political participation, and that could help to mitigate those negative. Impacts of the migration experience on their happiness or being. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm entirely answering, but
never mind. I'll ask you.
Two other questions, and then we're going for the coffee.
Just a very short question. Are there any estimates on the macroeconomic effects of outward migration for those countries for whom the migration balance is negative? I'm talking about the intra-EU migration. Yeah, so there is a significant move from the east to the west, and how does it affect the eastern economies?
Yeah, fantastic question, Vishwan. I would love to do this. I'm trying to convince Mario, let's do this, the kind of mirror image of what we've done for out migration. There are some studies though which show kind of more limited, saying Latvia, I believe, was Lithuania, they lost some labor force, and then there is a positive effect on employment probability or unemployment rates in those sectors. Industries goes downwards out of this. I'm not interpreting this immediately as a positive overall experience, but there you could see this kind of effects, yes. But we haven't done the study on, and that's something I really would love to do on outward migration and the impacts. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this inspiring presentation. you have referred to negative accounts about migration, and in our field, we also find ambivalent or positive accounts welcoming migration. Do you find anything in this way too?
Yeah. So if you think about those results or impacts of migration, you see a range of outcomes, and yes, some of them. So if I remember, output per worker may go down during migration, and then there was some negative effects on possibly wages if the market that you look at is typically narrowly defined. So there could be, yes, there is a range of results that finding. Now the question is, what is it that that we can infer? Okay, this is the prevailing evidence as a dominant, then you can talk about more sort of neutral to positive, slight positive effects, but especially in the long run. But yeah, I guess that would be my answer here. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. Thanks for the discussion. We managed to be perfectly in time for academic standards, so contemporary in the program. I think coffee is just behind this door, and let's meet in about 20 minutes again to continue with the program. Please speak. Thank you for coming back from the coffee break. I can promise that there will be another one that can exchange. We continue with the program. The next presentation is still on this, well, one of the big challenges after the discussion we had. It's on the energy issues and energy security in Europe, which is, of course, probably the most hot topic given the sad circumstances of the Russian aggression. With one speaker talking about this European energy security issues, Andreas Goltau. He's director of the Willy Brandt School of Public Policy and Franz Hamel Professor for Public Policy at the Faculty of Economics in the University of Erfurt, leading some research groups there and so on. I'm not going over this complete CV. Yes. So welcome and thanks for this, giving us a presentation on this very recent and really important topic given the current circumstances.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the very kind invite, and it's an honor to speak. It's a pleasure to be back at the CEU. I pride myself of having been part of the CEU community for a few years, and it's a fantastic opportunity to come back and to speak. We've heard about a great paper with great data. We've heard about a paper that's work in progress. Now, what I'm going to present is thinking in progress. So I'll try and essentially connect the dots a little bit of what we're seeing here and what is emerging in front of our eyes from the Ukraine crisis, Russia's aggression, the energy crisis resulting from it, and what the EU is doing about it. And last night we had this great dinner conversation. We settled on one thing, which is, given Twitter, we have now all become experts on things. We know we can discuss every single vaccine that's out there and what it does and what it doesn't. We probably can discuss the number of tanks the Germans are not sending or sending possibly, maybe, hopefully at some point to Ukraine. And people can also discuss the filling levels of gas storage in every country in the EU. So I'm not going to bore you with any details here. What I'm trying to do is essentially convince you of a very simple but I think important argument that I'm trying to get my head around at the moment, which is we are indeed experiencing a watershed moment in European energy policy. And there, I think, and that's what I want to lay out in my talk, I think there are three distinct shifts. The first shift is the one in paradigm. And that's a shift from market to plan, if you will. We've gone from plan to market for a long time, now we go back. A second shift is one in decarbonization and the way we go about this. And the third shift is one that I think is to follow from all of this, which is one in industrial geography. As a result of which, we'll possibly see a shift and a change in the European political economy. So let me walk you through this one by one. Energy security. If you think about energy, then we're talking about molecules and electrons. We're talking about gas, coal, oil, molecules, and power, that's electrons. Now, if you want to conceptualize those, they are a private good, right? Because if they're rivalrous in consumption, they have rival in consumption. If I consume it, you can't. That's why we have a market for it, a price, and that's why we can trade them. But they have a public goods characteristic to them, because the moment they are not there, you run into trouble. Because economies stop working, because the lights go out, because the entire knowledge economy is no longer available. And that's what we call energy security. Energy security is a public good, whereas energy as such is a private good. And what follows essentially is the question of how you organize this. How do you organize the conundrum of having to deal with a private good that needs to be there and the public goods characteristics attached to it. The way the Europeans went about this is to say, we liberalize. We put the private market in charge. So for the past 25 years or so, the European Union have integrated, liberalized, and privatized their energy markets, and electricity and gas mainly. They've done a couple of things to that effect, 3 energy packages, that's big pieces of legislation, essentially injecting competition into that market so that Russian molecules will compete with Norwegian molecules, and that will compete with LNG coming in. They did away with monopolies of old, national monopolies, regional monopolies. Instead, they ensured things like, sounds very technical, but it's important, third-party access on infrastructure so that everyone can compete on the infrastructure for customers. And they even went so far to rewrite some of the contracts that Europe had concluded with external suppliers, including LNG suppliers. So if you will, that's software. That's the software that makes the energy market run in the European Union. And we've done this for 25 years. On top of that, the European Union has put in place hardware, infrastructure. And infrastructure is necessary because you can do whatever you want to do along the lines of software, as long as you cannot ensure molecules or electrons travel across borders, it comes to nothing. So there has been a lot of push towards integrating electricity grids, pipelines, gas grids, interconnectors, putting all of that in place. And there was a lot of support by the European Commission to that effect, to that end. So you get hardware, you get software. Quick caveat already at this point, the Europeans were not always acting according to the pure doctrine of liberal market paradigms. There was always the temptation to use regulation strategically. The European Union stopped South Stream, for instance, a Russian pipeline project based on somewhat shady grounds, regulatory grounds. Some countries simply had no interest in putting in place any of the infrastructure, particularly in Eastern Europe. So you had a couple of countries that are still energy islands. That has a lot to do with the political economy of those countries, because there was no interest in having competition for the local, national, regional monopolies. But overall, I would say the liberal market worked very well. That whole model worked very well. It delivered. It did a couple of things that were very important. First of all, it brought prices down. Over the past 20 years, you can see a consistent decline in wholesale prices in gas across Europe, which essentially means the liberal paradigm shifted the economic rent from the producers, Russia, Norway, LNG producers, to the consumer. That's us. And that's precisely what was intended. So they did very well on that. On top of that, you see a convergence across gas prices across the European Union. So if you look at the gas map 20 years ago, you see a lot of high price areas, mainly in Eastern Europe, and you see a lot of low price areas, mainly in Western Europe. That is gone. Those prices have leveled out, and that is a function of software and hardware working. Now, fast forward, Ukraine. We see the Ukraine war, an energy crisis, a crisis that's deep, and a crisis that hits economies hard. Russian molecules are gone. And just to throw a number in, we're talking about 150 BCM a year, billion cubic meters a year. Europe consumes 450. A third is gone. And gone for good. And that puts in question the way in which the liberal gas market works, and whether the model is, and questions arise whether it is a fair weather phenomenon. And in fact, what governments do, and this is just anecdotal evidence, but I think they're important. What governments do is they respond in very interesting ways. What we see is a wave of nationalization. The Germans just nationalized Uniper, the country's largest gas importing company. They might nationalize further gas importers, all private. The French nationalized EDF. The Dutch are pondering nationalizing the formerly Russian-owned assets, including storage. The Brits are pondering that as well. So we're seeing the state coming back in big time when it comes to ownership. What about purchase? Well, I mean, the next thing you know, once gas becomes scarce, is the Germans putting up 1.5 billion euros out of taxpayers' money for LNG purchase. Something that is certainly not what the whole model is about. It's the government essentially putting in charge some company of their choosing, telling them to go shopping somewhere else. It's precisely the opposite of what a liberal gas market model suggests. There's even talks about joint gas purchase. So a gas purchase vehicle on the European level. We've had discussions about 20 to 25 years ago, it came to nothing, and for good reason. Now that's back on the agenda. In fact, the European Commission, and this is really interesting because the European Commission, as we know, is the competition watchdog of the European Union. The Commission suggested to put in place the EU gas platform. It is in place now. It is essentially a voluntary mechanism where countries can pool their purchasing power and try and get a good deal from third countries. A monopsony. A monopsony is not a liberal market model. And on top of that, there's a whole bunch of other things going on. We have discussions on price caps, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Now you can say, this is simply crisis mode. This is just countries reacting to things that are important. This is just them, governments trying to make sure the lights don't go off, that don't go out. What I would argue is, it is a lot deeper than that. These are measures that go to the heart of the market model. They bring back the state, and big time. It's going to be hard for the state and governments to leave that game again, which means whatever's done right now is probably lasting, and it will change the model. Which gets me to my second point, which is the energy transition. Here we don't necessarily see a shift from market to plan. What we see, I think, is a shift from market to security. So far, if you think about it, the EU decarbonization was, I mean, we pride ourselves as being the world leaders in decarbonization, maybe for a reason. It was driven by three things. Regulation, like that's what the EU does, right? It regulates. So the Renewable Energy Directive, all these kind of things. Targets, 2030 targets, 2050 targets, Fit for 55 program, all the rest of it. And subsidies, feed-in tariffs, essentially trying to make sure renewable electrons molecules enter the system on a cost competitive basis. What you get now is all of that, plus a bunch of new things. Targets, still there, but beefed up. The Germans will want to be net zero, totally renewable, sorry, in their power system by 2035. The Brits, net zero by 2035. The Dutch are doubling the planned capacity of offshore wind by 2030. Italy is entering the game. They've never been there before. The Danes, Netherlands, Belgians, Germans have just agreed to essentially turn the North Sea into a green power plant. We're talking about 150 gigawatts of capacity. Just by comparison, that's 75 nuclear power plants in terms of capacity. That's a lot. Plus, you got demand destruction. You got it in oil. The Europeans will phase out the combustion engine by 2035. So that takes oil out of the mobility sector, at least individual mobility sector. You got a whole bunch of policy packages aimed at flipping residential housing. And that's important because if you look at the gas mix in the European Union, about a third goes to industry, a third goes to electricity, and a third goes to heat, households. So if you take households out of the equation, you save a third of the gas that you need. That is lasting. It's demand destruction. It doesn't come back. The moment you flip housing systems, it's gone. And now add, and that's a new component, add the public funds coming into this. All anecdotal evidence, but I think it starts connecting here. 200 billion just from the German government thrown towards industrial decarbonization and other climate measures. The French 30, 36, depending on how you count it, including some of the COVID measures, to the same goal. Repower EU plan, 290 billion for renewables only and fast acceleration, including the hydrogen accelerator. And the list goes on. Now, a couple of caveats to this. Not all of this is new money. Some of this kind of one pocket to the other pocket. Second, we know about supply, infrastructure bottlenecks, supply chains being a problem, and turning big plants into infrastructure is yet another thing. Permitting, all the rest of it. I totally see that. But what I think we're seeing emerging here, despite all those caveats, is essentially a situation where targets, goals, and massive mobilization of public funds. These are funds that are not necessarily only meant to be put into infrastructure, they're meant to mobilize private funds as well. So you essentially multiply that amount. Those funds will start putting structural breaks into the system, into the established energy system, which is a very path-dependent system. There is probably no other system that is as path-dependent as the energy system because of the long lifeline of energy infrastructure. Any power plant you put in place will probably last for 50 years or longer. So this is just massively long timelines. Now, it takes a lot to break that path dependency, and I think that's precisely happening. Where does security come in? Well, just look at speeches. I mean, the German finance minister came out saying, what we're looking at here is freedom energy. He talks about renewables, not American gas. Freedom energy. And there were a couple of other politicians making similar arguments. The reason why this is important is because it takes renewables and climate out of the economics box, and clean tech out of the economics box, and puts it into the security box. And what that means is you can mobilize very different policy instruments. State aid rules you can ignore. You can throw a lot of funds at the problem, and you can do a whole bunch of things that essentially are extraordinary measures, and you can deal with difficult trade-offs in a different way. So if I'm making this very blunt, if the question is whether you want to say birds or put in place offshore wind farms, the bird's not going to win. Because it is a matter of national security and freedom. And that's precisely why it's important to acknowledge the fact that we're currently securitizing renewables and big time. So all of that, I think, and maybe I'm being overly optimistic here, but what I think we're seeing here is somewhat of an energy transition being put on steroids. It's not going to come through tomorrow. It's going to take a while. But the energy system as such will look very, very different in a couple of years' time from the system that we know. And that gets me to my third point, which is energy geographies. And I think the shift here, and I'm still a little bit undecided on that, and it's all thinking in progress, is I think one from industrial to post and to new industrial, not post-industrial, new industrial geographies. Why is this? If you go back, and I found that presentation in the morning fantastic, because if you go back and ask yourself what is the European economic model, then in the end there's two elements to this. One is affordable energy is used to create high added value products for export. That's in the end the model of most of the economic powerhouses, including northern Italy, Germany, and southern Germany, and a whole bunch of other places. And so cheap energy input, high added value energy products being sold elsewhere, that's precisely what creates welfare. That's what you can tax and redistribute and all the rest of it. Plus, and that's what we've heard this morning, you got within the European Union, you got an important division of labor going on, the specialization we've learned about, where some of the East European economies, but also Southern economies, or the Southeastern European economies, feed into the supply and value chains with very specific pre-manufactured products or as part of a manufacturing process. Now, take Russian gas out of it. What is left of it? Russian gas is gone. it's not going to come back. EU-Russian gas relations are broken. If you talk to traders, companies, they say the one and the most important thing that drove those relations is gone, and that's trust. Whatever you think about politics, the Russians broke any contract that you could possibly break in gas deliveries. And that loss of trust is not going to come back, which means the gas deliveries are not going to come back. In addition to it not being feasible under the geopolitical circumstances that we have. Which means we're looking at LNG mainly for imports going forward. And the price environment, I've studied gas markets for a long time, the price environment going forward is going to be one that's very high. So futures markets all the way into 23, end of 23, or at $200 euros a megawatt hour. So they're moving sideways. And given the constraints in the LNG market, I don't expect any change, literally any change, until 26, 27. So we're talking about a high price environment going forward for a couple of years. Cheap Russian gas gone, high LNG priced gas, high priced LNG gas in. And that means we're seeing what industry is expected to do in that situation. Some industry shuts down. ArcelorMittal is shutting down German plants. Other, yeah, I'm done in a moment. Some are pondering relocation. That's all in the news. But there's also a lot of Schumpeter at work, if you will, because there is new green and interesting technologies that are coming to the fore. Power-to-X technologies, green steel, a whole bunch of other things. And the one thing they no longer need is coal deposits. They no longer need gas that's cheap because they're not going to run on it. What they need is renewables that is affordable and available at scale. That's what they need. Now, why is this important? Because industrial history tells us one important lesson, which is industry develops along the lines of economic geographies. And that's precisely what we've seen in the UK, for instance. The UK and the industrial model of the UK developed along the lines of coal deposits. Northern Italy, same story. Belgium, same story. Wood area in Germany, same story. So there's no reason to expect that this will change, or that it will be different any different this time around. It will be probably exactly the same pattern. And that simply means that industry will move where renewable energy deposits are and where they are harvested at scale. What does this suggest? It suggests essentially that we're at the verge of a fundamental shift in the European industrial model. It's something that would have happened anyways. It's just going to happen a lot faster. We brought this forward for probably 10 years. And this will alter the European political economy, simply because some regions will emerge as new economic powerhouses and others will lose out. And it's not inevitable that you're a winner or a loser. It very much depends on policies, on policy choices that are taken now, and how much governments embrace the low carbon transition. Renewables and climate policy is no longer a matter of fighting climate change, it's a matter of welfare. And that's, I think, the message here. Where does this leave us? I come to an end. I think overall, and again, I'm still trying to connect the dots here, and this is, and we're trying to crunch some numbers here, but bear with me, it's still early in the process. Europe will look different after the Ukraine war is settled, for geopolitical reasons, but also for economic reasons. We're indeed experiencing, and that's precisely what we're talking about, an early millennial transformation, but it's going to be very, very, very deep. It will bring about winners and losers and new opportunities. And the one thing I know, it will be a feast for scholars of international political economy like myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very inspiring and comprehensive talk on the issue of energy security and energy issues in Europe. I guess this will raise many questions, of course, and discussion could go forever. Unfortunately, we have to limit a bit. So, but we might pick up on that topic anyway in the longer run, as this is one of the most challenging topics at this time. So any questions or remarks from the audience? 1, 2, 3, maybe. Yes.
Just a clarification question, because I'm not sure I quite understood your predictions for the future of the European energy space. So you say the liberal market is gone. Does that mean it will no longer be equally integrated? Because if it is integrated, then why would, then presumably prices are equalized, then why would industry within Europe move?
I think what's being challenged at the moment is the liberal market model of old, the incumbent model. What we see is a lot of more direct state intervention, a lot more public funds entering the sector, driving the sector, characterizing the sector. And that's, I think, an important change. We will see a change in the gas market model. That's pretty obvious. We might, in fact, revisit the whole idea of a liberalized market model delivering in a transition period. And I think there is something to be said about that, because market design is crucial in order to manage that transition. But this, as such, doesn't necessarily mean that that industry moves. What I think, let's put differently, what is the lesson from past industrial transformations? The lesson is that A, new technology comes along, and B, different feedstock needs emerge. What we see, for instance, for the sake of the argument, let's take an example, green steel. Green steel is something that is hoped to replace some of the brown steel that we're still producing. Green steel is something that is still producing steel, and it is going to be a high added value product, but it's going to be produced in a very different way. Every time around I talk to engineers, I'm stunned how complex it is to actually do green steel, to electrify it rather than use gas as a feedstock. So you need to electrify it in order to decarbonize it. And what it probably means is that steel production is going to move closer to consumers. And second, it's going to be wherever you can produce electrons at the cheapest costs. So this is where movement happens. So it might move out of, say, the Ruhr area, because that's a coal area. No one needs coal. It might move away from the end of pipelines, where they sit at the moment. It might actually move to places where the cost environment is such that they can cope with that large chunk of the production costs in a meaningful way. And that's the kind of movements I'm talking about. I'm not saying that the car industry as such will move, but a lot of the whatever it is, but a lot of the disruptive innovation happening here will probably mean that industry will move, and there is no predetermined winner or loser of that. It's just a different political economy than in terms of industrial geography, if you will. It's anecdotal evidence for now. We're trying to look deeper and see. We look into cost structures for the sake of the argument, and then we try and have educated guesses on what might actually mean. So that's a little bit premature to talk about. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Franz, and then.
Very, very interesting. I think we already saw it. For example, we shifted aluminium production to Iceland because of cheap electricity. And also, what I wanted to say is the state can finance the transition much cheaper than the private sector, because the private sector, he has the equity risk premium, so his financing costs are much higher. The financing costs of a state are much lower. And in addition, the central tenet of this new industry will be financing costs. Mm-hmm. Because for renewables, the biggest cost block, it's financing costs. So if you bring down the financing costs, this will help enormously. The problem is we are just increasing now the financing costs. So it's a bit of a problem, and you need new sorts of stuff to do it. And here in Austria, we have a so-called ASFINAG model, where with a state guarantee, you get cheap financing and you can use it for the industry or electricity, also for the whole energy industry.
Two very quick reactions. I absolutely agree. Plus the structure of the investment, renewables being very heavy enough for investments and all the rest of it. I mean, obviously, inflation drives interest rates at the moment, that doesn't help. And that's precisely why it is so important to bring the state in to lower costs and to de-risk also some of the investment that at the moment doesn't have a business case. Think about green hydrogen for the sake of the argument. So I absolutely agree. One of the really interesting things going on at the moment is the IRA in the US, the Inflation Reduction Act, strange acronym, but I think this is one of the smartest policy packages that we're seeing at the moment, because what they're doing is precisely that. They are altering the cost structures in the investment rationale for green investments and clean investments, and it's on top of that a thinly unveiled reshoring program for any of those future technologies that will make a difference. But they're doing this precisely through the means that will reduce costs for industry, including tax credits and all the rest of it. So we're seeing this in other parts of the world. That's going to be the competition for the future. Who has the smarter financing model, or the ways of using public funds to entice and get private funds to do the job? And I think the US, as always, have been now incredibly innovative in that space.
Okay, one last question.
Yeah, thank you for your talk.
Sorry.
I refer to your third point, the energy geography. The renewables need new kinds of inputs, rare earths and cobalt and all that. And the control of these new inputs is very much concentrated. So don't you think that for the transition, at least, there will be a new problem for those who are trying to build the new energies?
I think that's a very important point. Rare earth materials, critical minerals, and all the things that are needed for building solar panels, windmills, batteries, smart meters, and all these kind of things. I mean, maybe quickly two things. One, market concentration or a high Heffendal-Hirschman index doesn't necessarily mean you have a problem. You only have a problem the moment it is turned against you. Now, this brings in China, because they control a lot of, not China, but Chinese companies control a lot of, or some of the bottlenecks in the supply chain of rare earth minerals, from cobalt to lithium to whatnot. So far, this has not emerged a major problem. But it could emerge a problem. And until it emerges a problem, I would simply say whoever outbids others will get the stuff, and that's precisely what we're seeing. You know, prices for rare earth minerals have gone through the roof, and who gets them? Still us, because we're rich. I mean, that's the OECD world. It's the investment, or the renewable investment does not happen in Africa for the sake of the argument. The continent with the largest renewable energy resources is only 1% of PVs worldwide that are installed in Africa. Could be a lot more. A reason for this being not only an adverse investment climate, but also on top of that, costs of some of the inputs that are needed, and we buy them out. We price them out. We don't buy them out. We price them out. As long as this happens, it works. But if it becomes an issue, then I think policy measures need to be put in place, and that's precisely where, for instance, whether it works or not, different story. We'll need to see. The battery alliance will be important in the EU. That the EU has put forward a networking exercise to make sure supply chains become more resilient. There is a rare earth minerals initiative, or whatever this thing's called, trying to essentially bully, if you will, European companies into the supply chains. That's going to take a while, and it's going to be difficult. It's not necessarily about redirecting existing flows, but probably about establishing new ones. And that is something that has to do with new open mines, opening new mines, and all these kind of things. That's something that will come through after a while and will add resilience to the system. But that's certainly something that I think at least the European Commission has understood. And it is one of the challenges going forward. So that's precisely why I also alluded to turning plants into infrastructure is not necessarily a given a whole bunch of other things, but there is more bottlenecks. Labor, skilled labor, capital costs, a whole bunch of other things that might actually prevent some of those investments to come through. And I totally hear you on that.
Okay, unfortunately, I have to disrupt this.
Thank you.
Very interesting discussion.
Thank you.
You're staying over lunch, I guess. there will be opportunities to discuss this issues over lunch, and I'm sure we will have these topics on the agenda for several years to come. We're now switching to other topics which are quite distinct from the ones from the four presentations so far. It goes to the very more detailed level of individuals and individual issues. Of course, this integration, inequality, insecurity, and these millennial transformations also come down to the individual level. And I think the next two presentations go to more individual level research. The first one will be on the global brokerage of domestic services and social inequalities, comparing Austria to Sri Lanka. Quite interesting comparative study. And it is presented by Professor Aulenbacher. She's professor of sociology, theory, and social analysis at the Johannes Kepler University of Linz. And this is a joint study with a colleague from Sri Lanka, Vasana Handapangoda, which is, but I think you are presenting the results, right? So, okay, thanks for coming. Thanks for presenting to us, and the floor is yours.
This one.
You can also use this or
Oh,
that, whichever you want.
okay, and this one.
The big one.
Okay.
It should work.
Good. Thank you very much for inviting us. It's an honor to present our research here, and happy birthday to both of your organizations. We will start, and we start making a long story very short at the beginning and then go into more detail on our research. This is the topic, and we are drawing on two projects which are funded by the FWF. We can inform in the break about it if you are interested. And we want to talk about four parts of our research. First on the brokering agencies, then the two cases, and then the comparison and conclusion. And brokering agencies, just to inform you, are a new phenomenon on global markets. They are selling domestic services and intermediate domestic and care workers as live-ins, and they exist around the globe, but in a very special way. We interpret it as a new stage of commodification, marketization, and corporatization of domestic work and home care. And this formalizes the working conditions and care services in this field. Our theoretical approach, just to mention it, we will not elaborate it here, is we come from Polanyi, discussing a new stage of commodification of care and labor. We combine it with institutionalism because we can show that not only the logics of the market are involved, but also other logics, the state, the family, the profession, the religion, and some more. And this leads to new care arrangements. And these care arrangements are, from an intersectional perspective, strongly interrelated with social inequalities in the relations of gender, race, and class. And these are the questions. We want to discuss here how domestic work and home care are brokered on these embedded markets, how they are regulated, how do brokerage agencies give shape to this arrangement, and how social inequalities are interrelated. And I will start with the Austrian case. Brokering agencies in Austria sell care services in the form of care packages. They provide householding, like cleaning and so on, assistant in everyday life, companion, and medical care. So, and you can order packages for home care. And you see on the right side the Austrian quality seal, ÖQZ, which is a quality seal developed by the state. To give you some key figures about it, the small Austria has more than 900 brokering agencies. They broker 60,000 carers into the households, into 22,000 households. And the price for such a service is in average 2,500 euros, and 60 to 90 euros per 20-hour shift for day and night is the honorary of the care workers who are brokered in the Austrian households. Those care workers are coming from Eastern European countries, primarily Slovakia and Romania. And they are pushed and pulled to migrate because of the low income and pensions in their own countries. And they work usually in circular migrations, working 2 weeks in Austria and then going back to their home countries. And the live-in care includes live-in the sense of board and lodging, and lodge in the household of the care recipient, must also mean that they have to work in the existing household order of the care recipient, and they are embedded in this order. And there are a lot of ethnic discourses in the field, like Slovak women are the most appropriate workforce to do the job. Other agencies tell about Romanian women and so on. The Austrian case is the most interesting case because it's considered to be a forerunner model in Europe, because it's a really radically neoliberal self-employment model. It is embedded in the welfare state. It is legalized. The welfare state supports it by direct and indirect financial assistance, and an explicit familialism, the idea of a home care society, and reduced public finance for senior care altogether converge in a market model of live-in care. And the brokering agencies are the most powerful actors to organize this model. Live-in carers in Austria are self-employees. This means that they are not covered by the trade unions, the Chamber of Labor, and so on. They are represented by the Chamber of Commerce, and this means that they have a lot of disadvantages because the legalization regulating working hours and so on does not cover their work. So nevertheless, there is the idea of a free market and equal contract partners. I give you two quotations. One, the stakeholder says it's your own thing, what contracts you make, and the other one, the agency, we give them the freedom. We don't organize them like employees. So it's a strong ideology of the free market and equal contract partners. In the reality, the agencies do a lot and influence all these organizations. The agencies analyze the needs of the households, they recruit the workers, they match the workers and the household, and they control the services in the households, but not the working conditions. And they draft the contracts. So they influence the working conditions, they offer conflict management in the household, and they make a lot of lobbyism to regulate the whole arrangement and to address the Austrian state to regulate it in favor of the agencies. So in sum, they promise a legal, professional, quasi-familial, affordable home care for care recipients and their relatives. And in fact, most of the conditions are negotiated informally in the household. This means the household is a very difficult workplace, lacking transparency, and there is no regulation of the working time, and everything of the working conditions has to be regulated in the informal world of the household, and this brings with a lot of conflicts. And I give you two quotations just to give you an example. The Austrian family who wants the carer to do something more, to work as gardener, as cleaner, and so on, and has no limit in working time. And the management of emotions in case that relatives are jealous in case of very strong and good relation between the carer and the care recipient. So every working condition has to be negotiated in the informal sphere of the household. And we go to the Sri Lankan case.
Thank you very much, Brigitte. So, yes, I wonder how many of you know where Sri Lanka is. So I thought that we thought that we should give a brief introduction to Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is a small island in the Indian Ocean. It's located a little southwest of the Bay of Bengal, and there are about 22 million people living in Sri Lanka, and it's a very multinational state. The Sinhalese Buddhists are the ethnic and religious majority, while Sri Lankan Tamils and Muslims represent large minority groups. So some statistics and a very brief introduction to the migration background of living domestic work brokerage in Sri Lanka. There are more than 900 agencies licensed in the sense registered under Sri Lanka Bureau of Foreign Employment. And nearly 50% of these agencies are based in Colombo, which is the capital of Sri Lanka. And nearly 3/4 of domestic workers use the services of brokers for migration, while the rest use private sources, that is their own networks through friends and family. And there are more than 1 million migrant workers working primarily in the Middle East. And women's contribution to this outflow is around 40%. But if we take the statistics around in early 1980s and 1990s, women contributed to nearly about 75% or even more of the outflow. But due to certain government regulations, this has been, the rate has the percentage has significantly come down. And when it comes to these women migrants, their major occupation is domestic work. They work as live-in domestic workers in the Middle Eastern region, 3/4 of this outflow. And their major destination, as I mentioned, is the Middle East, the oil-rich Gulf, where more than 95% of Sri Lankan women, migrant women, are concentrated in the Middle East as domestic workers, and they receive a minimum monthly payment of $250 to $300. So when it comes to major push and pull factors, it's rural poverty in Sri Lanka, unemployment, and income inequality, which have played a very, very important role in pushing these women out of the borders of the country. And at the same time, the private remittances contribute significantly to Sri Lanka's export earnings, which is nearly 75% right now. So Sri Lanka is no longer famous for Ceylon tea, but it's a country that exports people. And private remittances from the Middle East, taken as a percentage of total worker remittances, is more than 50%. And this sending women for domestic work is a major growth strategy of Sri Lanka's economic liberalization reforms taken up in 1977, which led to the establishment of Sri Lanka Bureau of Foreign Employment. So Sri Lanka can actually be defined as a labor brokerage state in Robin Rodriguez's terms, which actively produces, distributes, and regulates domestic workers who put food on the table. So major pull factors from the side of the destination countries is the oil boom in 1973, which led to significant socio-cultural or socio-economic transformations in the Middle East, which created a new middle class. And at the same time, and different lifestyle for them, or maybe a form of modernization, where women have significantly withdrawn from domestic work, not necessarily to enter the labor market, but as part of the new lifestyle. But at the same time, in countries like Saudi Arabia, in 2003, they have introduced these new policies, a new policy of Saudization, where they encourage women to enter the labor force, which has also triggered a growing demand for domestic workers. So they live-in workers, board and lodge provided inside the household of the employer. So Sri Lanka is a labor brokerage state, and this, when it comes to brokerage, it is embedded in the welfare state in a neoliberal regime. Welfare in the sense Sri Lanka provides free education, for example, and health for all its citizens. So this migrant domestic work is a neoliberal solution to the failures of development in the country. And brokerage is actually multi-sided process where local agents or agents who are based on Sri Lanka operate in partnership with agents in the Middle East. So they are licensed brokers, but at the same time, there you can see a role played by informal brokers who are village level agents, like brokers from below, who act as mediators between formal brokers who are based in the city and the potential migrant women. And they, of course, they charge a brokerage fee, which is equivalent to around $6,000 for one woman when it comes to Saudi Arabia. In Kuwaiti case, they charge about $3,000 for one woman as brokerage fee or agency fee, which is called kafala. So this brokerage fee is fully paid by the employer, which actually creates a system of kafala, which is a private sponsorship scheme, which gives employer the full or the exclusive right to the worker. So brokerage binds the worker to the employer. So anyway, the model constitutes a market model of living domestic work regulated and shaped by the state, the brokering agencies, as well as employers through kafala. And when it comes to migrant domestic workers as paid workers, their work contract is 2 years, and of course it's renewable. And their training is mandatory by the Sri Lanka Bureau of Foreign Employment. So it's NVQ3 level, and they have a minimum salary level, and medical certification is required, and they are given health and accident insurance, pension scheme. And but yet at the same time, of course, credit facilities are given for them. But effectively, there's no applicability of the multilateral and multi-bilateral agreements which regulate working hours, workplace health, and safety. So very importantly, when it comes to recruitment of domestic workers, recruitment cost, the whole of it is borne by employers. So because of that, they are called sponsors. And sponsorship gives these employers exclusive right to workers. Their entry is controlled by employers. Their live and working conditions are controlled exclusively by employers, as well as exit from the country is controlled by the employers, and termination of employment as well as transfer of employment is exclusively controlled by the employers because of the payment of an excessive brokerage fee. So at the same time, women also receive a commission from brokers for agreeing to migrate, which is actually working as a bait for them, pushing them towards domestic work. At the receiving end, financial assistance by cash for care policies, like in countries like Kuwait, but not in all the Middle Eastern countries, where in Saudi Arabia, no such packages are available. And lack of public infrastructure, migration governance through the Ministry of Labor. And then again, the model constitutes a market model of living domestic work regulated by the state brokering agencies and employers. So when it comes to the contract, the brokerage, the model, it's a dual contract model, separate contracts between live-in migrant domestic worker, the agency and employer. At the same time, agency with another contract between agency and employer. So, so ideology of free market, but apparently equal contract partners. May not necessarily be equal contract partners. So I have, we have, quoted some of the narratives, which I think would give you some idea about the role of how these brokers or brokerage shapes live-in domestic work in the case of Sri Lanka. So brokers play, when it comes to their key activities, they play a significant inalienable role in the organization, facilitation, recruitment, selection, and placement of workers. For example, they find employers for these workers, they draw up contracts, and they help these workers to obtain their passport, visa, medical certificate from GCC approved medical centers in Sri Lanka. And then they arrange this mandatory training program for them. Now it's 14 days because of the pandemic, and the approval of documents, then buy them airline ticket and may even drive them to the airport if it should be necessary, and also provide necessary follow-up services such as help them in conflict management, transfer and removal. So so because of that, they largely influence live-in migrant domestic workers' migration trajectories. In some cases, they decide to which country these women should migrate, conditions and experiences, and influences. So they influence formally through contract as well as informally by talking with employers about negotiating salaries and working conditions, which are called so-called collection or trust solutions. But the most importantly, maybe the most important feature is that these brokers creates conditions of bonded or indentured labor for these live-in migrant domestic workers by charging excessive brokerage fee and also by paying these women a commission. Actually, this brokerage fee approved by the government of Sri Lanka is 1,560 Saudi riyals, sorry, it's US dollars. I'm sorry, I have made a mistake there. But brokers actually charge around 5,000 to 6,000 US dollars. So which is exorbitant. So these two quotations would give you some idea about an intersectional perspective, how brokers shape knowledge between domestic workers and employers. For example, so brokers play a very important role in shaping knowledge between migrant domestic workers and employers while performing the hireability or employability of the worker. And in other words, they produce the goodness of the worker in bodily form as well as in bodily expressions. In doing so, they reproduce certain dynamics of power in terms of gender, nationality, race, class, age, language, etc. In other words, they produce a migrant division of labor within the private households. For example, where Sri Lankan women are more considered as nurturers, while Filipina domestic workers are considered as good at social skills. So they play a significant role in precarization, or I would call it hyper-precarization of migrant domestic work, because they are already from socio-cultural disadvantage background. So it's brokers play a significant role in hyper-precarization of migrant domestic work, and yet they play an important role, of course. So I would rather say they play a mixed role in women's aspirations for geographical and socio-economic mobility. For finally, when we compare the Sri Lankan and Austrian case, domestic work and care brokerage, of course, it's a global phenomenon. It's a universal and transnationally specified mode of commodifying labor, which you can see in the global north as well as in the south. So it combines logics of state, market, corporation, family, profession. So it creates a form of hybrid model in the care work, care brokerage, where you can see which is actually shaped by inherent relations of inequality, power, dominance, racist and sexist stereotypes, and commodification of labor and care provision. You can see an interplay between market forces, the dynamics of the capitalist market economy, as well as structural power relations. So there's a tendency towards formalization as informalization when it comes to negotiations. So compared these two models of care brokerage actually shows the extent to which market activities are constrained by non-economic factors like law, norms, rules, practices, and traditions, and so forth. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving insights into and detailed insights into a sort of market which is not that in minds, I think, for most of the people. Well, very, very interesting details, of course, how this works and how exporting of this labor and these rules work. There are some questions from the audience here.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question on mostly the brokering agencies in Austria. Are they legalized firms? And if so, is not a better organization than the sort of wild market that, for instance, we have in Italy, where carers are coming into the country by their own connections, family, or but not organized. And second question, are they also providing, for instance, legal entry into the country so that they are more, perhaps let's say, less legal, so more, let's say, protected against exploitation from the family, from other things? So you seem to give an idea of neoliberal wild market, while looking at the alternative, it could be perhaps better.
Do you collect or shall we answer?
One question from Michael, and I have one myself then.
Well, I was just struck by two numbers. You spoke about the monthly rough average salary of 2,500. I guess that's euros, yeah. And then you gave the other number of minimum 250.
Yeah.
Which sounds arbitrage is not working. Why is there not more recruitment into Europe actually of Sri Lankan care workers, since they are paid so little in the Middle East? Very economic question.
Yes.
I would have another one, last one. I mean, I would be interested if you also compared the Sri Lankan case to the Romanian case, as Romania is sort of exporter of care workers, as you said, to Austria as well. So it's maybe more important to compare these cases rather than the Austrian case, where it's the importer of care workers. Okay, let's answer these three questions.
Do you want to start?
No, you should. I will start with the salary, minimum salary.
Question.
Yes. So about the salary and why not to Europe? It's the standards and the training level required in Europe is quite high when compared to the requirements in the Middle East. So women, these migrant domestic workers, are from a certain particular background, from a particular socio-economic background, and so they just within the period of time that they are required to fill in these job opportunities, they are not up to the level that they are capable of meeting these requirements. So some are illiterate. So it's the government is actually looking for other destinations because of these abundant or these rampant human rights violations in the Middle East. But the demand from the supply side, the requirements or the specifications of labor or the demands are very high, which these women cannot actually meet within the given period of time. So Middle East is because the other argument for the government of Sri Lanka is that Middle Eastern region is cost-free. Employers pay the whole of recruitment cost, and workers do not have to pay any, not even a single rupee. Even the government doesn't have to pay money. It's a huge inflow of money for the Sri Lankan economy, but the European case is different, which workers cannot afford. So it's
Coming back to the first question, the legalization of living care and domestic work, it function also as a kind of legitimation, and this is very important. And this makes it possible in both countries to act from the perspective of the agency as not only a legal broker, but also a legitimated broker. And this in Austria produces a very interesting discourse about the good agency and the black sheep agencies. And it's a very difficult situation. And of course, there is a lot of protest against this form of exploitation, but the protest must be organized by the live-in carers themselves, because trade unions are in the field, the Chamber of Labor is in the field, but they are not the first responsible organizations, and that makes it a little bit difficult. And your question, why not comparing the sending countries, the Romanian case and the Sri Lankan case? The Romanian case would be different from the Sri Lankan case too, because the agencies in Romanian are working in different ways. But another point is, and that's the most interesting point for both of us, Sri Lanka is a labor-rich brokering state, and Austria is a home care society, and they have in common that one benefit from labor brokerage, the other benefit from care extractivism and labor brokerage, and that's the point that why we find it interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And we're heading to the last presentation of today. It's on the social issue of the urban poor people who are in danger of foreclosures and the risk of being so. It's presented by Felipe González Santos. So he's a research fellow at the Department of Sociology of the City at the University of London. And he obtained his PhD from the Central European University. So thanks for coming, and looking forward to your presentation.
Yeah, so while we prepare the presentation, happy anniversary Vienna Institute and happy anniversary to CEU. I must say that I'm more than delighted to be here. I graduated from CEU 3 years ago, and it's the first time I'm here in Vienna. I was thinking these days, and like throughout my life, like as in education and now as a worker, I've been like through 10 universities. And CEU is like the one that I identify the most with, and it's something that I find myself still after 3 years going, like when I speak about CEU, calling it my university, and I was thinking about why, right? And I think it's not only that it's a great place to flourish and to study and like your colleagues you have, but also it's this very deep commitment to certain values that, you know, is very specific to this university and makes it so special. So yeah, just to like, you know, like hope that it stay for like many more years and it will inspire, like, you know, like many more people, like it inspired me, and I'm very grateful to be here. So even if it might sound a bit strange, this presentation is going to touch upon both of the topics that my panel colleagues have been speaking about, right? Because with the issue of the Ukrainian war, the cost of living crisis we're facing, especially with regards to utilities, interest rate hikes, it is expected that we're going to see a great increase in home foreclosures, both of mortgage and also of rents, and also a great increase of energy poverty, people who are not able to pay for their utilities, right? And also in this presentation, I'm going to speak about care, but a non-commodified type of care that is one that takes place in social movements and in more horizontal relations, but like not fully horizontal. We'll discuss about it now. So before I start speaking about this, I wanted you to picture what an eviction means, right? Because an eviction is not only losing one's home, right? An eviction is a constant feeling of anxiety because you don't know when they will kick you out. It's a feeling of failure, not only because you're not able to afford your home, but it's questioning your capacity as a parent, your capacity as a person. It is also a feeling of disempowerment, of constant interactions that you have with bank clerks, that you have with other people in which you're trying to fix your problem, and that is not happening, right? And I think that this is translated very well in this quote from one of the people I interviewed during my fieldwork, which she was telling me, an eviction is not that you're kicked out of one day. An eviction is a series of events that put you down every day. It is that you can't afford to buy new shoes when yours are broken. It is that you have just enough to eat. It is that the guy from the bank is calling you all the time. It is thinking about what will happen when they will expel you. Where will you go? I don't get help from the administration because they say that you have no social housing left. What can I do? So an eviction goes much more and goes much beyond than the issue of housing. It goes to like the very core of like who we are as humans, who we are as social beings. And that also affects, you know, like people's capacity to organize themselves and to be able to confront this issue through what is my topic of interest, which is social movements and protests. Because when we think about protest, we just assume, like often, right, that people gather together because they're commonly aggrieved. They're organizing social movements, and they confront those that are creating the grievances, right? So this is what I call in this case in-group solidarity, right? But then there are many cases in which a grievance creates certain carrying needs, as I call it, certain needs that they prevent us from taking action. If I'm constantly under anxiety because I don't know when they will kick me out of my home, if I'm not able to make ends meet and I'm doing gigs here and there trying to find a way to subsist, it is very difficult for me to organize with others, right? If I think that I cannot change anything because I am not even able to get an appointment with my bank clerk, I'm not going to try to organize with others, right? And I think that that's when other types of reactions to grievances take importance. And I'm going to speak about this too, right? So like what happens with the grievance that affects my own group, but that hinders solidarity? I don't want to identify as a victim person, right? I don't want to like gather together with others and say, listen, we're losing our home. This is something that like goes very much against someone's identity. And also what happens with grievances that affect other groups, but that they, you know, like lead me to take action, right? What I call here out-group solidarity. And I'm also going to speak about how these two types of reactions to grievances connect and how these social movements appear through these type of actions. And I'm going to do it through the case of one of the major social movements that happened in Spain that is called the Platform of Those Affected by Mortgages. It was created in 2007 So very close to the start of the previous financial crisis. Also, you must know that in Spain, mortgages are what is called non-recursive debts, which means basically that if I cannot pay my mortgage and I default, but the price of my house has lowered from the price of my debt, when I give up my house, I will still be indebted by the remaining debt. So that's something that's like an increasing burden for these kinds of cases. So the interesting thing about this movement, that's like one of the most successful movements, I would say, in the democratic history of Spain. And not only because it had managed to block thousands of evictions through civil disobedience, but also through negotiations with banks, it has managed to gather the biggest official petition in the history of Spain with 1.5 million signatures. It has changed 5 regional laws in Spain, and also has had an important institutional impact. I mean, being like the two iconic persons, Ada Colau, who's the mayor of Barcelona, and Irene Montero, who's the current Minister of Equal Opportunities in Spain. And I'm going to speak a bit about the origins of the movement, because this organization was created by these 6 people that you see here. The one in the front is Ada Colau, the current mayor of Barcelona, who none of them had a mortgage, right? And this leads to the question, okay, what happens? Like, why did 6 people that had nothing to do with the problem of mortgages and evictions decided to join together and start this organization? And what I'm gonna tell you about today is that something that we need to look at to understand how these movements appears is care, and is what Toronto calls also the politics of care. And as you know, like Toronto defines it, like care is a species activity that includes everything that we do to maintain, continue, and repair our world, so that we can live in it as well as possible. And that world includes our bodies, ourselves, and our environment. And the origins of care, as Toronto says, are on empathy, right? On the capacity of putting ourselves on somebody else's shoes and try to understand their situation. If we try to take this to how do organizations mobilize, like what happens with social movements, right? This type of mobilization starts with like the initiative of care, like what they like Toronto calls attentiveness. When people gather together, they understand the situation of others. Then there is a process of attribution of threat and opportunity, right? So like, what are the situations, the structural situations? Who are we going to be? Who are going to be our adversaries? How can we contact the other people, and so on? After that evaluation, it comes the moment of responsibility, which has like also is about capacity as well, right? So like, we're going to try to initiate something with that. Then there is the process of appropriation of resources, which means like, okay, we're going to try to gather all their people, like generally activists, like in this case was people from social centers, being involved in the issue of housing and so on, and start the mobilization. And then when mobilization starts, and this group of, you know, conscious early risers are able to reach to those beneficiary constituents, is also when care starts, right? Like before being able to mobilize people affected by the issue of evictions, you need to cover certain of their needs that are political, but also pre-political, because they prevent you from participating in politics. And in the moment that these care relations start, that's when politics also can start a mobilization. And there is like a constant process of like, you know, like caring and also like being back to like attributing levels of needs and empowerment. Because also something that I wanted to, you know, that it would be a takeaway from this presentation today, is that care in these situations also brings empowerment, right? Empowerment meaning a social action process that promotes the participation of people, organizations, and communities towards the goals of increased individual and community control, political efficacy, improved quality of community life, and social justice. And when we think about, okay, how do care and empowerment connect? I say that they connect at least on 3 levels. So we have issues of emotional care, which means interactions among activists that they try to confront these emotions of anxiety, depression, etc., and generate activating emotions, right? Hope, connection, like energizing emotions. Then we have also what I call identity care, that there are these interactions among different members that they aim at like maintaining and repairs members' identity. And this goes on 2 levels. On the one hand, it goes on the level of the self-identity. How do I understand myself? How do I perceive myself? Do I think that I'm a person who's able to achieve objectives? Do I have self-respect, right? And also collective identities. Do I identify with my group? With whom do I identify? Which kind of collective identity do I identify with? Because it's not the same being perceived a defaulter or being perceived an activist, even if those two things are collective identities. And the third one is what I call participatory care, right? So like providing people with the knowledge and the skills needed in order to participate in politics, which is something that is not given, it's not something that we necessarily have. And I'm gonna give you some examples of how these dynamics play out in the context of the platform of those affected by mortgages. So for example, when we speak about emotional care, about emotional empowerment, something very important in this organization is changing the framing of what the crisis was, right? So instead of being people who are at risk of eviction perceived as defaulters, who was their own fault because they were not able to pay for their mortgages to get themselves a job. Okay, what the platform of mortgages does in every assembly, every week they start with a story about how the 2008 crisis started. But they present being indebted with a mortgage as a common sense situation, right? Rents were crazily expensive, so of course you wanted to get a mortgage. Mortgages were available, like banks were calling you, offering mortgages to everyone. So of course that was the common sense option, right? And what they do through this is presenting banks as irresponsible and risk-prone institutions, right? It's not your fault. You just wanted to make a living. It's the fault of the bank who was greedy and wanted to offer you mortgages because they wanted to make more money. They did not care about whether they could give you a mortgage or not. Also, there is, like, they present the situation of the bank bailout, which was very prominent in Spain, opposing it to like the lack of what they call families bailout, right? So institutions decided to give money to banks and not giving money to families, that they were the ones that were being kicked out to the streets. And through this kind of framing, they present a dilemma, which is, okay, you preferred to feed your family instead of paying your mortgage. And anybody would do that, right? So what it does, what this achieves is eliminating the feeling of guilt, the feeling of self-blame, and starting to allocate blame to an external actor, right? Which is either the structure situation of the financial system and how everything was structured for politics, and also banks as the perpetrators of evictions and those who like were risk-prone and wanted to make money out of your misery. When it comes to issues of identity care, as I said, there are two types of these type of identities. When it comes to feeling oneself as efficacious, right? You're able to do things, like thinking that you're somebody who can achieve objectives. Something that I think is very beautiful from how this organization is behaves is that they have this thing that they call tiny great victories, right? Which means that no achievement is small if it represents something big for somebody, right? And they have these moments of collective celebration in the assembly in which they start with something that they call "How are we?", in which like basically anybody can share their victories. And like victories can be, okay, I managed to sign a debt cancellation and I'm free from my debt, right? But victories can also be, I managed to go to the bank and ask for an appointment with the bank clerk because I was not aware of that. And after the sharing of victories, there is this moment of collective celebration that tells people, okay, you managed to do something difficult, you're efficacious, you're able to achieve your objectives, and we appreciate that, you're appreciated for that. And also this creates a moment in which people stop identifying as defaulters because they do not focus anymore on their lack of capacity for achieving things, and they start identifying as activists, right? Once you have been able to achieve this tiny objective, you can go more, and you're listening to the victories of other people, so you know that within this collective, you'll be able to achieve those objectives. When it comes to the issue of collective identities, as you see, like in these pictures, all like activists, they're encouraged to buy these t-shirts. They're very cheap. They're very like visible. And these t-shirts are not only a way of, having everyone dressed in the same way, but people recognize in the street. So when I was going during my field work to eviction blockades with them, I was also wearing the t-shirt. And people were stopping me on the street. So I was going back home and people were stopping me, hey, this is cool what you're doing. That's great. Like, we're with you and so on. So that makes you identify with a group that is appreciated, that they stop you on the street to praise you, which is absolutely the opposite of what you were experiencing during that time. And they have also this constant framing of, translated to English would be you scratch my back and I will scratch yours, which is basically, well, if you want to be held by the movement, if you want to be part of the organization, you also have to contribute. Okay, when they're going to be your eviction, we're going to be there for you. But this means that you have to be there for other people's evictions, because nobody's going to help you if you're not there for the group. And this is very important because it changes the perspective of I'm going to solve my own housing problem to we're going to achieve a collective solution. And this is something that is structural. When it comes to the issue of participatory care, beyond, like something that is very common in organizations, other movements, which is like more formalized ways of learning, such as like in workshops, like, to understand the housing law, to know how to like use social media, like whatever is needed. They also do something that is they encourage people to be trainers themselves, right? So for example, when they were pushing for these changes in the housing law and like this official petition, they were doing workshops about like the law and what it meant. But those were done in one place, and they tried to gather people from everywhere in Spain. And then they were also teaching them how to organize workshops in their own locals, in their own cities, which means that then also you become empowered to like sort of like take leadership positions somehow, right? But something that I think is very beautiful of this, of like the kinds of learning that took place in the past, is what they call like one does, another learns, right? So in every public action that they organize, in addition to all the roles, right? Imagine an eviction blockade. So there is the role of like who's gonna be on the door. So like they're blocking the door. So like the judicial entourage cannot enter. Who's gonna talk to police? Who's gonna be in the flat with the family to support them and so on. There is another role, which is that role of lookers, right? Which means that if you wanna learn how to mediate with police, you're gonna go with the person that is mediating with the police, and you're gonna be looking there, right? And this means that it's not only learning about the theory of how to mediate with police, but it's experiencing it yourself in a sort of safe environment because you do not need to intervene right away. And like little by little, they change from like what they call learning by watching, right, being the looker, to learning by doing. Then you just start like maybe saying something. Then at some moment they will tell, okay, you go and you're the one who mediates with police, but I'll be there with you. So if there is some problem that you face, I'll be there with you, I'll intervene, don't worry. And this is a very important part, not only of the learning process, but also of the leadership training of the organization, because through this kind of learning, people are able to achieve other positions of leadership. So just to conclude, what I was discussing today is that, there are different grievances and different ways of experiencing grievances that lead to different types of mobilizations, that there is an increasing importance of movements that are coalitions between conscious early risers and paralyzed individuals, right? Because I was speaking about this issue, but if we think about the issue of refugees, this is something very similar, right? And refugees might be paralyzed not only because the experience they have, but also because they are physically outside of the polity that they want to enter to influence it, right? And these kind of coalitions are important. But then with these coalitions, it comes the challenge of power dynamics, right? And the issue of how much time and when are you supposed to speak on behalf of others, and when you should learn how to let go. And that's something that is in all these movements is very complicated, because obviously activism is something that is very empowering, even for like the privileged, conscious constituents. And the issue of like knowing when to step down, when like people are able to speak by themselves, is a challenge, but it's also important to acknowledge and to take it seriously. And also that sustained mobilization needs care and dynamics of empowerment about activists. And this is something that is not only in these kind of movements, but it happens in any movement, right? Like emotional support, like collective identities, learning skills is something that happens everywhere. And this is something that is like at the core of activism. So thank you so much. And we are looking forward.
Okay, thank you for giving us insights into this sort of dynamics at the very bottom-up movements of combating inequalities and insecurities. Maybe any questions to this presentation or comments you would like to have? One, two, maybe three, yes, okay.
A quick question about the political repercussions of this movement. So were there any political parties that affiliated with the objectives of the movement? You mentioned the current mayor of Barcelona being one of the founders of the movement, current finance minister. So can you elaborate on the political background of this?
I think that the relations between the organization and different parties are different, right? So like we have the case of Podemos, which is like the new left party that is currently in the government, which is the party of the Minister of Equal Opportunities, which was also an attempt of cooptation, I think. So, you know, like they were there, they also tried to do it with the Indignados movement and so on. So like there was a group of people like in parties, and then they were trying to say, we represent the Indignados, we represent DIPA, and that was a lot of conflicts because they were trying to recruit people in the leadership ranks of the organization for the party, and that was also problematic because the organization didn't want to associate itself with any parties. But then there was also this like municipalist parties are called, right, which appear in many places in Spain. They were like the previous mayor of Madrid was part of this municipalist party. Like now in the case of Barcelona, it's also this municipalist party, which were coalitions between smaller parties, lots of like libertarian anarchist activists, because the issue of direct democracy and bringing democracy, you know, like down to the lowest institution possible, and some of those movements, and those relations are more horizontal and yeah, so like more horizontal, more respectful, but it's still problematic because the organization does not want to associate itself with any party. And for example, at the beginning of the mayorship of Ada Colau, they also had to organize protests against her, because like obviously, like, you know, like the city council did not solve all the evictions from one day to another, and it was a huge challenge because she was the one who founded the organization, who was speaking on behalf of those people, and there were very, very intense debates about how to relate to them. But they prioritized keeping their independence, and she basically protested. They occupied the city council of Barcelona when she was a mayor. So yeah, it's relations with Podemos is a relation more of competition. With the municipalist parties, it's a more complex relation.
Felipe, it's great project, really wonderful. I wonder if you could talk more about identity. I get in-group and out-group, but there's a key here, which is identity, and I'm not quite sure I understood what the social identity of the movement was. I mean, and in Alain Touraine, Triumvirate, you know, you have the principle of identity, alternative, and enemy. And I can get the alternative and the enemy here, I mean, the banks, but I don't know that I understood the identity of the movement.
So I think that that's something, it's one of the most interesting things of this organization, because there is like, they managed to build relations of solidarity to a degree that goes beyond their organizing principle, right? Like the issue of eviction is also something is that it alienates people a lot and it isolates them, right? So like you basically become disconnected from everywhere, from your network. Right. So people do not want to hang out with you, and you don't want to like hang out with people because you don't want to be exposed to that, right? So it creates such a strong relationship of friendship among this movement that, for example, I mean, something that I think is iconic and also beautiful is that in August, there are no evictions in Spain because, like, you know, like the courts close, so they cannot decree evictions, right? So the organization was also on holidays. And activists are so sad about not having the organization, you know, in August, that they try to organize holidays among themselves. And these relationships are also very important to understand the continuation of activism, because once people solve their own mortgage problem, right, like from this rationalist explanation that, okay, like your problem is solved, why do you continue? This is to a very big degree what explains this. And getting into the issue of collective identity as well, I think that the collective identity that the movement tries to promote among their members is not only the identity of the movements through these t-shirts and other identifications, but also the identity of the family. There are like lots of references when you see the framing, when you see how people speak, and how it is also internalized by the members about the concept of family and references to familiar words and so on. So it's they really try to like become like a new family for people who many of them lost their family. Like, you know, there's like a high correlation between like divorce and eviction and these kind of relations. I don't know if you were asking in that direction or.
Yeah, I don't want to take up, but just what is the sentence? Because I would have thought that it would be very hard to create collective identity out of Hawaii. That's all.
So yeah, so the issue is there that there is an important moment for the process of integration in the movement. That is the first time you speak at the assembly, right? Which for many people is the first time they admit, as you said, like I'm part of this pariah identity, right? I'm a defaulter. They're gonna kick me out of my home. I'm poor. I cannot do anything. The first thing of recognition, it is important because from there, then you can build on other issues, right? And I think that the issue of reframing the crisis, the issue of reframing the banks, it helps you to become not only, you know, like somebody who's in a very difficult problem, sharing very difficult problems with other people who understand you, but also start thinking about seeing yourself as an activist, right? So they many times they do a lot of performative, they encourage their members to do a lot of performative actions, which means that there are actions that they probably will not achieve much, but it's their first step into activism, like how they understand themselves. So like, for example, the first action that generally like people are advised to do when they enter the movement is, okay, go to your bank and ask, you know, like go with this document that we have for you and ask them to sign. And the document is like the request for a non-recursive debt, right? The bank is obliged that any document that you share with them, as like they're like there's plain relation, they should stamp it. That doesn't mean that they agree with it, but they should stamp it acknowledging that, right? So that's something that they have to do by law. So it's something that you have, but that's also something that is very difficult for them. But it changes the terms of the relationship because when prior to that situation, it was always the bank clerk that was asking you to do things and was rejecting whatever you said. This is the first time that the bank clerk does something for you, right? Even if it's stamping something. And that's a whole process that little by little starts encouraging their members to perceive themselves as activists. And many of them, then they say, okay, who you are. Like when I was starting the interviews, I was asking, okay, like who you are, tell me a bit about yourself. Many of them were like, I'm an activist of the platform of those affected by mortgages. And then they would continue speaking about that. So there's this transition from this pariah identity to a very empowering identity, which is related to family, to activism, and so on.
Let's try to have 3 more questions, but very short one, please. And maybe we collect them and you might try to answer them.
Sure.
So my response was actually completely the opposite, which is that when you were speaking, I was strongly reminded of other movements that have managed to create an identity out of the pariah status, but rather from the other side. So, you know, like the MAGA movement in the US, or like the, you know, what was it? The word escapes me, but, you know, the original, the Hungarian Guard in Hungary, with mechanisms that create an identity, have a uniform, and have these framings that turn socially unacceptable identities, feelings, preferences into a badge of community. So I was just actually going to ask whether you yourself have looked at these parallels, whether they have looked at these, whether they learn from such movements.
One more lesson.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation, interesting and informative. My question is, it's about, have you experienced any instances where such movements have not necessarily resulted in the expected outcomes? Say, for example, challenging social harmony, for example, bringing out a sense of disempowerment maybe for its participants. Any examples, any such cases that you have witnessed? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for all the questions. On your point on this pariah identities that they become part of the movement identity, that's also something that is common in many movements, right? Like in the issue, for example, of incel, like this, like involuntary, like celibate people, that's something that unites them, right? Like the issue that they're unable to have sex with women and they're isolated and so on. That's what unites them and like create this remorse against certain groups. There are also studies of paramilitary groups in the US of the far right that precisely the issue of hiding their identity as paramilitaries, as neo-Nazis, and so on. That's what strengthens that identity, that secrecy, that connection, that feeling of doing something that you're not supposed to do, creates also very strong collective identity. So there are many cases in which these pariah identities, they become the main source of the collective identity of the movement. And on the issue of disempowerment, like most of the things I presented about and most of my fieldwork I did in Barcelona, which is like where the movement appeared and is the iconic case. The movement is spread all around Spain, so there are like different ways of organizing. There are some ways in which the movement also became very kind of like leftist and with anti-capitalist wording, but also the case in which the issue of stepping down was not pressing at all, and the movement, like the organization there, became almost like an NGO, right? So they wouldn't encourage you to like face anything, to do anything, but they would do everything for you. Okay, what do you need to do? We've got the lawyer here, like we'll request that. Don't worry, we'll do that. And that situation becomes very disempowering, right? Because then you change from the attempt of converting yourself into an activist to being like a service receiver almost, right? And the organization being a service provider. So that's also why it's very important, the issue of stepping down and the issue of like knowing like how to give a space and where to give a space, which is a very like, you know, like a difficult situation, because I mean, many times giving a space and allowing people who have never done anything like that do things means that things will go wrong and that there will be failures, but that you prioritize not having all the achievements you could, but having the empowerment of people. So in the long run, you have like a stronger activist base before the short-term goals. And that's something that is very difficult, but it's like, yeah, there is a tension there, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentations, all the presenters in the third session. We spent quite a wide range of topics, from regional policies, specialization, energy, movements, people movements, care workers, and so on. So thanks for participating. Thanks for all the presenters again. And I think the program is now that we have lunch and should restart at about 2 o'clock or so. Right? Thank you.
we're all friends now, or frenemies, or no? Okay, I won't read the wonderful, amazing panelists. I'll just call you up one by one, so that we can have a great discussion, because there are four. So, and I will be bossy on the time. I think what I'll do is sit right here and just hold up a little sign. Let's start with Brusha, where, there you go. Come on up, please. Do you have a tech presentation already on? Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to hold my hand up to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My name is Ruža Smilova, and it is a great pleasure and an honor to be here. Being an alumna of the CEU, it is most exciting for me to be back at my alma mater and to speak on the invitation of my professor, Bela Grešković, on a topic that excites me. This is the topic of illiberal democracy and of democratic illiberalism, on which I wrote a piece recently published in the Routledge Handbook on Illiberalism. And some issues that I discussed there remained unresolved to me, things that I feel uneasy yet about. So I will present some of my thoughts on those issues. My topic is democratic illiberalism, conceptual and normative issues. Fears of liberal democracy's erosions have haunted democracy advocates for some time. It was already in the height of the liberal triumph in the 90s that the journalist Fareed Zakaria gave currency to a concept to diagnose what he perceived back then to be an imminent threat: illiberal democracy, referring to regimes that rely on popular elections yet come short on the specifically liberal features of liberal democracy, such as rule of law, separation of powers, minority and civic rights. He noted that illiberal democracy is a growth industry among democratizing countries. Within 20 years, this illiberal growth industry spread to consolidated democracies in the economically rich West. Signs of deconsolidation can be traced in value surveys, even in the most advanced democratic states. Citizens of developed democracies, so-called developed democracies today, express the lowest levels of satisfaction with not just with their democratic governments and other representative institutions like political parties and parliaments, but also towards the democratic system as a whole, including towards watchdogs such as media, supervisory bodies, NGOs, and liberal values such as support for minority rights. Studies have also shown that citizens that could be defined as Democrats based on their value commitments come in a variety of stripes, with liberal Democrats being only a small minority within the Democratic camp. Riding the wave of popular disaffection with liberal democracy, populist political entrepreneurs experiment with new political regimes, confirming Zakaria's hypothesis that Western liberal democracy might not be the final destination on the democratic road, but just one of the many possible exits. The Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban boastfully embraced the non-liberal state as the model for the regime he is building, which he claims to also be democratic. More recently, he further defined it as a Christian democratic one. The illiberal political project that Orban and other aspiring autocrats are building rests on what could be identified as elements of a new ideology, of what I call democratic illiberalism. The theory and the practices of illiberalism are evolving into a new ideology designed specifically for our democratic age, with its high democratic aspirations, yet widespread disaffection with democratic performance. The fledgling ideology purports to offer a new model for the social and political order, and does so without breaking free from the main legitimating idea of our age, popular sovereignty, as the ultimate source of state power. On the contrary, exploiting its normative appeal, contemporary illiberals feed on the democratic ideal, yet stretch it to the extreme, thus undermining democracy on which they claim to build. Composed of elements from older anti-liberal ideologies and enriched with a plethora of contemporary illiberal practices, this type of illiberalism is a serious threat to constitutional liberal democracy. Because it is growing within a democratic framework, it is particularly dangerous. Its subversive potential is realized to the full only when illiberalism grows there. It is only under the attractive democratic mantle that the erosion of liberal democratic institutions and values may go unnoticed long enough to achieve illiberalism's ultimate goals, the substitution of liberal rights and freedoms with illiberal values. This happens through the co-optation of liberal institutions meant to safeguard those rights and freedoms. Orban's step-by-step dismantling of the liberal democratic state through careful constitutional engineering seems to follow a consciously developed ideological script to use the legitimacy, but also the efficiency of these institutions to spread illiberal values and practices. It is tempting to respond to the dangers of democratic illiberalism by denying its democratic character. This is the route taken by scholars who deny that illiberal regimes could be democracies in any meaningful sense. For them, the concept illiberal democracy not only is not useful analytically, but it is also incoherent, maybe even a pernicious oxymoron. Thus, Jan Werner Müller had opposed calling Orban's regime a democracy, even if an adjective illiberal is added to qualify it. This means ceding democratic credentials to autocrats who are trying to exculpate themselves by calling their own aspirations democratic, even if also illiberal. The central characteristic of Orban populist rule, its anti-pluralist politics, attacks against the opposition, dismantling of the rule of law, undermine the democratic character of the regime rather than merely making it less liberal. Janusz Kisz has also argued against the coherence of the illiberal democracy concept. He has stressed that a core feature of contemporary democracy is that minority accepts the legitimacy of the majority decisions. The system is unbiased and the minority remains a legitimate actor in the democratic process in any democracy. Majority decisions are not used to disenfranchise the minority. Illiberal democracy is incoherent because an illiberal regime which marginalizes and disenfranchises minority could not qualify as democratic in any meaningful sense of the word. Gabor Holmai has also argued that any democracy today must be liberal democracy. And Wojciech Sadurski, commenting on Poland's Kaczynski's government, also has argued that illiberal democracy is an oxymoron, and instead suggested calling the regime in Poland plebiscitary autocracy and populist authoritarianism. Motivated by concerns to resist presenting authoritarians as democrats and based on an impressive comparative study of 35 cases of democratic decline, Levitsky and Way coined a special term, competitive authoritarianism, to account for the regime in which, while autocrats submit to meaningful multi-party elections, they at the same time engage in serious democratic abuse. This is the one side of the debate. On the opposite side of the divide are scholars who point out that descriptively but also analytically, contemporary democracy could be illiberal. The concept of illiberal democracy for them is not incoherent, is not an oxymoron. I will quote here Yasha Monk, whose current analysis of the crisis of liberal democracy for him is due to the growing tension between the two constitutive elements of liberal democracy, the liberal emphasis on rights on the one hand and limited government, and the democratic demand to translate popular views into public policies on the other. Democracy is deconsolidating for him as a result of the rise of undemocratic liberalism, of a regime which he calls rights without democracy, which weaken social bonds and economic security in the name of individual freedom. The backlash for him leads to the opposite extreme, to illiberal democracy. Frustrated majorities empower power-hungry demagogues to rule unconstrained by rights and without a rule of law limits, all in the name of the real people. Such a rule ultimately leads to authoritarianism. Scholars of contemporary populism add further insights to the debate on electoral democracy without liberalism. Cas Mode, the leading scholar of populism, the author of the very influential ideational approach, defines populism precisely as a form of extreme majoritarianism that is essentially democratic, but not liberal democratic. He warns that denying the democratic character of populism reinforces the plausibility of the populist critique against liberal elites as fundamentally undemocratic because of their insensitivity to popular demands. Nadia Urbinati views populism as also parasitic on democracy. Defining populism precisely as democratic illiberalism allows Takis Papas, another leading scholar of populism, to set populism apart from neighboring phenomena such as nativism on the one hand and anti-democratic regimes on the other. William Galston has also argued that populism may be anti-pluralist, but at the same time, he adds that it is not necessarily anti-democratic. The defenders of the illiberal democracy concept also understand, and I'm quoting here Janusz Kisz, that concepts used by political analysis are not politically innocent. Political struggles, to a large extent, are struggles over the language of politics. Those who win the battle for framing a disputed issue have good chances to win the battle over the issue itself. End of quote. Nevertheless, it is also understood that definitional fiat is unlikely to win the substantive battle over the attractiveness of a particular political regime. Rather, definitional victories may make it more likely that illiberalism's opponents lose the long-term political battle with illiberal populists. As Cas Mode warns us, given the complex relationship between populism and democracy, it is crucial for opponents of populism to criticize the actual weak points of populism. The argument that populism is anti-democratic is unconvincing and might ultimately reinforce the populist position. An argument to take illiberal self-description as Democrats seriously is given by Andras Shaiu. He stresses the central place electoral support plays for illiberalism as an ideology. For the illiberal structuring of law, culture, and society, and I'm quoting him here, it is essential that the political power be confirmed through elections. The illiberal regime is legitimate in the eyes of a popular majority exactly for being both elected and illiberal, and for its daring counter-cultural denial of what is felt unauthentic and imposed. The affirmation of illiberal positions offers an appropriate and socially attractive everyday social theory. If this description is accurate, illiberal democracy is not just a pet project of an illiberal leader intent on hiding his authoritarian intentions under a democratic mantle. Rather, it is a fledgling ideology with which majorities of Hungarians, maybe Poles, maybe also significant number of Brits and Americans may identify and embrace as an attractive conceptual frame to order social space, socially and historical time to forge collective national identity. The democratic character of the paradigm illiberal regime that claims to be also democratic has been debated in the European Parliament only last week, with large majority of members of parliament voting for a resolution that Hungary is not any longer a democracy, but a hybrid regime of electoral autocracy instead. A European Parliament's resolution is a political statement, of course, and I fear it's a controversial one. It may backfire by producing a backlash that fuels Euroscepticism and further popular disaffection with liberal democracy, itself further strengthening the political positions of illiberals. Reacting to the resolution, for example, the conservative political theorist Patrick Deneen quipped, "Electoral autocracy is a democracy liberals don't like." Deneen is voicing the disaffection many conservatives feel when liberals claim the right to authoritatively define essentially contested political concepts. And democracy is an essentially contested concept, if anything is. Scholars who have been involved in the discussion on this concept have not always recognized that it is an essentially contested concept. It is sufficiently complex and open-textured to sustain a multiple reasonable interpretation of what the concept values. Recognizing the essentially contested character of the concept democracy does not mean conceding that anything goes, that any interpretation and qualification, any democracy with an adjective is equally valid. Yet, this recognition helps us better understand the fruitlessness, the political risks even, of the purely definitional victories against illiberal democracy. Rather, the way to go is to engage in substantive debate, an ideological battle, if you wish, on the normative features of the alternative regimes and to show why liberal democracy is the more morally attractive, normatively more attractive regime. The debate, in short, should be about the normative attractiveness of the central ideas, of the core ideational features of the two regimes. Contemporary illiberal ideologues pursue a strategy reminiscent of that of Sir Isaiah Berlin in Two Concepts of Liberty, where he sought to discredit communism by showing that of the two regimes proclaiming liberty as their fundamental value, only liberal democracy is true to it. Similarly, illiberals today try to discredit liberal democracy by showing that democratic illiberalism is truer to democratic values than its liberal democratic incarnation. To successfully resist this strategy, for defenders of liberal democracy may be a better way to engage substantively with the distinct ideas that could be identified as this ideational core of democratic illiberalism and try to show this to be less normatively attractive than the liberal democratic alternatives. And I'm just briefly summarizing the core ideas of democratic illiberalism: unrestrained popular sovereignty, ethno-nationalist common good, anti-individualism, anti-pluralism, anti-liberal, anti-globalism, according to which prosperity of the nation state requires aggressive protectionism of the national economy rather than free competition in the open global markets, ethnicized redistribution aimed at social cohesion. These are the three main core ideas, but there are ideas that are adjacent to this ideational core, which further account for the diversity of the observed forms of illiberalism. And these briefly are representation of the national community as a collective victim, the image of a strong leader whose role is to uniquely represent the lost authentic community, to recreate, defend, and if necessary, wield power in its name, and the mission of restoring the community to its lost glory. An ideology of illiberal democratic regimes emerges from these core and adjacent ideas, policies, overarching discursive strategies. Drawn from different ideological frameworks and historical backgrounds, they are relatively well adjusted to serve as a political blueprint for the illiberal transformation of political communities in the contemporary context of liberal democracy in global crisis. The emerging blueprint may well lack full coherence, yet it exhibits enough consistency and enough conceptual and policy flexibility to make the illiberal political model determinate, yet also adaptable to different contexts and changes in the international and domestic political environment. It can thus be considered a serious rival to the liberal democratic model. Key messages of this illiberal model are gaining currency among majorities disaffected with liberal democracy. The easy solutions illiberal political players readily offer to anxious majorities will only be discredited by simply calling them their underlying ideology undemocratic. Will not be discredited, I'm sorry. The battle for a vigorous liberal democracy able to win back the hearts and minds of majorities requires, at a minimum, a frank consideration of its rivals' strengths, the reasons for its popularity, and only then to demonstrate time and again that liberal democracy is substantively better than its rivals, than the easy fixes of its rivals. Thank you. Yeah.
So we have 4 speakers. Why don't I take 2 questions? And then the next speaker, and then perhaps there'll be enough time to have transversal conversation. So we'll take 2 questions, and there's a microphone. Any questions? Please.
Thank you for very impressive conceptual framework that you provided. Yeah, My question is a bit, when I was reflecting which countries we really categorize as illiberal democracies, mainly they touch the countries like, as you said, in the European perspective, in European Union, Poland or Hungary. But like, and I was thinking, have you ever thought whether it has anything to do with the values of European Union as a democratic institution? If we call out countries like Poland or Hungary as autocratic, straightforward, it might negatively affect the status of EU in general in the international political arena. And let's say we call out other countries straightforward autocratic, but here we tend to say illiberal democracy.
I'm not sure that I understand the question. I agree with what you say, but the question I somehow miss.
Like, have you ever thought we call out these countries as a illiberal democracy because of the EU? They are part of the EU institution.
The reputation.
Reputation, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I don't think that they are called democracies just because of the reputational price. Calling them not democracies to the EU would be affected. I think that objectively, you can't put Poland and Hungary, despite all the weaknesses of their democratic systems, to call them authoritarian regimes on equal footing, put them together with Turkey or, God forbid, Russia. So it is not just a reputational. There are objective criteria according to which you can't classify them as pure autocracies. That's why people coin other terms, also controversial terms, such as electoral autocracy, competitive authoritarianisms, in order to account for the element of elections that are free, if not always very fair, that still allow the opposition to win from time to time, if not keeping the playing field entirely level, which is a requirement for a working democracy.
I think what we'll do is go to the next one, because I think we're going to pick up a bunch of them. The concept of majority, to me, is an interesting one. You've raised it several times. Let's come back to it.
Okay.
I think I'd like us to make use of this space up here. No, eventually we'll all have a conversation. I'll do the same thing with my hands.
Yeah, thank you. So what I am presenting here is not a completed research. It is, however, a research with which I want to intervene into three topical debates related to the reasons and the conditions of the rise of populist authoritarian political leaders and political projects. One is, which is frequently out there in Hungary, but not only in Hungary, which is basically viewing this rise as a nexus, based on a nexus between a cynical populist leader and an uninformed, uneducated electorate. Now here my challenge is, leaders are, even if they are populist, not always cynical. Electorates are not always stupid. And most importantly, leaders do not craft regimes on their own. There is a medium strata, very important for any consolidated authoritarian or liberal democratic regime, for whom the new regime is power with purpose. And we have to know more about this kind of strata, because they are very important for understanding that in the rise of populist authoritarianism, there are not only two actors on the stage. The second debate would be, which is again very frequent now, to understand what causes people to support populist authoritarian projects. And there is a division between those who argue it's mainly economic deprivation caused by global neoliberalism and uncertainty, economic uncertainty, and the others consider it mainly due to cultural backlash, which puts the blame on political liberalism in the very enterprise when it tries to be emancipating, saying, yes, emancipation, but it's emancipating the wrong actors. Migrants, ethnic minorities, women against men, name it. Give away. So the way I try to understand this, to use a moral economy concept, basically meaning that people, even if they have been engaged in economic transactions, use moral justifications for what they do, and they expect their even their economic actions to have moral significance. So, you know, I don't want to go into the long genealogy of this view. Let's just name Max Weber, the Protestant ethics, Polanyi, Karl Polanyi, the embedded economy. Then, of course, Marxists like Thompson or James Scott, using it in a limited meaning to understand the feeling of moral justification of economic relationship by subordinate classes, subaltern classes. So I use it in a broader term, in which case it's not only the losers that might be morally motivated. And the last debate then is a debate with my friend and colleague, esteemed Ivan Krastev, who argues in his book written with Stephen Holmes that one of the problems in Eastern Europe with the post-socialist transition was that the Western states and intellectuals and policymakers took a sort of a tutelage and educating attitude, and East Europeans got sick and tired, and from the feeling of inferiority, they fought back by supporting populism. Now, what I see in my research is not the feeling of inferiority. I am focusing on social groups which feel moral superiority, and they think that the local agents of the West, they are liberals, they are leftists, they might be Hungarian in language, but not in terms of heart and soul. If you think this reeks of interwar terminology, you are not entirely wrong, right? And then the idea here is an issue of a sense of entitlement, of leading the nation, finally. So this is, okay, so this is basically the context of my work. And just a little bit give you an idea about the empirical content. So my research in the past years have been about the civic circles movement, which was a mega social movement founded by Viktor Orban in 2002 after a lost election based on the battle cry, the nation cannot be in opposition. You understand, the nation cannot be in opposition. It's a hegemonic project. It means that even while being in opposition, the nation represented by him and his followers should strive for moral leadership. So the first phase of Gramscian war of ideas, right? Okay, now what can I tell about the research? It's based on evidence from of about 5,000 events which are organized by this movement or sponsored, which are compiled from a number of resources, archival resources. The most important of this is the electronic newsletter of Civic Circus. This is like 5,000 pages of printed material. I learned it by heart. You can examine me in the question and answer session. And this basically gives you an idea about the movement's activity at its heyday between 2002 and 2010, throughout which the right was in opposition. I saw four features of this movement. I can call it the 4 M's. It was a massive movement, 160,000 activists, 22,000 civic circles across the country, but also in the neighboring country, metropolitan, urban, and transborder. So in the ethnic Hungarian populations of the neighboring countries, it was also a popular movement, militant, both for its hegemonic aspirations and protest organization, middle class based, middle or upper middle class based. So we are basically talking about Christian national teachers, doctors, lawyers, social workers, priests and pastors, and actors, right? And it had two important groups, very vocal groups. One that can be called the conservative, social conservative Bildungsbürgertum, educated bourgeoisie, the other, the native small medium bourgeoisie, so the propertied small medium-sized bourgeoisie, haves of either cultural capital or economic capital. Now, how do these people join the movement? And here I follow, as in so many instances, Albert Hirschman, especially his fantastic article about, how people react to growing economic inequality in the process of economic growth. And what I find that the Bildungsbürgertum, the cultural bourgeoisie, joined the movement originally not because they had necessarily economic grievances. And this is why, because the left liberal government initially implemented a very generous social program of transition with a human face, which meant that many of the doctors, nurses, educators got generous salary raises. Even the left liberal government tried to appease churches. Now, interestingly, these people still remained disappointed and disaffected or dissatisfied with the regime. Why? My argument here is they were mainly moved to the movement by the understanding of only partial upward mobility, right? So they felt that no matter that they became somewhat better off than earlier, their ideas are not yet really the dominant ideas leading Hungary. So partial upward mobility, different is the case of the small and medium-sized entrepreneurs who by this time felt that any chance for their upward mobility is basically blocked by the transnational corporations, which by this time penetrated most of the sectors of Hungary, right? So on the one hand, ideational motivation as original, on the other hand, material motivations, but then both of these groups ended up basically either based on what can be called, playing a bit with the words, passionate interests or interested passion in the camp of the civic circle movement. Now, they ended up two types of moral economies. The Bildungsbürgertum, the cultural bourgeoisie, basically built up a moral economy of the social and cultural reproduction of the nation's body, right? So this was a reproductive enterprise. The small, medium-sized entrepreneurs joined the movement in the hope of basically building a moral economy of producing for the nation, by the nation. Now, okay, so the interesting thing is that then these kind of moral economies were very significant in defining who is a deserving poor and a non-deserving poor, gender roles in the economy and on the labor market and in the family economy, good versus bad capital, namely productive capital versus unproductive financial capital. Again, the interwar story is very clear. And then, then acted on these grounds. Now, what was actually, so what these moral economies are not? So since the reproduction economy was mostly focusing on issues of healthcare, education, welfare, investment, social care. There is some similarity with what is nowadays called the social investment welfare state. Now this was something different. So this was not the moral content of this moral economy was not employability, right? Employability itself was not considered a value, right? Just to give you an example, Central European University. We thought through liberal education, high quality educational standard, we contributed to Hungarian social investment welfare state by, supporting employability of our students. We have a good record in that. Now, it turns out that in some other understanding of what is a gain and what is a loss, leaving CEU is not a loss necessarily, right? So the whole issue is really depending on cultural aspects. Now, okay, so what did these people do? There was one activity was critique and presentation of alternative programs for healthcare, educational reforms. Protests were very often organized in issues of healthcare and education. But the most important aspect of this movement, where you really see the content of the movement and the outlook, is charity. They had a very important aspect of charity, of the care economy, which differed from the Hungarian welfare state. It focused on the issues of welfare problems of Hungarians in the neighboring countries, typically of children. If you go closer and analyze the evidence, you realize an obsession with orphanages. So basically, especially in Transylvania, but not only, much of the charitable activities went to maintaining orphanages where children were, on the one hand, taught, given a Christian education, on the other hand, basically getting used to hard work. Hard work and the work-based society was, of course, one of the major guidelines of the movement. Now, just think a little bit about children. Children, the most vulnerable, orphanage children. Nobody wants them, not the state, not the parents, right? And then you just find a common link with another stream within the movement, which is basically a pro-life movement, right? You have the same pattern. Yeah, the fetus has rights more than the parents. These would be people, members of the nation, who would be abandoned by their parents, but nobody is left behind. Now, just to come back to the petty bourgeoisie, where basically, so their activity was mainly related to economic sectors, which had to do something with the nation's body, agriculture, authentic Hungarian food, winemakers. All the Hungarian winemakers are German, and all of them are profides, right? But then mostly in organizing tourism, which resembled mainly pilgrimages to the neighboring countries, holy places. Now, when the two projects, moral economy projects, basically coincided, was that more and more often these visits to the neighboring countries organized by civic circle entrepreneurs were also visiting the orphanages, the schools rebuilt with the help of the civic circle movement. So there was created an economic and a moral link between the two moral economies. Last thing. So it's clear that, that these moral economies were politically conditioned. They were used as in a weaponized way against what was meant to be the immoral, amoral economy of the left and the liberals, something that I don't believe exists. There is no such a thing as an economy without some moral consideration, but it was meant like a weapon against. Now, if these moral economies were politically conditioned, question is, were they also politically consequential? And I would say yes, in three ways. They basically meant a framing for social movement activism, which was a legitimating frame by moral principles. They mobilized very special groups of activists. Here, just one sentence. As you know, all the care economy, including education and social welfare and so on, is pretty feminized. So these actually meant mobilization of conservative women, which is another important aspect here, a gender aspect, for the conservative civil society. Now, these women, of course, were present in the locality, as the localities typically have a nursery or a school or a medical basis. And as we know, in conservative families, women keep contact with all these bases. So it meant, it explains in many ways why is it that the conservative projects are pretty popular, in Hungary at least, among the women as well. This is, by the way, I know in the US as well, true. So the Tea Party has a strong female content. And the last is that these moral economies meant bridging ideologies with other movements which were not conservative, but found a common sense, a common way, either leftist or environmentalist, with the civic circle movement. Thank you.
For the two here.
Yeah, thank you for a fascinating talk, and that's such an interesting topic, I think. I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on the relation of what you were saying, these charitable activities, this orphanage, or even this like pilgrimage and kind of touristic visits, and what you spoke after about the pro-life ideology. Because like there is this great book by Siad Manson that is called "The Making of the Pro-Life Activist," where he speaks about how people join the pro-life movement in the United States, not even being pro-life or being against abortion, but also pro-death sentence, and how then, in order to basically integrate the pro-life identity, like with their ideology, they would become against death sentence as well, right? And that sounds like something that, you know, I could go, for example, in the case of the civic circles, like I'm happy to donate to the poor, like orphanage of children that are starving, right? Happy to go to this place. But and that's a very good opportunity for ideological socialization. So I was wondering if you saw certain connection between this kind of like less political, or at least initially political activities such as charity, with then the more political socialization and so on.
Yeah, should I? Yeah. Yes, I mentioned that there I see a base in or a common base in terms of the ideological background, both nationalist, you know, no potential or existing member of the nation should be lost, left behind, but then also for the Catholic ideology, so the Christian ideology of pro-life. Pro-life was obviously an extreme within the movement, so the major activities there were not pilgrimages, but for instance, you know, a movement for a sub-movement for declaring certain days of the year as abortion-free, and then organizing pilgrimages, ecumenical, to hospitals, right? Which again is not particularly Hungarian specific, right? But it was present. The Alpha Association, the World Organization of Families. So there was an external content as well, right? So this is what I can tell.
Yeah, fascinating. The pre-political question, political. One more question.
Thank you.
And then what we're going to
Yeah.
do is switch to Eva. Then you are through. And then actually, I think we're getting time enough for our finals.
Thank you very much. Though I have to say that I'm slightly disappointed because I was expecting that you would at least once mention the term Trianon, and you did not. So how important is the concept of Greater Hungary for these upper middle classes? And if it still is important, are there any significant groups who try to deconstruct this nationalistic topic?
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't mention Trianon, but I mentioned Hungarian ethnic minorities living in all the neighboring countries. And I mentioned that much of the moral economy activities, especially charity, targeted the ethnic minorities in the neighboring countries. Now, what I can add now, based on your question, is that, of course, if you look at activism, you also look for the most important organizers, heroes. And here I see two groups of organizers, either people who moved from Transylvania, Transcarpathia, the southern areas of former Greater Hungary to Hungary and maintained family relationships and also a strong cultural bond with the neighboring countries. And then they mobilized Hungarian resources, financial and ideological, to do something good in the neighboring countries. And there was another type, which was basically people who were active as members of the local minority, such as a quite famous guy, heroized by the movement, small brother Csaba, Franciscan priest, a monk, who organized a network of orphanages in Transylvania, right? Then these people also traveled to Hungary. They tried to, how to say, build bonds with the mother country, so to say, by cultural events, by leading charities, charitable events, talked in churches, organized concerts, and so on. So the movement was transnational in this sense, and you know, the consequences of Trianon, of course, created a very strong emotional bond between these people and their moral economy. So this is this an answer? Yeah.
We'll follow up on that. Thank you, Bella, for your passions and your tastes. You have 20 minutes.
És akkor... Ja, hogy majd így is működik. Nem menjünk vissza. Igen. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Eva Fodor, and I am a professor of gender studies here at CEU. Bela has... it is really a great moment for me to start this talk because Bela really introduced my topic. I am going to be, so this intervention, this talk is an attempt to contribute to the political economy of illiberalism, and specifically contribute the concept of gender to the political economy of illiberalism. Political scientists, you know, when I mention gender, political scientists typically say that, I mean, yes, of course, we need to include gender and gender inequality. That's really terrible. But I agree with that. But I want to go a bit further, and I want to argue that beyond gender equality, gender itself is a really important pillar upon which illiberal rule is built. This is what this talk is going to be focusing on, and this is the point that I'm going to try and make in this talk. So we need to think about gender relations, thinking about gender and gender inequality as well as parts, as sort of building blocks, specific political economy. So let me start with a recent event, a change in the abortion regulations in Hungary. Hungary has fairly liberal abortion rights, and the most recent regulation was passed in 1992, which allowed women access to abortion under 4 conditions, and the 4th condition basically says that if a woman is in danger, then she can have access to abortion, and that danger is defined as basically anything. In fact, the woman is entrusted with claiming that she is in danger, mental, physical, or otherwise. So even though this regulation actually restricted abortion rights because it forced women to undergo screening and consultations, it did not indeed, in practice, it did not restrict access to abortion. And this kind of made sense. At the time, if I could actually, yes, at the time, so to pass this restrictive regulation made sense at the time because, as you can see, in the 1990s, so between 1980 and 1990, there was a big increase in the number of abortions per live birth. You see that in 1990, which was the peak of abortions, there were about 72 abortions for 100 live births. I mean, the increase is so steep because the decade is squished, but still, that was the top. Yet, and what you see from then on is, and here this is, you know, again, the decline, the first decline is steep because that is a whole decade. But after that, what you see is a steady decrease in the number of abortions in Hungary. With a few, you know, halts here and there, a steady decrease. And today,
there are about 23, 24 abortions per 100 live births. And with that, Hungary is pretty much in the, this is around the same as, that's the number of abortions, the same as in Germany or France or Spain. Actually, Spain is identical, has an identical number. Okay, so you see that this is a positive trend. I mean, it could easily continue. Yet, last week, a Hungarian Minister of Health, Education and Internal Affairs passed a decree on his own, which basically forced women to listen to the heartbeat of the fetus before they signed their request to have an abortion. In other words, so the question is then, what justifies such a regulation, which clearly traumatizes women? Everybody admits that this is traumatic for women. Even the very right-wing politicians that supported this position claimed that, yeah, the point is to traumatize women into deciding not to have an abortion. So what would get a politician to do this in a context when this has very little significance? In addition, even though the Hungarian government is quite pro-natalist, and I will talk about it a bit, even right-wing politicians argued that this would save maybe 2,000, or save, I mean, this is their argument. This would stop maybe 2,000 women from getting an abortion. So this would not produce a vast number of children. It would not be contributing to Hungary's now declining, the number of births that is now somewhat declining in Hungary. This in a context where women's right to abortion is very popular in Hungary. A lot of people support abortion rights. About 60% of the population support women's abortion rights without any conditions, and an additional 20% support women's rights to the termination of their pregnancy under specific traumatic conditions. So the political context, so this is not going to get major political gains from the population for the government either. There's no practical justification. There's no justification in terms of increasing the number of births. There's also no justification that it wouldn't really be justified by popular demand. So why would the government pass allow the passage of such regulation? The argument is that this is a political decision. So this is a very good example of how women's wombs, women's lives become part of political struggles. So it becomes part of illiberal political maneuvering. There are a number of reasons why this could be explained if you look at it through that lens. By passing this legislation, the government basically encroaches on the territory of the extreme right, which is strengthening in Hungary. So they're adopting a measure that they had been demanding for a while, sort of thereby, getting some of the voters at least to see an option in Fidesz as well. So they're gaining electoral advantages. At the same time, the government also, and this was brought up in the right-wing media, used this to identify and re-identify itself in this international network of anti-liberal movements. So become part of an alliance, feel strong within a network. And finally, again, this allowed right-wing media to have a diatribe against that network, to recreate the threat of the liberal network headed by George Soros. He was mentioned several times again, who were funding the attack against Hungarian fetuses. Okay, so those are all political reasons or political movements. So my argument is that Orbán's regime and illiberal rulers in general weaponize gender. So it's not just the concept of gender, that too, but gender itself and women's bodies specifically, women's oppression. They use women's oppression as a way, as a tool for the political fight to retain and increase their power. Now, Orban's government, and I'm going to talk about Hungary. Well, my examples are from Hungary. Hungary is such a great example, really, of illiberal rule. But and I am an expert on what's happening in Hungary. But analogies of similar policies and similar political directions can be found from elsewhere as well, and some comparisons have already made, and that should continue. But I am going to be talking about Hungary, and I'm going to, and I will argue, I will characterize Orban's illiberal rule and the gender regime of this rule as carefare. Now, carefare has 4 characteristics, and I only have, I don't know, maybe another 10 minutes to go, so I'm just going to whiz past it. I'm going to run past these, and I'm going to characterize it by 5 different questions. The first is, so I'm going to argue that this sort of the Orban government transformed gender relations and transformed the logic of the state, and it transformed it into what I call carefare. And to show that transformation, let's approach this from 5 different angles, and I'll do that through 5 different questions. The first one is, who can claim benefits most successfully? In most liberal states, individuals do. In Hungary, families do. What is the basis of claims making? How is social need defined? I will argue that it's the most successful way to make claims on the state is care work, not insurance, not citizenship. The third question is, does the state offer services, or are those commodified, as we heard with the brokerage agencies in Austria, that where the state sort of sheds social services and passes it on to market actors? I will argue that neither of these are happening. In Hungary, social services are churchified, so those are passed down to the churches rather than to the market actors. Who does the majority of care work? Here, the Hungarian government has a very strong position on this. Women should be doing, in Hungary, women should be doing care work. This is not the case in a lot of other countries. Women should be doing care work, but it's often not native women whose job is necessarily to do care work. In middle-class households, it's perfectly okay to have a lot of babysitters and care workers. I mean, there is a whole literature on how care work is done by immigrants. In Hungary, the Hungarian government is very careful to juxtapose native maternalism, care work provided by native mothers, as opposed to, which is good, as opposed to care work provided by potential migrants, which is really bad and in fact ruled out. And finally, what state policies support work-life balance? What state policies support women's ability to provide care work? And I will argue that instead of these policies, the Hungarian government sentimentalizes women's work. And this is why, this is in some ways connected to Béla's argument about the moral economy. One of the reasons why women support the government is because of the sentimentalization, revaluation of care work, the moral re-evaluation of the care work that they have been providing and are providing in excess. So now I just want to maybe explain some of these in a touch more detail and show you a few more pictures, just mostly for entertainment. These are 2 posters, both advertising Hungary's extensive pronatalist policies that have been introduced since 2014. That's when the government started to introduce these. The point is here that these policies, so suddenly middle-class married couples with children can claim huge benefits from the state if they have children, or especially if they promise to have more children. It is families who can make these claims, not individuals. So while the government have been devaluing benefits that go to individuals, so for example, unemployment benefits, they've been increasing or the kind of family benefits that would go, that people can claim on the basis of just simply citizenship rights. Those also exist in Hungary still, but the value of that benefit is almost zero at this point. At the same time, huge amounts of money can be claimed by families to raise children. So an example is the baby loan, and you can borrow borrow in quotation marks, 10 million Hungarian forints. This was introduced in 2019. At that time, the 10 million forints was about 3 years of the average salary. So that's a lot of money. It's a windfall for a family who, a young family who's trying to buy an apartment or establish a life. But if you were a single person, you also sort of wanted to buy an apartment. That you had access to very little. Married couples, however, could claim this benefit. Not only did they have to be married, and not only did they have to promise to have children, but they also had to, at least one of them, had to have been employed for 3 years. And this is important and this is significant. They also had to have had a significant income, and banks evaluated that differently. I have only 5 minutes, never mind, I'm gonna get through this. And the loan was interest-free for 5 years, but then, and if they had 3 children, then they didn't have to pay it back. Now, so this is the type, and there were several such policies that were introduced over the past 5 or 6 years. Again, the idea is that the logic of claims making on the state has changed. Okay, it also changed in other ways. Care work thus became, and this also sort of is an example of how care work has become the basis of making claims on the state. In addition, and this is also very important, churches have become extremely important actors in providing social services in Hungary. What happens, when we read about the neoliberal liberalization, neoliberal sort of disinvestment of neoliberal welfare states, there's a lot of discussion about deregulation and market actors taking over these services. In Hungary, churches are taking over these services, and what you see here is the number of children who are studying in public and in church-run education institutions. And you see, actually, it's only the church-run education institutions. The number of children overall did not change, but you see that the proportion of children in church-run institutions has increased immensely as the government is pushing out more and more money to these institutions and funding them better, at a higher rate than state-run institutions. So if you're at a loyal church organization and you want to run a secondary school, you get a higher amount of money per child than if you're the 12th district public school. And churches don't have to give account of what they do have to, so they don't actually have to spend the extra money on education. They can spend it any way they want. So this serves a number of purposes. On the one hand, it takes over, the church takes over services that the state should be offering, and at the same time, it's building a loyal political set of political allies. And obviously, church-run schools have a different type of curriculum and educates children in a slightly different with slightly different principles than public schools. Native maternalism is extremely important. Here, the poster says, instead of migration policies, we want family policies. So Orban juxtaposes these very clearly. We don't want migrants to be doing care work. We want native, red-blooded Hungarian women to do that. And finally, and this is the last point, the sentimentalization of women's work. Not only are women expected to be doing care work in the home, but they're also be doing that. They're also expected to be doing paid work outside of the home. You can only claim those benefits if the whole family has sufficient income, and for that, often women's income is necessary as well. But women are not expected to be working at the same level as men. They're not expected to be aspiring for the same type of work. Just recently, the Hungarian government allowed a pamphlet, a report to be publicized, which lamented the fact that a slightly higher percent of university students are women, 54%. This was constructed as a vast gender inequality, men clearly being disadvantaged. And this quote too by this lady who is now the president of Hungary, who argues that women really shouldn't be competing with men. This goes very well with the complete reluctance of the Hungarian state to, or even Hungarian public employers to be to offer work-life measures, formal work-life measures in the workplace, where, by the way, often women work in ministries or state bureaucracies. Women are supposed to be solving their work-life balance problems any way they want. Instead, what we see is that the government is talking about care work as a mission that women should be aspiring to out of the kindness of their hearts, the very essence of womanhood. So no wonder that women who have been doing this work, and it's a lot of work, and it has always been devalued, and when they encounter at least the moral revaluation of this work, are actually very supportive and are listening intently. Okay, so those are the characteristics of Carefare. Again, the point I was trying to make was that these policies form the backbone of illiberal political, the illiberal political rule. It's sort of part of the illiberal political economy. And again, there's no better example of that or illustration of that than this poster that says, this is a poster from the beginning of the year, that the father is a man, the mother is a woman, and the price of gas will stay at 484. See the connection? The point he's making is that there are all these horrible gender liberal Westerners who are trying to attack our country. We're going to defend our country. We're defending it. We're showing that our efforts to defend our country by sticking to these specific gender categories. And that's, of course, is the same, is associated with an economic measure as well. So you see how the connection is made between gender and sort of economic goals or economic policies. Okay, now, again, I'm just going to be very quick here, but there are different ways in which Carefare is, in fact, contributing or forms part of the political economy. And I have already mentioned some of these, but it really disciplines women into producing more children, which is very important in this otherwise extremely ethno-nationalist context. Carefare also allows the government to claim moral legitimacy and to justify the reallocation of resources to political loyals, not just churches, but there are all these fake pro-government NGOs, and I think there's a name for that, but I don't remember. It also allows them to create and be active parts of international alliances, particularly after Roe v. Wade, the repeal of Roe v. Wade. That really didn't help, and that really was one of the factors that prompted the Hungarian government also to act, to be able to act in this area. And of course, it also allows the government to discursively construct a national threat. There's all these liberals trying to attack our country, as well as the threat of a demographic decline, the fact that the Hungarian population is decreasing, and posit themselves in the position of the protector, who will protect the people against all these terrible threats. So all of these produce political and economic gain for the government, and as such are part of the political economy of illiberalism. Thank you.
That was great. Any questions? Questions? On here.
I was wondering, because I thought that what you're presenting there is a fascinating way of reframing the discourse of the French Nouvelle Droite of cultural replacement, right? So instead of speaking about cultural replacement and avoiding Hungary or Europe to become a Muslim nation or something like that, you put the emphasis on the need to have families, the need to have women who take care. So making it against gender or in relation to gender instead of that. But that was something that was very present during the refugee crisis, when the Syrian refugees came, that the issue of defending the borders of Hungary or is defending the borders of Europe, the European civilization. So I was wondering, what is the situation now? If there is a connection between what you were presenting there and this kind of great replacement theory and that, or that has been kind of vanished out? And
That's a good question. Thank you. In fact, the pro-natalist policy started right after Hungary experienced this flood of refugees passing through the country in 2015. So, and they were closely related. It is from that moment on, the government juxtaposed migration and family policies. And this continues to today. So the government repeatedly describes the three most important problems that the Hungarians face. One is migration, the other is gender, and the third is possibly energy prices. I don't remember what the third is, but those two are, so the first two are always there and they're in clear juxtaposition. So no, that did not go away.
Very simple. Is there a difference in education in women to accept this new ideology? I mean, does education make a difference?
Yes, it does. At least it does, as far as I understand. And political scientists and electoral analysts in the room should correct me. But as far as I understand, women are more likely to support the ruling party, but especially less educated rural women. So Fidesz is most popular in that particular category. It is in the lives of lower middle class people that this amount of money that people can now claim that made the biggest difference. So there are groups of there are families, lots of families in Hungary who would never have access to this amount of money in one lump sum. This is you walk into the bank, you say, I'm going to have 3 children, and they give you the money within 2 weeks, literally, and you can use it for whatever you please. You don't have to, this is sort of an enormous sum of money, mostly for not the top echelons of society, but somewhat lower down. If you're really poor, then you don't have access to any of this because you don't have formal income. First of all, you may not be married, and you also don't have formal income. If you're not on the formal labor market, as many Hungarians are not, and particularly those who have precarious jobs or who who belong to the ethnic minorities, they're not in the labor, so they don't have access to any of this. But if you're a little higher up, you're kind of reasonably well off, but have trouble with upward mobility, being upwardly mobile. This is seen as a chance. Now it has huge risks because if you don't have, if you have 3 children, then you're fine. But if you don't have 3 children, you have to pay back the money, and you have to pay back the interests on the 10 million and the penalty. Now, when the interest and the penalty is tied to basically to the general interest rates in the country, which at the time when this was passed in 2019 was extremely low. The base rate of interest was less than 1%. Now it's over 10%. So if this goes on, then if people don't have, so after 5 years, if you don't have 1 child, you have to start paying the money back with the interest and pay the penalty on the interest penalty. That is a huge amount of money. Luckily, people if they took it in 2019, then they still have a few more years, and who knows what's going to happen to interest rates. But this is a risk. It's also a risk that when people get divorced. So there are huge risks involved, but nevertheless, this was seen and legitimately seen as an amazing opportunity for a lot of people, but especially those who are not the highest educated, not the most privileged people.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. 20 minutes. Oh, well. Okay, thanks. I'll also use my own clock. Let's see. Okay, so we've heard 3 wonderful talks about various features of populism, and I don't have any fundamental disagreement with any of them. I want to complement them by looking at something that already is buried in the very term populism, which is the people. There is an essential reference to a conception of the people
that I claim is characteristic of populism. And I want to point out there is also a paradoxical reference to the people. On the one hand, the idea is the people is already there. It's pre-politically given in some way, in most cases as an ethnic nation. But on the other hand, what populists in power actually do in order to stay in power is to manipulate the people and who belongs to the people. And they do so through various laws, citizenship laws, electoral laws, and sometimes through even more aggressive forms of policies that I will be discussing. So I won't go into discussing anymore how I understand populism. I share with all the other speakers the idea that populism is a very broad term. It's something that is ubiquitous in democracies if we reference it just as a political style or rhetoric. But there is a specific phenomenon of authoritarian populism that is, as also Bela pointed out, a project of grasping power for a purpose, not just power for its own sake, because the real purpose is to transform liberal democracies and the rule of law as we've known it into a different kind of regime. And that regime has, as Eva has just pointed out, for example, very clearly features of gender ideology that run counter to a long-term secular trend of liberalism in terms of promoting gender equality. As I just mentioned, the people have a dual role for these populist parties. On the one hand, they claim to represent the people. And that representation claim, in a way, presupposes that the people is already given. It's there, as it's imagined as a homogeneous unit that is clearly distinct from other peoples in the neighborhood or elsewhere. And the boundaries that are drawn to identify these pre-political people in a way are both internal and external ones. The internal boundary is against the cosmopolitan elite that is incapable of representing the people because they're wedded to liberal cosmopolitan ideas. They are in a way traitors for the people because they represent humankind or capitalist markets or financial capital or whatever, but they don't represent the people. And then, of course, it needs an external boundary, the people versus the others who don't belong, the foreigners, ethnic, religious, racial, and gender minorities of all kinds that are seen to be beyond the pale of who truly belongs to the people. All that is well known. What is much less studied in the literature is the strategic uses of the concept of the people that populists make use of when they are in power. And in a way, you could say, using this famous quote from the poem by Brecht, that they are trying to elect their own people. They're not just representing the people, but they want to create their own people, and they create it for the purpose of, in the case of electoral autocracies or democracies, for the purpose of staying in power through elections. And in the worst case of the populists that slide into plainly autocratic regimes like Putin's Russia, they use it also for aggressive military purposes, for territorial expansion, for threatening their neighbors as a geopolitical instrument. So we know already from the Trump regime in America, there are many ways how populists in power can use laws in order to increase the likelihood that they will be re-elected or that their party will stay in power through electoral design. Gerrymandering in the US is the classic case, but it's not the only one. Selective disenfranchisement, depressing the turnout among identity groups that are more likely to vote for your opponent, right? But they also do it through citizenship laws, through deciding who gets access to citizenship, who is able to retain citizenship, and then how these people are able to vote or not to vote. And in the case of the use as a geopolitical instrument in relation with other states, the main game here is to expand the scope of citizenship rather than to restrict it, as populists are likely to do in context of immigration societies, to expand it by creating citizens outside the territory that will have a duty of loyalty to the regime that turns them into citizens and can be used as instruments either for boosting the vote domestically in order to stay in power, as Orban has done very successfully, or for destabilizing the states where these people live. So a kind of soft or hard versions of irredentism, which is the worst possible outcome of this. So I have 3 exhibits, and maybe I'll add a 4th if I still have time for that just illustrate these uses of citizenship and electoral laws by populists in power. The first one is again Viktor Orban, who in 2001, his first stint in power, adopted this Hungarian status law, which was not yet about granting citizenship to the ethnic Hungarians abroad, but giving them a privileged position of immigration rights in Hungary, access to the labor market, various forms of social rights. But the most important effect of that law was the symbolic reclaiming of the lost Hungarians due to the Trianon Treaty. In 2010, when Orban regained power, he went a decisive step further by changing the Hungarian citizenship law that until then had not allowed for dual citizenship, and said, we'll be tolerant of dual citizenship and we'll give it specifically to the Hungarians in the near abroad. Initially the claim was, this is only about citizenship, it will not be about voting rights, because until then also Hungarians abroad could not vote in Hungarian elections. But very soon after changing the citizenship law, the electoral laws were also changed so that these citizens now got the right to vote in Hungarian elections. There was a brief period when it looked like there might be counter reactions in the other states. Slovakia specifically adopted a law that said, if you voluntarily acquire foreign nationality, meaning the Hungarian one, will deprive you of your Slovak nationality. It's mind-boggling. These are native-born Hungarian linguistic minorities in Slovakia who were threatened with being stripped of their Slovak citizenship as a result of taking up Orban's offer of becoming also Hungarians. That law actually is still in force, but the other countries like Romania, Serbia, didn't react in the same way, so the law went forward with the expected effects. Very interestingly also, that for Hungary, that meant there were now 2 classes of Hungarians abroad. The ethnic Hungarians in the near neighborhood, and the expat Hungarians in the rest of Europe and around the world. And very cleverly, there was a further division how they were treated in elections. Those in the near abroad can vote by mail ballot without any big effort, whereas those who are the experts in London and including in Vienna, in fact, have to go to the embassy to vote and to queue. And this is, of course, a much bigger threshold that depresses the turnout among this group that is more likely to vote against Fidesz than those who were granted citizenship due to the efforts of Fidesz in the neighboring countries. Szabolcs Pogony, who is a member of the faculty here in the Nationalism Studies department, wrote a very good book on this Hungarian policy. And his interpretation was the main point of the policy was really to boost Orban's electoral power domestically. It was not intended, and in fact didn't have the effect of escalating inter-ethnic and interstate tensions. And that's partly due to the fact that most of these countries are also inside the European Union. But this is just the observation that Szabolcs has about this. Now, here is a second exhibit that concerns my home country, Austria. A botched attempt, almost a caricature of Orban's policy that failed to materialize, to give South Tyroleans dual citizenship. That was in the government platform of the 2017 Conservative Freedom Party government coalition. to offer dual citizenship specifically to the German-speaking population in South Tyrol, not to the Italian-speaking ones. So the Italian reaction to this was they were definitely not amused. You know, the foreign minister and prime minister and others protested against this. And eventually the plan was not formally abandoned, but it just went down the abyss because the coalition itself imploded due to the well-known events called the Ibiza affair. So the interesting thing is that a colleague of mine, Max Haller and Hermann Atz, another one, did a survey in South Tyrol in order to find out how big the interest was in taking up this Austrian offer of dual citizenship. And what they found out is not only among the Italian-speaking population, which was to be expected, was this kind of offer rejected, but also among the German-speaking population. The majority said, we are not interested because this is sowing divisions. This is sowing ethnic divisions in South Tyrol, and we are beyond that stage. You know, our autonomy is within Italy. It's not something that depends on German speakers having Austrian citizenship and calling on Austria as a protecting state. What was the political rationale of that move? In my interpretation, it was on the one hand, you know, a symbolic reclaiming of lost Austrians, just as Viktor Orban reclaimed the lost Hungarians. You know, in the same period after World War I. You know, this is how far we go back. But I think there was also an electoral motive behind this. The people who were interested in taking up that offer were most likely to be voters for the Freedom Party. So it was pushed by the Freedom Party in the coalition agreement. I had another, I could just mention, let me see how I'm doing time-wise.
You have 7 minutes. Sorry, you start 3:25. You're doing fine. I'll let you know when you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Let me just mention an interesting case that is much less talked about is Bulgaria and North Macedonia. There are 120,000 Bulgarian citizens, North Macedonian citizens who have acquired Bulgarian nationality. Yes, and how did Bulgaria use this new asset of an external population recently? They used it in blocking the opening of the accession negotiations of Bulgaria with the EU by making it a condition that North Macedonia must give constitutional minority status to the Bulgarians before they can open the negotiations. So a kind of soft tool still, not to be compared with the next exhibit, which is Vladimir Putin's policies, but you know, it's exercising blackmail through passportization, through creating citizens outside your territory. So here is the final and worst example, which is Vladimir Putin's weaponization of Russian citizenship. 2002, Russian law allowed for simplified naturalization of Russian-speaking minorities in the near abroad. And this law was applied through various kinds of decrees in territories like Transnistria, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and finally in Donetsk and Luhansk. The first big move was in the prelude to the 2008 Russian military intervention in Georgia, where quite explicitly Russia said, well, you know, this is not just Georgian ethnic minorities, the South Ossetians and Abkhazians, but they are now Russian citizens. So we have a right and a duty to intervene in order to protect them. In the war against Ukraine, this has played out slightly differently because it mostly came ex post. In the case of Crimea, in 2014, after the annexation, the population was more or less automatically naturalized as Russians, and only very few people, 3,400, dared to refuse. And now we see it again in the context of the present war. You will be following the news, and I don't have to talk about this anymore. My last 2 slides now, and this is the crunch of my talk, is why it is so difficult to come up with a counter policy to these aggressive forms of instrumentalizing citizenship for either domestic purposes to stay in power and to turn the regime ever more authoritarian, or external policies to destabilize other countries. And it is partly because liberal democracies themselves, are pursuing policies that look very much similar in various aspects. So on the one hand, there are many countries that have clearly over-inclusive laws, expanding citizenship widely beyond their territory. Look at countries like Italy or Spain, or also including Austria. They have jus sanguinis, citizenship by descent, without any limit across generations. So you can be a fourth, fifth generation Austrian, Italian, or Spanish, born abroad, and claim that citizenship, which is very valuable because it comes with the European passport, and even vote in elections. So there is no limit for an over-inclusive demos that can, and such a demos can be easily manipulated in elections. Secondly, laws are also exclusionary in the wrong way in liberal democracies. So if you look at immigrant origin populations in several countries, and again, take the case of Austria and this city of Vienna, where 30% of the resident population are excluded from voting in elections. That's mind-boggling, a 2/3 democracy. How representative is it? Yeah? So the restrictive access to naturalization and to citizenship, and the lack of use solely of any, claim to be citizen just because of birth in the territory, creates a democratic representation and legitimacy deficit that is quite clearly there also in liberal democracies. And finally, there is the instrumental uses of citizenship also by Western states. And the most drastic example is the selling of citizenship. Malta and Cyprus are the infamous cases in the EU that have created a global market for their passports, the value of which doesn't depend on what Malta does and what Cyprus does. It depends on the EU, right? Because it's about freedom of movement. And there is Olympic citizenship for famous athletes and artists, where all the requirements are dropped that immigrants have to meet in order to become citizens of these countries. And what that does is that undermines the intrinsic value and also the signal that citizenship is about the status of equality. If a big Russian oligarch, easily gets Cypriotic citizenship, as used to be the case, then clearly that is not how we understand citizenship in a democratic way. That's my last slide. Now, what could be the response to this? The response could be to say we need stronger international law norms in order to prevent and stem and fight these kinds of abuses. And there is a big problem. The problem is the core norm in international law with regard to citizenship is national self-determination. In international law, you wouldn't think that states can determine themselves how large their territory is, because that's obviously a recipe for permanent war. But states can in fact determine under international law themselves how large their citizenship population is, with a few limits. But that's the core principle, national self-determination. And that leads not only to a big handicap in fighting phenomena like statelessness, but also in fighting back against these weaponized uses of citizenship. International law condemns aggressive expansion of territory, as happens now in the Ukraine war. And of course, the referendums that are now being held in Donetsk and Luhansk, are just fake, and nobody gives them any legitimacy under international law. Why? Because this is about grabbing of territory and then making people vote for the other state. But if you think about the possibility that states have to grab people outside their territory and make them vote for that state, the possibility to fight that under international legal norms is much more limited. It's not clear what kind of international legal provisions you could invoke against these kinds of moves. And finally, there is the liberal trend that we see of stronger individual rights, weaker state powers to block changes of citizenship, the broad toleration of dual citizenship that can be abused turned around by authoritarian regimes to expand their people beyond their borders and destabilize neighboring states. My last sentence is I do think there is a principle that can be spelled out that would be helpful in order to draw the boundaries of legitimate attribution of citizenship. I call it a stakeholder principle, but you could also call it a principle of effective and genuine links between individuals and states. We should understand that citizenship is about the relation between individuals and states, and only when that relation is sufficiently strong should states be able to award citizenship. But when it's sufficiently strong, they should also have a duty to give these people citizenship. And if we flesh out that principle, as I've tried to do in that book, I think that would be at least a starting point in order to fight also the weaponization and abuse that we have seen by populist regimes in power. Thanks.
Well, perhaps a couple of questions, and then I'd like to ask the others to just join.
I think you, of course, these are very interesting problems, but honestly, how big of a problem is this? Because I think from your exhibits, what we could see is that there is a case in which this was not so much of a problem. There was a case in which it didn't really happen because the people excluded from Austrian citizenship didn't really need it. And then there is also a case in which obviously Russia uses it as a pretext, but frankly, Russia will use anything as a pretext. So, it attacked Crimea on other grounds than having its citizens there, then it gave them citizenship to legitimize it under international law. You're right that the international law gives it the possibility to do that, but I'm not really sure it's the only possibility or that it particularly needs it. Coming from my position, where citizenship is in itself the grounds for horrible exclusion, absolutely arbitrary, right? You get born in 10 kilometers left or right, and then you end up in having completely different life chances. Why is this such a problem that some people can, through accident of generosity of the Hungarian government, manage to make their better life in the EU? So I understand that it does undermine the value of the citizenship as we know it, equality, participation, and all that. But at the same time, it seemed to me that your proposal would have to go hand in hand with much more liberal immigration laws for this not to perpetuate, to my mind, unnecessary exclusions.
I saw you frowning while I was talking, and now I understand better why we differ in our perspective. There are people that think of citizenship only from a global perspective, where they see then the exclusionary aspects of citizenship that, how can you justify that you are born as an Austrian citizen or as a citizen of the Central African Republic? And therefore, the institution of citizenship is blamed and, ideally should be abolished. But they forget about the other side of citizenship, which is democracy. You can't build democracy without citizens, and democracies are bounded. We live in a world, and I think it's a good fact about this world, where we don't have a single world state, but many, many different states that hopefully, in the best possible courses of history, can become democracies that are authorized, where their governments are authorized by and accountable to their citizens and nobody else. And from the perspective of democracy, where the citizens are equal, it is terribly important to be clear who has a claim to be a citizen of a particular state. And that's a point about equality, not about inequality. So we should never forget that citizenship has these two faces. It's a Janus-faced concept. Yes, there is global inequality on the one hand, but that global inequality has much more to do with the global economy. That creates a big difference between North and South than with the institution of citizenship as such. And inside the state, the best we can hope for is to turn citizenship into an instrument for promoting equality, for enabling people to claim from the government something that makes them more equal with each other. Including gender equality and all of this. This rests on the idea that the foundation of this is citizenship. Since the French Revolution and the American Revolution, citizenship is the basis for emancipation, right? So, and therefore, I think it's terribly dangerous if we let autocratic populist regimes get away with abusing citizenship in a way that undermines that core value and promotes their political projects.
Well, I mean, I think one of the things that's going to come up here is the question, you used the word autocratic, but I think if we go back to the first speaker, we're all up here, there's a question of different, whether it's an illiberal democracy. So you do have some notion of equality already in operation. Mary.
Well, actually, my question was totally along the same lines. And I was thinking as you spoke, I mean, Saskia Sassin in her book on territorial authority talks about the delinking of national identity and citizenship. Citizenships come to be associated with rights, and in the places where I work, in various conflicts, people don't care what citizenship they want. Can get. They just want citizenship. They want to be able to travel. They want to have a passport. They want rights to welfare. It's not about being Afghan or South Sudanese or which are all the places. And similarly for us in Brexit land, we all want European citizenship. And why do we want European citizenship? Well, it does have something to do with European identity, but it also has lots to do with wanting to be able to travel, work in easy ways. And it's something I've been thinking a lot about over many years. You know, there was a time when I was trying to argue that European citizenship should have been based on residence and not on nationality, and that way you would have enormously empowered all sorts of migrants, even if it was the sort of limited European citizenship that exists, namely, you know, being able to vote in local elections or European elections, but still that would be, and I'm still thinking about that. I mean, there is a sort of global citizenship linked to refugee status with UNHCR, you know, you can get papers to travel. But shouldn't we be thinking, and that also, you know, your answer is democracy is so important, but actually democracy sort of focused in a hard way on the national level is really problematic at the moment. We've got to be moving towards multi-level democracy.
Yes.
We've got to have democratic democracy at a global level and at a local level much more strongly. So that has all sorts of implications for citizenship.
We'll get everybody, because I think it runs through. But you want to just engage on this. That's what I'm saying. Raymond, please engage with Mary's point.
No, I have this comment just on this. Yeah. Just additionally, very, very briefly, wouldn't have, because I fully agree with what you said, if you have a principle of dual citizenship. So if everybody can have at least two citizenship if he chooses either inside Europe or even beyond. Because also in Vienna, we have some people who don't want to get Austrian citizenship because they fear they lose another one. So at least it's a pragmatic way to have a principle of dual citizenship, at least in Europe, European Union and the wider Europe.
Okay. So, okay, on the yes, Mary, I think I'm afraid I have a lot of sympathy for your view, but I'm afraid you will lose the argument against the populists if you push it that far. You know, because that clearly comes over as the cosmopolitan view on citizenship, the liberal cosmopolitan view. They want to be world citizens, and everything else is non-ideal and not really what we need. I'm much more sympathetic for the idea of multi-level citizenship. But multi-level means you have to take seriously all the levels. If you look at European Union citizenship, it is multi-level already because EU citizenship is derived from member state nationality. The member states would have never, ever agreed to forming the union and integrating the union if you had said, well, and when it comes to citizenship, we'll abolish the core prerogative of the state to determine its own citizens. And from now on, the citizens of the union will be everybody who resides in the union. That would just destroy the project of the union as a union of democratic member states. That would be something very different, right? I'm defending the principle of residence-based citizenship at another level, at the local level. In Vienna City, it doesn't make sense to say it depends on your nationality whether you can vote in local elections. But that's not necessarily true for the supranational level or the global level, where we live in a world of states that do have some kind of sovereignty claims and that need to be democratized from the inside and not just abolished and weakened and moving up democracy to the global level. There is a second problem with that view that, again, has to do with something which I think is historic progress. This is the liberalization of citizenship, the strengthening of individual rights to citizenship. Already in the Universal Declaration of 48, there is a right of everybody to a nationality. It was not followed up within the 66 Convention, etc. It's now much weaker, but the idea was planted there that individuals have a right to choose which state they want to be nationals of. But if you carry that to the extreme, you get the global market in investor citizenship as perfectly legitimate, and you get Putin's policy as perfectly legitimate because those people actually volunteered to be Russian citizens, those who took out the passports. So that was just, that's a liberal policy that is opposed to the other idea, which is the power of determining citizenship is only with the states, right? That's the old illiberal version of citizenship. You don't have a say in that. What is in between those two is the idea of a link between individual and the state, right? There must be a link, and that goes also for dual citizenship. Dual citizenship is very important that it's tolerated if and only if the individual can show that they have effective links with two states. If they don't, if they need the citizenship just because they want to widen their portfolio of global passports that are very usable for them, then I'm against granting them dual citizenship, right? There should be something that connects the individual to the state in order to make it a lever for promoting democracy inside the state. And also telling the people, these are legitimate citizens, they belong. They are not just people who have bought their way into the most precious right which democracies have, which is the right to vote. Right? Oh, so I'm getting very argumentative about this.
There were questions for the others that I expressed, and I'm feeling now very guilty. Well, no. If you could come up and maybe get a transversal exchange here, because I think there are many issues around the lost people, the victims, care, charity, the moral economy. There's a lot of what's that?
I had a question.
Okay, right, and there were many others for all of you, but I wonder whether we could thread some of them together. Rainer, please stay up here. I need a microphone. Someone have a mic? One of the mobile ones?
Well, I have some questions to Bella and to some extent to Ruja.
Yeah.
Well, Bella, you gave a very interesting thing on the social composition or the social base and cultural base in a way of, I would initially not call it a liberal democracy, but of a conservative nationalist movement in a sense. I was interested in the parallels to research of the 20s and 30s. Yeah? To which extent have we learned more about that? Yeah. And then linked to that, a question: when does such a movement turn fascist? And it seems to me the move from turning fascist was linked to gaining power. Yeah. While in the current context, we have a situation where these movements have gained power, and it's about sustaining power. Okay. And that's probably where illiberal democracy comes in, because it looks as if sustaining power is easier than in the 1930s, where it was immediately moving towards dictatorship. Yeah. So I was just wondering your views, both of your views on that. And the second question I have is, well, you gave an example of Hungary, and we are all looking at Hungary, Poland, Russia, and so on. Is there something special about CECs, or are all your analysis appropriate to discuss developments or potentials in any other European country, yeah? Also Western Europe. And finally, I think, well, probably linked to the first question is, it looks as if the techniques of remaining on the level of liberal democracy rather than fascist dictatorship is very much linked to the new techniques which one has. Well, you've talked about electoral laws and media control and oligarchic, I don't know, Kuhut type of purchasing of an economic base, if you want, and social base. Yeah. So it could very well be that it's the techniques which have evolved and allows us to stop before we move towards fascist dictatorship. Yeah? But that's no.
Okay, there was a bundle of questions for you. Well, for all of you, to get your thoughts, and then we'll come back. Maybe I'll get two more questions back to.
I think that you suggested in your last comment an answer to the first question you posed. What makes the difference between the 20s and 30s and the situation now with illiberal democracies? And by illiberal democracies, I mainly mean regimes that have already political parties that are in power and are able to implement those ideas to stay in power. And I think that the difference is the utilization of institutions, of liberal institutions, and filling them with a different content, which was not the case in the 30s in Germany. So the cooptation of the institutions, the filling in of those institutions with a different content, while preserving generally the structure more or less intact, makes yet a difference and still allows for the process to be reversed, even if difficult, even if it is difficult to do so. So that would be my answer. And I was discussing mostly cases of illiberals in power. Because they have more resources to effectively fill these institutions with different content. And there are aspiring illiberal democrats who doesn't get a chance yet to do it. And this is what distinguishes Central and Eastern Europe, where you have, in a distinction to many other regions, governments, illiberal governments, being re-elected and staying in power, and being majority governments rather than minority partners, populist parties being minority parties in other governments.
Yeah, so excellent question, I think. Thank you, Michael. So I tried to study very closely interwar Austrian history for analogies and contrast, and also interwar Italy and Germany. I don't think the Hungarian regime made it to a stage where it should be considered anything fascist. It's not a violent regime. So we know about these previous examples that violence was on the street on part of all the party's paramilitary troops. It also started under the Hungarian regime, started its right-wing, rightward move at the end of the liberal hegemony, which was not that much the case in interwar Europe. So there was no time very much for interwar hegemony. About Hungary, what I can say is that originally the characteristics of this movement was that it united all fractions of the Hungarian right. So basically the Christian nationals whom I mentioned here, but then also the populist right and the far right. And then there was a specialization where the far right basically left the movement, but not all its intellectuals, not all its ideas. And then from then on, once the Fidesz party came to power, the political project was to stay in the middle and have on the one hand a right-wing far-right party, on the other hand the left and the liberals flank the movement. So this was this main idea of having a relatively balanced political scheme in which the left liberals and the far right can be played against each other, right? Now, I could, collect a large number of similarities and differences. One of them is, I referred several times to how interwar ideas came back with an unexpected vigor. So the story here is, I think, the socialist past. So these are ideas that were basically suppressed for 40 to 50 years and then came back as if they would be entirely fresh. Clerical moral economies, small entrepreneurs, and so on and so forth, taking care about the ethnic Hungarians in the neighboring country. So this is one specificity. I think that actually this can be seen as a parallel to other post-communist parties or countries, or the right-wing ascendance in other post-communist countries, which are different from. So this is, in some sense, an unreformed social conservative right. And now they are learning, of course. And the last thing, which is, however, an analogy with the interwar situation, is the crisis. So, there is only a core electorate, which is, however, a couple of million people who can be mobilized via moral, ideological argument. The rest you have to pay with something, right? Bribe into. And that was very important as the crisis struck and Fidesz appeared as the representative of not only right-wing, but also left-wing protection for the nation. So this is where you get then the marginal voters. The core doesn't really, there is some change. So there is some erosion of the conservative support, but so far not really convincing and did not form alternative political movements. And then there is a changing electorate, which is basically kept in a pro-government electoral coalition, but is not part of the identity community, which is the core, by social welfare measures such as workfare, Eva mentioned, the family policies, and still a number of important factors. So these are the two ideas for which it makes actually sense to keep together, keep separately ideational and material appeals. So not everything is explained by materialism only, right?
Thank you. My question also goes back to Bela's, I think, brilliant presentation, but I've tried to formulate in a way that it can be extended to the other panelists. I like very much your formulation. I like very much how you started that this is not the rise of illiberalism, not simply a coalition of cynical wannabe dictators and stupid electorate. I think it's too simple. Explanation, it doesn't work. I like very much this Hirschmanian framing with the, as you call the tunnel effect, that some of the, the Hungarians felt were afraid of being left behind during the 2000, that decade. When the rise of the civic circles happened. Now, my question is, I still think you emphasized a bit too much the passions and less the interests. And my question is, that decade was the decade of joining the European Union. That was in expectation already back in 2002. There was it was already on the horizon that there will be huge structural funds coming to the country. And I think that this whole process can be understood as a start of a fight for the dominance over the resources within the Hungarian elite. Part of it was representing more the the globalist multinationals, and this was a sort of an effort to collect all those who were hoping to get their share from the European funds, and Orban did an attempt to collect them, and most of the Besitzbürgertum, especially the small and medium enterprises, felt some chances in that. So my question is, how would you think of this interpretation?
Okay. We'll take a couple more questions. Yeah, we'll take a couple more and then we'll do a round. But I'd like to bring Eva into the story about interest because, of course, the room got instrumentalized in the political economy that she presented. So it's, I don't know your name.
Yeah, it's okay. My name is Artem. I speak from here so everybody can see me. So the question is about some fundamental problems as I see in the democracies themselves. So I guess that the experience of all the countries that we've discussed so far was that it doesn't take a lot to make a proper liberal democracy to become an illiberal democracy, right? You just need some, a little bit of patience and manipulation of media, parliamentary system, and abuse of them. So my question is, considering that there is a declining share of people who would like to participate in elections and be politically active, even in the developed Western European societies, do you see some additions to the instruments that we can add to the setup of the, how we govern our societies that we can prevent these things from happening? Maybe something related to the, media control, maybe some other institutions that you could think that could prevent this from happening. That's basically my question. Thank you.
Great, for all of you. Last question. And
Okay.
We'll see if we get more time, but last
Thank you.
question.
Imre Szabó, CEU. My question is to Eva Fodor. And so how does the question of elderly care come into the picture? Because for good reasons, your presentation focused on childcare and natalist policies. And I'm asking the elderly care side of the story and to what extent that fits the patterns that you outlined. So I'm asking that for one main reason, or maybe two. One is that there is a ticking time bomb of a big generation of Hungarian baby boomers who will need care at some point soon, and that probably will also have to be taken care of by women. It's a question of, is it inside the family or outside the family? And also, like is there a risk to the regime and what kind of policies are there, or is it not discussed at all?
If you could take a minute or so each, then we'll have 15 minutes for coffee. So let me just start with everyone can start with you.
Answer this one. This is a great question because we typically talk about childcare, whereas elder care is a huge issue. And just like with, actually not just like with childcare, but with elder care, the Hungarian state has explicitly basically demolished or abandoned state institutions that would be providing care to the elderly, and therefore relegated this work to the household. So the care work that women have to do includes elder care, unpaid elder care without much help from state, with a declining level of care from the state. Elder care, that principle was difficult to mobilize for political purposes. Even though older people are more likely to vote, this issue was significantly less important, considered less important and again, this shows that that pronatalism is directed or is strongly associated with this ethno-nationalist interest of building up a nation. So and of course the elderly don't play much part of that. So quietly that gets shoved off to women and increases women's work burden.
So I thought I could still come back to Michael's question about when authoritarian populism might turn into fascism and how our context compares to the 1920s and 1930s. So the first thing I want to say is the striking difference is that most of these authoritarian populists want to win through elections. And the widespread also intellectual rejection of democracy that was so strong in the 1930s, we don't see today in most countries domestically and also on the international scale. To put it another way, the China model, which is a real alternative model to democracy, has not caught on as an ideological model that states say they want to adopt. You know, the very, very few states, they want Chinese trade and development assistance, whatever, but they don't want to mold their political system on the China model. So in that sense, democracy is still quite strong and resilient as a prevailing ideology that even the authoritarian populists have to pay tribute to, even in a hypocritical way. Now, having said this, I think there is still good reasons to think about whether new forms of fascism may be arising. You know, Timothy Snyder has proposed that the Russian regime is actually, you know, a fascist in quality. And we've had a discussion about fascist qualities of the Trump movement around the January 6th events in the US, where you see violence systematically, you know, and a kind of dehumanization of the opponent that is really characteristic for fascism, and an utter disregard for the electoral competition and accepting its outcome, right? So I think there is a danger of comeback of fascism in these extreme ways, but we should also, that means we should draw the line. We should distinguish even, you know, Kaczynski and Orban from these types of fascists by, as long as we can assume they're willing to compete for power in a multi-party system that they're trying to manipulate in order to stay in power, but not abolish, right? And that is a real difference with what we know fascists do when they are in power.
Yeah, thank you very much, Istvan, for this question. So, two short answers. So, this research that you saw, or one aspect of it, refers to a long period where the right was in opposition. And in many ways, obviously, if you are in opposition, you cannot demonstrate your strength via actual policies, or much less, right? So, your possibilities are less limited in terms of ideological appeals, right? Moral economies. And then the way I see this is, and you know, this is one of the many reasons why I adore Eva's work. I see this period as producing something like a prefigurative politics of what came after. So many things were already, you know, decided and thought about, and then came an increasingly radicalizing policy of putting these ideas into place. Now, why is this now actual? Because I actually have a normative agenda. I'm not just a court-headed scholar. I am anyway not very court-headed, as you could see, you know, in the demonstration. But I actually would like to my left and liberal and non-authoritarian conservative friends to hear the lesson. Do something similar on the ground. You know, the Hungarian opposition and many oppositions in the world are now in a desperate situation, but the Orban people had to be in a desperate situation between 2002 and 2010. They had no access to media. They were afraid of a tyrannic majority oppressing them. So I want that my friends hear the lesson, right? And therefore, I really invest a lot of energy to better understand what were lost when it was lost, when it was all lost. And this did not start in 2010. You had to first win a 2/3, right? And there is no other way. So that's my normative commitment to the subject.
the question what to do to prevent illiberal Democrats taking power, there is a line in literature with which I agree, and this is that one of the reasons for the rise of populism and of illiberal democracy more generally is the process of depoliticization, the process of basically devoiding politics of meaning, of divisions and so on and so forth. So the so-called Tina politics, there is no alternative. And this was generally the case, especially in the transition period for Central and Eastern Europe, when we were told that we don't have much alternative, we have to do this and that in order to achieve our objective, to develop normal democracies, to enter the cherished alliances and so on and so forth. And this produced a backlash. So Tina politics is not a good idea. Politicization, repoliticization, but then the problem is on what terms? Because one can argue that Orban's approach is repoliticizing issues that were taken out of the political arena as consensual. But then the danger is that the way they are repoliticized shifts the balance in the direction of illiberal values. The difficulty is to find way of repoliticizing issues that reestablish a balance that would preserve liberal democratic values. And that is my motivation to study these issues.
Thank you. What a wonderful panel. Thank you all for putting up with this topic. Thank you so much. What should we do time-wise? Shalini, do you want to have a round? Now back to Shalini. I'm no longer Shalini. The real. What do you want to do? Have coffee for how long? 20 minutes? Okay, so 20 minutes and then there will be a final round up here. Okay, great. Thank you.
bus will be here at 5 to 6 sharp. So we have to finish by 5:45, so as to give you just a little rest in between. So this is to invite everybody to the dinner, to the Heurigen, and just make sure that you board the bus with us at 6. Okay. So I think the only panelist I need to introduce to you, because Mary's already been introduced, as has Hannah Swoboda, is my colleague Misha Glenny. He is the rector of the Institute for Human Sciences, Institut für die Wissenschaften von Menschen, an old Viennese returning to Vienna. So he's come back this year. And Misha was here for several years as a journalist for the BBC. And so he knows the institutions well. And he knows the CEU and he knows the WIIW. And it's a great pleasure to have you with us. So we're going to wrap up. And the question is, what exactly is the wrap-up session going to be? So it's about everything you always wanted to say on any topic. Because that's a little bit the conference remit. It's about inequalities, it's about integration, disintegration, globalization, deglobalization. It's been about questions of insecurity, questions of populism, of democratic dismantling, on questions of Eastern and Western Europe comparisons, but also some very interesting comparisons between Eastern European countries. It's been also about wars and new military strategies and security, with, of course, the Ukraine war uppermost in all our minds, but we have enough other wars to worry about at the moment as well, unfortunately. And it's been about the last panels, 2 panels actually. We've talked about labor and capital movements, trans-border ones. So migration, which is a theme which is a perennial one in Europe. Question of citizenship rights and belonging. Whom does the nation belong to? And finally, the whole question of populist politics. And since it's Europe and the world, I think there's nothing which is left out. Therefore, I think, let me start with you, Hannes, and then give Mary the word, and then Misha. I start with you because you are the one who is in the greatest hurry.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to congratulate all the participants, but especially the speakers. It was a wonderful conference, and I hope it will be repeated. It's not a once for all, even if we don't have birthdays or special birthdays. We have every year birthday, so we should really repeat it. Maybe I raise 2 subjects. The one is on climate change and climate policy. I think it was undervalued. Of course, not everything can be discussed, so please, it's not a criticism, because it's one of the big issues, also many citizens feel as the most important issue. But I don't see how we come forward when we have these cleavages and these fractures we have, especially now in Europe. And we really have to think, energy has been mentioned. I'm not so optimistic about the energy supply and the costs in the future years. There are reports already that the industry is moving out of Europe into the US or other places where energy is cheaper. What does it mean for employment? What does it mean for also our capital, but also for labor? So I think this is a very, very important issue which we should deal very strongly in the coming work. Everybody, I think, especially, of course, we discussed it anyway in the Vienna Institute. And climate change is also connected with another issue which has been discussed, but in a narrower sense, migration. There's a recent report or opinion that climate change adaptation to climate change can be only done by an enormous amount of migration. In the coming years, there will be a lot of regions inhabitable, not only in Bangladesh, but in Sudan and many other places. The migration we have seen until now, including the migration so-called or not so-called migration crisis of 2015, will be in the shadow or will be shadowed in really with the migration which will come in some of the future years. We discussed today migration. We still have seen many of our countries, with the exception now of the Ukrainian migration, a lot of prejudices or opposition. I don't know how Europe will tackle with it when there's really stronger migration coming from southern areas because some places are inhabitable. So this, I think, is a big issue. The second issue, just comment again on what Mary so brilliantly discussed yesterday on the war. On the war in Ukraine, it's not the only war, as was just mentioned. Look, Yemen, Ethiopia is a terrible war. And Ethiopia is one of these wars where definitely cannot be won because, and where we have many people, the winners are, because of the war and corruption and whatever else. And I think Eritrea started a new strong intervention just these days. But of course, for global security, the Ukraine war is more relevant and also directly for us here in Europe. But if the war goes on for a longer term, and many experts say the mobilization in Russia is something for the next spring, initiative, because now comes the winter, there will be not so much war, there will be killings enough. What does it mean? What does it mean also for Europe? We have to see the enormous destruction in Ukraine. Ukraine will be, if the war goes on in 1 year, a devastated, depopulated country. That was mentioned, the depopulation. The European Union has a lot of money to spend. Somebody told me today that what Poland got, and Poland is one of the great beneficiaries of the European Union financially, what Poland got in the last 10 years is what we have to spend on Ukraine in 2 or 3 years. How do we manage that? So whatever can be done, and I fully agree with all the accusations on the aggression of Russia. It's terrible. As Mary also said, whatever has happened with NATO enlargement, there's no justification at all. But I think we should think about how we can at least come to a ceasefire in Ukraine, because otherwise it's not only that this country is devastated, that the people are depopulated, we don't know how the acceptance of refugees will continue, but economically, it is for Europe an enormous burden, and the shift going to the US, of course, is much better than the shift was going to Russia, but it's for Europe not an easy thing to swallow and to accept. And I think with some people who have this fantasy, we can win over Russia and it's just some months and we deliver weapons, which is absolutely necessary. Only this will not be enough. So I think the two issues, for me, the climate change and the war, both have been mentioned, but we have to really concentrate on working on that, of course, also politically, how we can find some sort of a ceasefire at least, which does not solve the problem. I don't see any solution in near future on the Ukraine issue, but the destruction and the devastation and the economic consequences for Europe will be enormous, and I think many people are blind in not seeing it. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pass on to Mary with an additional question. which is, Mary, you had, towards the end of your talk yesterday, you were discussing many of the economic measures which actually should have been taken, and some which Ukraine is taking, like extremely neoliberal labor laws, which should not be taken. But I think one measure which we have not talked about, and it's relevant for Ukraine, as it was relevant in my view, also because of the COVID crisis, and that is debt cancellation. I think Ukraine has an enormous debt which needs to be cancelled, both to public institutions, but also to private banks. And I think one of the major mistakes which was made, or two mistakes were made in the COVID crisis. One, that debt was not cancelled for, it was shifted for a little bit, but not cancelled for some of the poorest countries. And that leaves them with no resources to build the health infrastructure needed for such a public health crisis. But the other mistake was still hanging on to all the intellectual property rights and the patents on vaccines. So, but this is a separate story. So that I think we need to think about some of the economic measures which we have not discussed, interestingly, because I think they have something to do with both inequality and insecurity, and especially human insecurity. What does debt, 50 years, 70 years of debt burden mean for these countries? The second point, I think, which would link actually Hannes's and your talk yesterday, is the climate, the CO2 emissions effects of militarization. Because interestingly, in all of the papers that we are seeing on the CO2 emissions, one fact gets quite willingly omitted, it's deliberately omitted, and that is the amount of emissions through military. I mean, Pentagon is the largest emitter of CO2, and add to that the armies of all the other large standing armies of China, Russia, India, etc. So I think militarization is a major contributor to climate change, and we really need to link those two together. And migration, you're very right, Hannes, it's linked both to the climate crisis, but equally to civil war. So much of the migration we are seeing, and not too many of them get to Europe, but in the regions itself. And Mary has been working on those regional conflicts. So much of it is due to civil war. So I think you really started us off on a discussion of some of the really major topics which we need to focus on, but also with the interlinkages between those. And with that, Mary, to you.
Okay, well, I will try and answer your questions, but I've also thought to myself, this is my chance to make a few comments that I didn't manage to make during the conference, because I do have some points. So, but first to your question. On debt cancellation, I feel, oh, am I not talking? Could you all hear me, everybody? Oh, well, anyway, on debt cancellation, oddly enough, this has been the first part of my Ukraine project. So I've set up a collaboration with the Kiev School of Economics, which IWM are also involved in. And one of the first things we've been doing is policy briefings with Ukrainians and others. And well, I've been involved with the Ukraine trade unions and also other European social movements who have had a campaign for debt cancellation for Ukraine. So I deliberately invited Joseph Stiglitz to this policy briefing, where we said to the Ukrainian economists, what don't you think you should go for debt cancellation? And they said, oh no, we can't possibly do that because they're all schooled in neoliberal economics. You know, we wouldn't be trusted after the war. And Joe said, I think it's fine. I think you can do it. I think it's quite safe. And actually they have suspended debt repayments. So it isn't yet cancelled, but they've suspended debt repayments. So that was the very first step. So that's good. On climate change, actually, when I was talking yesterday, as well as human security, NATO has put a huge emphasis on climate change along with human security. So that's in the strategic concept and trying to, but what I do think is that a lot of the discussion about climate change and conflict is very muddled. You know, there is Prince Charles now, our king, has said that both Syria and the war in Darfur were caused by droughts. And it's true that they were both preceded by droughts, but actually it was the failure to address drought. And, you know, I think it completely removes agency, this kind of argument that climate change can also cause people to cooperate. It depends how they choose to react. So you have to think about conflict in social terms. And similarly, the jury's out on what does conflict do for climate change. And we've done a few studies in the case of Syria. And on the one hand, of course, there's terrible devastation, there's deforestation, there's destruction of agricultural land. But on the other side, there's a dramatic drop in industrial production. And because of various types of shortages, people have been forced to find other solutions. So there's a shortage of diesel oil. And so there's been a big investment in solar panels. There's a shortage of chemical fertilizers. So they've started using organic fertilizers. There's a shortage of water because there isn't any water management during the war. And so they've started using new, less water-intensive techniques. So it's very difficult to draw any conclusions, I think, about the only thing I do think, which I stressed yesterday, and actually that brings me to what I wanted to say, is the huge importance of fossil fuel dependence, not just for climate change, but because of the way it skews our economy and because of the way it is the underpinning for crony capitalism and oligarchs. It upholds rich dictators. So, and I think we have to think of fossil fuels, and that now brings me to some of the points I wanted to make. You know, fossil oil, capitalism develops in phases through models of development, and what we're at the end of is the American and Soviet model of development, sometimes called Fordism. Mass production, mass consumption, and the core factor of production was oil. And the sign that that model of development is over is that oil has, instead of being a cheap factor of production, has become a hugely expensive factor of production. And it's a problem for every aspect of our lives. So what I wanted to say was, here we are at a turning point. And the one thing everybody seemed to agree at this conference was that it was a turning point. Jeremy very helpfully said that we can have both disintegrative and integrative crises. So one point I wanted, and I agree with that. At one point I wanted to make was in relation to the discussion we just had about authoritarian populism. I think, first of all, these kinds of mad movements seem to always appear in turning points. They're what Gramsci called morbid symptoms. And the question is, you know, how do they evolve? But I think, and I always think this is what I wanted to say to Bella. Bella's point about the moral economy is really important because actually it's about models of development as much as it is about national versus transnational. And we did a study at LSE. I wanted to know why people voted for Brexit. And we did a study of one of the Leave areas. And this was an area that had been a mining area like Donetsk and Luhansk, and a manufacturing area, it's called Mansfield. We did some others, and I could tell you about them, but I just wanted to tell you about this one, which went conservative, went Brexit. And what they brought in a new economy, which was Sports Direct. And Sports Direct is a sort of huge, it's like Amazon, but it sells sports clothes. And none of them who'd been in the old economy wanted to be in the new economy because the wages were terribly low, the conditions were terrible. So they brought in Poles and women to be the workers in Sports Direct. So their objection really was to the new model of economy. But also I agree with you about the point that it wasn't just about materialism. So it was very much about disempowerment. They'd always voted Labour because Labour was the party of the line. But they felt there were these Labour MPs that went on year after year after year, never took any interest in anything that was happening, hardly ever came. You know, they felt the problem was a skill. They wanted highly skilled workers. Nobody was investing in skills. People were either getting to university and leaving or taking unskilled jobs. And nobody was interested. And, you know, they said over and over again, we were the first people who'd ever come and discuss this with them. What they wanted, so what they really wanted was a political discussion. They were all terribly excited to discuss it all with us. You know, we didn't say, well, we didn't make it an argument about Brexit. We made it a discussion about what Brexit means. And so I think a very key issue was this profound sense of disempowerment. And so that gives us a clue about what might be a way forward. So that was one thing I wanted to say. The other thing I wanted to say was on this discussion about, is it going to lead to fascism? Timothy Snyder says Russia's fascist. What I think it's going to lead to is exactly what I was talking about last night, are long disintegrative wars, or it won't look like traditional fascism, which was centralized and horrible. It will be decentralized, fragmented, criminalized, which we already see in Russia, you know, and that's what disintegration will look like. And that is, to me, terribly alarming because, you know, if you look at the regimes in all the places that have long wars, they're very characteristic of what everybody was describing as authoritarian populism, the same kind of mixtures. And the effect, the extreme version of this is disintegration. And so that's what's really alarming, and that's what disintegration, I think, looks like. Not traditional fascism, but fragmentation, criminalization, ethnicization. And you know, having that on Europe's border is really alarming. And we should have taken Syria much more seriously than we did. And then I'm not going to say more because we can continue the discussion, except so what would integration look like? And I do think the implication of what I've been saying is that it is a combination of rethinking democracy at different levels and empowerment, and of course, a shift in the model of development, which is absolutely key. But they're linked because you can't do one without the other.
That's very true. Quick comments on that, and then Misha has time to gather his thoughts and tell us everything that we have missed discussing the last 2 days. So one, just a thought about your point about fossil fuels being concentrated, unfortunately, geographically, in the hands of highly authoritarian regimes. But this is the good thing about renewables, because they are totally decentral. So I think one of the questions which we may want to ask ourselves is, what is the geopolitics of renewable energy? Because the renewable energy will have a totally different geopolitics because it's local, it's decentral, it's not, it just changes the whole map of dependence and interdependence. And I think it's a paradigm shift. And it's a paradigm shift worth thinking about, because it then has obviously interesting implications for how democracy can get practiced at local levels, because one of the problems at the moment is how to not just produce this renewable energy, but how to store it and distribute it. And you will need a different infrastructure. You will need different networks. So I think this could be an interesting question to ask yourself: what kind of major geopolitical shifts will take place if you turn to renewables in a big way? Because so much of the geopolitics of the last 40 years has been about ensuring oil supply, and especially for the US. So I think it's going to be a major game changer in a much larger way than we are
If
imagining.
I can just say something, I mean, I think that is beginning. There are lots and lots of local community initiatives for solar panels, for local windmills, for water mills, very important, because what local communities are discovering is with energy prices so high, if they invest in these renewables, they can generate an income at local community level. And there are some really exciting initiatives, which we should probably map. And
so this is what I was going to say. I think so. One of the questions which Michael and Bill had posed for us is what are the things we should be thinking about? And I think that's something really worth thinking about and doing research into what would be the changing geopolitics of renewable energies, because it's a game changer. So I think that would be one thing I'd like to say, following up on your comment. And I had another idea, but I think it slipped out of my mind. Gender. Oh, I know what I wanted to say, but it may not be something you want to pick up at all. But it follows from Mary's point. She was reacting to Bella's paper on disempowerment. So I think I was asking myself these last years often the question: why is it that in societies in which there are relatively fair and free elections, there is so much of demonstrations going on in the streets? You know, in the Hirschman sense, you would have exit, voice, and loyalty. Voice was political voice, right? And for Albert Hirschman, political voice was about casting your ballot. The question is, where you can cast your ballot, why is everybody still demonstrating in the streets? And I think what we need to think about is varieties of voice, because people feel that once they elect politicians, they can't change much of policy. So then, in having elected them, you still go demonstrate against them. And because legislatures have lost so much of their power, which has shifted to the administration, but one side effect of it is, and I think that's what we need to think about in terms of citizenship rights, people are going to courts. If there's a huge amount of litigation by citizens against governments, and we need to ask ourselves, what are those kinds of litigation and why? And I think that's where there is an interesting shift in the idea of voice. What is another arena in which to be heard? Because when I was doing research on court cases in India, often people would say, we know these cases are going to take very long. We don't even know how they are going to be finally decided, but it's one place where we are being heard. And the poor felt that the court was giving them a hearing, and it was a public hearing. And I thought that was a really interesting point about what it means to be able to voice a grievance and be heard in a democracy.
Well, I'll pick up on that issue of renewables, and I'd like to add a note of caution to the issue of renewables, because the entire green energy transition is dependent upon a steady supply of rare earth metals and other critical raw materials. Now, because they are the elements and minerals which create such things as powerful magnets that are able to store energy in batteries and so on and so forth. If you want to have a look at ground zero of rare earth minerals, go to Eastern Congo, which has been the bloodiest war on this planet since the Second World War and continues to this day. and at its heart is the extraction of rare earth minerals, cobalt, and other critical raw materials. At the moment, China provides 90% of all of the European Union's rare earth metals requirement. And remember, we cannot go forward on solar panels, we cannot go forward on wind farms unless we have a steady supply of these materials. China is very well aware of the fact that it controls this market. It was as early as 1992 that Deng Xiaoping said, Saudi Arabia has oil, China has rare earth metals. Now, the reason China has rare earth metals is not because they're rare and they happen to be in China. In fact, they're found all over the world. It's because China is happy to extract them and cause a huge amount of pollution in the process. But this was a consequence of a strategic decision by the United States in the late 80s when it was formulating the idea of turning China into the heartland of US manufacturing, that one of the commodities and processes which would be transferred to China was the extraction, processing, and then application of rare earth metals. At the time, in 1989 and 1990, the United States had a total monopoly on the extraction and processing of these materials from one single mine called Mountain Pass in the Mojave Desert. Now China has understood how it can use this monopoly in a world where neoliberal economics still pertains and is still dominant in many of the countries which seek those rare earth metals, because governments are saying, as always, the market will sort it out. The problem is that because China can produce these metals 30% cheaper than anyone else can, if you leave it to the market, people will only buy from China. They will not invest in other areas. So what rare earth metals are telling us, and I have to alert everyone to just how devastating this industry can be. It is estimated that in the next 30 years, we are going to have to take more metal out of the crust of the earth than we have done in the last 70,000 years. We're going to need a huge amount of this stuff. One of the reasons they're called rare earth metals is not because they're not found in different places, but because you have to take out so much aggregate and rock to produce just tiny amounts of the usable minerals. This is going to be a geopolitical struggle with as much force and power as the struggle over gas and oil. But what it highlights is two things, is that first of all, neoliberalism is over if we want the planet to survive. We have to have government intervention on the issue of these mineral resources, and we have to have cooperation across governments, whether they're authoritarian or democratic, because it is only a coherent policy on this issue that can possibly enable us to survive climate change. And I will finish by explaining what I did the weekend after the 24th of February. The first person I called was a friend of mine who is the ambassador to the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, and the World Food Programme in Rome. And I said, what are your concerns about the Russian invasion? He said, our primary concern is Egypt. Our secondary concern is Bangladesh and Indonesia. And we are worried about whether the Indians are going to ban an export on their wheat. We are worried about the drought in France. And then he said, but above all else at the moment, we're worried about Brazil. And we're worried about Brazil because Brazil is having to conform to the sanctions that were imposed on Russia without any consultation with Brasilia. And they are directly impacted because of the fact that they get 70% of their fertilizer from Russia. Now, although fertilizers were exempted from the sanctions, the Russians slowed down their exports, and everything coming out of Russia was going more slowly at the time. So the Brazilians were thoroughly pissed off with the Americans, who told them to conform to these sanctions without consultation. So this highlights the relationship between the North and the South, still running according to the old rules. But of course, in power in Brazil is Jair Bolsonaro. And what Bolsonaro has done in response to this and various other issues is to set the Amazon on fire. The election in the United States in November, I know, is very, very important. But of equal, if not greater importance, is what happens in Brazil at the end of October this year. Because if Bolsonaro wins, unlikely, or decides to mount a coup, quite possible, and succeeds, then we're in big, big trouble, not just in Brazil, but all over the world, because he is ripping up the Amazon at an unprecedented rate at the moment and setting it on fire. The only way that we're going to manage these problems is through planetary cooperation. And that means China and the United States have to start talking really serious about doing a deal on a whole range of issues and not ramping up the competitive relationship that we see at the moment. The other thing I'd say, which is important but very difficult, is the issue of Russia post the Ukraine war. Whatever the Russia-Ukrainian war, whatever its outcome is, the rules with Russia are different because it's a permanent member of the Security Council, part of the P5 at the UN, and it possesses almost half of the stocks of global stocks of nuclear weapons. And so you're simply dealing with a country which it's not the same as dealing with Serbia at the end of the wars in the former Yugoslavia, for example. We saw what happened when Russia was ignored in the 1990s and it was allowed to stew in the juices of gangster capitalism. And the outcome of that is clear enough for all of us to see now. So that means what you really need to do now is to be thinking, how do you engage with Russia after the Ukraine war? Because although Putin is obviously as ghastly as he is, there are lots of other people in powerful positions in Russia who could be equally as ghastly if we do not find a way to engage with Russia after the war and integrate it into a more rational politics. But that requires us to look at the irrationality of our own politics first of all.
Yeah, if I may add some elements. I'm very much for these alternative sustainable energy forms. You need two things. First of all, you need networks. The networks, because the supply of wind and sun are very flexible and volatile. The networks have to be done more or less by the public. So again, it's the state who has to come in order to guarantee a continuous flow of energy. The second is, as was mentioned, storage. For storage, I don't want to add anything. You said everything, which is very much correct. Two things are important. The first is research and development. There are other forms of storages possible, which are not relying on these rare earths, or at least not as much. And we have, and this also has perhaps not been discussed enough, what is the role of research and development, and how can we and must strengthen research and development in order to get sooner than later alternative forms of storage, which is very important for the whole energy issue. But I fully agree also on China. It's absolutely crazy that some people say we have to have two wars, one on Russia, the other on China, in that situation. And when we discussed about democracy and an authoritarian system, I'm very much for strong EU standards on democracy and authoritarian system. But if some countries, like Lithuania, think we can have the same principle in our relations with China and other countries, or India for that case, I think that's absolutely crazy. there is some arrogance in Europe that we can deal everything with our standards, and that is not possible. So I think that is very, very important. And the other thing also on Russia, I fully agree. I think, therefore, it is necessary to think about a ceasefire, because that is the precondition that you can start again. And now there is some people, of course, again in Europe, who say we don't have to have, visa liberalization for Russia. And they should fight their fight inside the country. Well, that's not a very, I think, clever strategy. But whatever else, to cut every contact with Russia on culture, on music, on any other elements, as if everybody in Russia is a little Putin, is absolutely strange and counterproductive. We need some context. We don't, less and less we know what is happening in Russia, because we are cutting all these contacts. We need more information about Russia and about what is possible development. So there must be a double strategy in the sense of fighting this war, supporting the Ukraine, fully agree, but even canceling of the debt is, of course, a cost for somebody. So we did not really add up all the costs we have already now, and we will have. And then, of course, with the reconstruction. And the last element, because I have to go very soon, also on Ukraine. There are some good elements on Ukraine concerning fighting corruption and others. But we have to be very careful, and it's not easy to say, because I understand this kind of strong nationalism which has been developed in Ukraine, because it's some sort of a necessary defense against this Russian aggression. But European Union is not built on hatred or on narrow-minded nationalism, but on understanding, on compromise. And that is not automatically, that's not on the agenda high in Ukraine, but in the time afterwards, even leading to a ceasefire, or the years afterwards, these elements have to be reintroduced, more or less, also in Ukraine and the relation with Russia. So I think, and this is my real last sentence, like in energy, like now with Russia, like now with China, we have to think in short term and in long term. We think too much in the short term, think we have to do, for example, also on energy. For the moment, it's necessary to get more gas and more oil. But the long-term development must go away from it and must go in the direction of renewables, but also in going in the direction of getting, first of all, the rare earths as far as possible, but at the same time already have an enormous input on research and development to go in alternative projects of storage, because that's possible, but it's not yet done with enough research. So I think this a very short-sighted strategy, we think only on tomorrow and not the day after tomorrow, is especially strong, unfortunately, I must say, as a strong European in the European Union. Otherwise, we would not have let go what we did in the past months on the rising, not on the rising gas prices, but also on the rising electricity prices. There's a very strong short-sightedness, and we need a long-term thinking also inside the European Union.
Well, I want to add two things. First of all, I think efficiency is absolutely central, and resource saving. And actually, what made every model of development profitable was increased productivity. But productivity gains came from different sources. So they were capital saving or they were labor saving. What is going to have to happen in the next phase is that productivity gains have to be the consequence of resource savings. And so we've got to develop all sorts of techniques that just reduce overall resource inputs. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing I wanted to say is on China and Russia. We can't ignore Hong Kong. I know so many people. What happened in Hong Kong is just completely unacceptable. the threats against Taiwan are just terrible. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have to cooperate with China over climate change and over pandemics, but there's no way, it's got to be differentiated, and the same with Russia. I mean, you know, we're seeing at the moment, it's absolute tragedy. I'm talking to people who are sort of agonizing about whether to flee or whether to stay. And we have to support those people. And we call them European standards, but actually they really, it's to assume that other people don't have the same standards as us is unbelievably elitist or patronizing or something. You know, so we have to be able to think of ways to cope with these issues, and India particularly, which me and Charlene talk about a lot. You know, it's just unacceptable what's happening in India. And we have to think about, I mean, I agree with you about Russian culture and all those things. And I think, even though I strongly supported the sanctions because they were a way of expressing outrage, nevertheless, I think they should have been much more differentiated. Well, I said that last night. But I just think we have to think, what the hell do we do about Hong Kong, Taiwan, India?
Well, we do. I agree with you, Mary, but we also have to think, what are we going to do about climate change? Because, you know, this is, if 2022 hasn't taught everyone yet, every inhabited continent on the planet has experienced major climate change related disruption with, you know, significant number of victims. And the reason why I mentioned the renewables and the Amazon is that time is really ticking on this. I mean, you know, the countdown has begun before, well, obviously in the global south, societies literally start sinking. The only positive news about all of this is Mar-a-Lago is likely to be one of the first victims. But you know, the climate change issue actually eclipses everything else because it's about being able to sustain the conditions for human and indeed all other species existence. Which is not to say that you suddenly, you know, sort of button up about Hong Kong or what the Russians are up to at the moment. I'm not arguing that at all, but there should be a much more proactive engagement between actually the EU as well as China and the United States, and indeed India is very important as this in this as well. To start to say, look, I mean, you know, we're facing the ultimate crisis here. Are we going to explore ways to work on this together, or are we instead going to intensify geopolitical competition for our own, you know, individual requirements? And so, I mean, this is a big philosophical and political question.
Well, I mean, of course, I think we should be cooperating on climate change, but I don't really think it's either or. And it reminds me very much of the discussions we had in the 1980s, actually, because a lot of people in the peace movement were very critical. I was very much involved with the East European opposition, and a lot of people in the peace movement were really critical because they said nuclear war is the worst thing that can ever happen. And if we get rid of nuclear weapons, then we can worry about human rights. And people like me were saying, you will never get rid of nuclear weapons until you get human rights and democracy. And I actually think, I mean, let's hope we can move somewhere in climate change, but I actually think we need participation in these issues. I don't look at Bolsonaro and his attitude. You know, we're saying democracy is what matters in Brazil.
It does. It matters
So,
very much.
you know, I don't think these are, I think on the contrary, they go together. And the question is, how do we manage these relationships in a complicated world?
I think
to leave. So maybe I just say two sentences at the end, which are just pointing out two interlinkages. I think one of the things that the whole question of rare earth brings up is the absolute centrality of extraction to capitalism today. It's very much an extractive capitalism, and it's a rentier capitalism because it's very much about control of land. So I think we need to understand some of the capitalist transformations in that particular framework. And secondly, then understand how this kind of extractive capitalism ties into certain kinds of authoritarianism, because that's where the link to democracy comes in. And that's why my because I'm still doing my homework, which I was given, which is to say, what should be the next kinds of research agendas? I think those could be some interesting research agendas to think about. Since we are a university, we can neither negotiate with China nor with Russia on anybody's behalf. All we can do is teach and discuss and analyze and argue. I do want to mention what we did in the Ukraine case is an interesting one. My colleagues at the university started something called the Invisible University for Ukraine. So our professors put together a whole curriculum and are teaching it, co-teaching it with colleagues in Ukraine. So not for Ukraine, but in partnership with Ukrainian colleagues. And I had a good fortune of meeting some of these students because they were able to, especially the women, were able to cross and come to Hungary this summer. But the topic of the summer school for Ukrainians who came was rebuilding Ukraine after the war. So they've already started thinking with that next generation. And the first question, and I'll never forget this, I met them for dinner in the evening, and this dinner continued 5 hours. And the first question they asked me was, how do you think is reconciliation possible with Russia after this? And it was a very moving evening and a very moving experience. But these were young women between 18 and 25 from Odessa, from Donetsk, somewhere as refugees in West Germany. And the very first question they wanted to discuss over dinner was, how could reconciliation be possible? And many of them spoke Russian as their first language. And their question was, will we ever be able to speak this language again? And what does it mean for us? So I think what we as a university can do is to help support this conversation. And I think that's something which we've started doing. And with that, one little positive note, I've sounded many pessimistic ones over the last 2 days. Let me end the conference by thanking everybody for being here with us, all the speakers for having taken the time to come and participate. Thank you very much, all of you, for staying right till the end. And we look forward to a bus in 10 minutes time to take us to the Heuriger. And the last thing I want to say is a big word of thanks to the team at CEU, especially, which has been, and WIIW, but especially some members of my CEU team who are here, who've been very, very helpful in organizing the whole conference and putting it together. So thank you very much, Michael and Bella, for your organization. Thanks ever so much, Norbert and Noemi, who took charge of a lot of the organization in the background. So a big round of thanks to you.